The legendary clash between awakened superhuman squads is finally about to ignite. In this brutal 11-on-11 arena, they face not just players but terrifying beasts. The Blue Vanguard now battles toxic arachnids and a monstrous serpent. Across the battlefield, the rival squad plots their strategy. Suddenly, a devastating spear tears through the air, instantly obliterating 2 players. In a flash, his kill count strikes 2. Panicking, the surviving 9 scatter like terrified prey in every direction. Our fierce hunter tracks his prey, descending from the shadows straight into their helpless formation. The Crimson faction assumed he was trapped. Instead, he dances through their deadly strikes, reaping another soul to hit 3 kills. Gripping his divine spear, he ruthlessly eliminates his next target. The final coward desperately flees, only to embrace the exact same devastating fate. His bloody tally hits 5. The entire stadium gasps in absolute terror, watching a solitary youth casually slaughter a full squad. With explosive force, the youth crashes into their center. Enemies swarm to crush him, but his combat aura flawlessly erases another foe. A second attacker devours a bone-shattering strike, skyrocketing the bloody count to 7 kills. The remaining warriors shiver paralyzed by this demonic prodigy. A pure massacre unfolds. 8 kills, then 9. Soon only their terrified captain and 1 trembling lackey remain standing. The second, the shivering coward, blinked. A devastating impact shattered his defense, instantly erasing him. Even their captain, the strongest awakened warrior, retreats while begging for mercy. But our apex predator craves destruction, delivering a thunderous shield smash that fractures the arena. The audience sat in absolute silence, witnessing him obliterate 11 superhumans. He became the first legend to single-handedly annihilate a full squad in Battlefield. But to uncover this monster's true identity, we must reverse the hourglass. Because before Battlefield was merely a virtual game, it was a waking nightmare this youth survived. Humanity enjoyed peaceful days until fate cruelly intervened. A simple street collision escalated, revealing his opponent was actually a terrifying, otherworldly demon. That horrific encounter sparked the apocalypse. Grotesque monsters spilled forth, dragging the world into absolute destruction. Amidst the slaughter, awakened superhumans emerged to defend humanity. Yet inside the ultimate dungeon, our greatest heroes faced certain annihilation against the supreme demon king. But the absolute zenith of humanity, Seo chose to remain behind and sacrifice himself. Smiling, he requested they write a legendary biography about him. And with that selfless act, the hellish final gate was permanently sealed. Once peace finally returned, a grand memorial unveiled a magnificent statue honoring the fallen savior of mankind. However, destiny loves a plot twist. 17 long years later, a mysterious comet crashed from the heavens right before Yeop's statue. The crowd braced for impact, but the truth defied logic. Stepping from the cosmic crater was the legendary hero himself. Yeop, reborn from the ashes. Our champion awakens in a sterile hospital room, his mind completely shattered by the temporal shift. A frantic nurse flipped on the news, proving the year was 2021. Amidst this overwhelming future, a catastrophic revelation struck him. His entire legendary fortune had been donated to an orphanage, exactly as his tragic will demanded. His majestic estate became a public memorial museum, and his beloved luxury car was auctioned to charity. In the end, humanity's invincible savior was left completely penniless and utterly homeless. Processing this financial ruin, Yeop activated his divine appraisal, eyes on his own body, and the system window left him speechless. His monstrous base stats had not dropped a single point. Even crazier, a hidden god-tier skill had awakened within him absolute immortality. Physical death was now impossible. He realized his ultimate dungeon sacrifice had permanently triggered this heaven-defying power. Suddenly, the ward doors slammed open. In stepped Baek Jae-ho, his former battle brother and fellow member of the legendary 7 Heroes. Reunited, the veteran duo hit the hospital rooftop where Jae-ho downloaded 17 years of drastic worldly changes into his friend's mind. This is how Yeop discovered Battlefield, an insanely lucrative virtual reality arena where elite awakened squads clash inside simulated dungeons. It evolved into the ultimate global obsession post-war. But when the legend asked about their nation's current rank, his old comrade awkwardly choked on his words. The bitter truth, dead last. The main character was absolutely disgusted. Sighing, Jae-ho offered his resurrected brother a temporary place to crash. Driving home, he subtly nudged Yeop toward joining Battlefield. However, our hero firmly declared his absolute retirement from the dangerous awakened lifestyle. Staring out the passenger window, a stunning female superhuman on a neon billboard caught his eye. The MC shamelessly praised her gorgeous looks. The mood violently crashed when Jae-ho growled that she was his daughter. The protagonist turned to stone, remembering her as a tiny 6-year-old. Fully moved into the guest room, Yeop proudly declared his ultimate post-resurrection goal, endlessly binge-watching 17 years of missed anime and dramas. But peace shattered at dawn. Tearing open the blinds, they found an army of bloodthirsty reporters swarming the entire block. Annoyed, the MC decided to face the chaos head-on. Booking a lavish hotel ballroom, he prepared for the ultimate explosive press conference. Zero filters applied, he bluntly expressed his deep frustration about losing his wealth, roasting the public while declaring this his absolute final interview forever. During the explosive broadcast, an elder questioned his desire to join the battlefield arena. His answer, a flat refusal. When pressed for a reason, he merely scoffed. Too boring. The bald official sneered. Was it truly boredom or just cowardice? But our hero's comeback was merciless. The only tragic failure here is that shining bald head. Leaving the room, a voice warned him. Gerald Walker had publicly mocked the legendary 7 heroes. The main character just blinked. Who on earth is that extra? The messenger panicked. He is a global top 3 battlefield titan. Yeop delivered a brutal middle finger to the camera. The whole world gasped. Watching the broadcast, an enraged Walker booked a flight to Korea for blood. The bald executive went absolutely ballistic, thirsting for our hero's neck. Absolute chaos. By dawn, terrifying news dropped. A sudden death match against the United States. Jae-ho wailed about the ambush, but our legendary hero just covered his ringing ears. Mid-tantrum, Yeop ruthlessly hung up. Soon the head coach dropped a bomb. An official international clash was set in exactly 2 weeks. Our hero shrugged it off. But Jae-ho screamed that this disaster was born from insulting Walker. Yet that name meant absolutely nothing to him. The coach sighed. That is the superstar you flipped off on national television, vowing to crush him. Gerald's pride was shattered by the brutal disrespect. Honestly, our hero found it rather pathetic. Since our hero refused to enter the arena, the furious American aimed his blazing wrath entirely at the Korean squad. Yeop scoffed. Bizarre logic. He had zero ties to the national team. While the coach scrambled to fix this nightmare, Yeop casually declared his plans to just chill. But then a lightning bolt of realization hit. Hayeon was a national player. She would be fighting in this bloodbath. Hours later, someone happily shouted their return home. Startled by the sudden noise, Yeop spun around. His eyes widened in absolute shock. The girl had returned unexpectedly early. Hayeon missed her parents, but her true target was the legendary uncle who vanished 17 years ago. Following her mother's point to the living room, she spotted him. One greeting from the legend, and her heart soared. She launched into a desperate embrace. Yeop awkwardly patted her, reminding her she was fully grown. Her hug escalated into a full tackle. She wept tears of joy, washing away his lingering fears of being forgotten for 17 years. Forget him, never. He was the ultimate rebel uncle, showering her with forbidden snacks her strict parents always denied. Chuckling at her sudden maturity, he listened as she proudly announced she was now 23. Did the upcoming death match bring her home? No, she confessed. Her only priority was reuniting with him. Suddenly, she leaned in dangerously close. Did the great hero truly intend to abandon battlefield? Smelling his brothers plotting behind those sweet words, Yeop firmly rejected the competitive esports life. Her burning question demanded an answer. His excuse? An endless backlog of binge-worthy television shows. Sweet puppy eyes completely failed against his iron will. She pouted, accusing him of changing. He instantly shot back that she was the different one. She whined about his past generosity. He sharply countered. Back then, her greatest desires were merely cheap corner store candies. A cunning spark flashed in the girl's eyes. Since pro gaming was off the table, she deployed a trap. Escort her to the league's official avatar synchronization. The Master of War panicked. His season finale was waiting. But facing her devastatingly cute puppy dog glare, the invincible hero surrendered, asking where they were heading. It was a secret. Shortly after the duo crossed the grand threshold of the Korean Battlefield Association, a guide led them deep inside. The veteran's sharp gaze meticulously scanned the high-tech facility. Time for the official avatar check. Digital scans washed over her gear, locking weapon and armor data. The soul synchronization was absolutely flawless. Breathing deeply, she finally initiated the neural link. Flash. Her digital self materialized on the monitor. She ordered her uncle to watch closely, demanding a test monster from the startled technician. Taking her stance, a terrifying werewolf instantly materialized in the digital arena. Yeop's jaw hit the floor. The guide smiled. In this virtual reality realm, any beast building or warrior could be flawlessly resurrected. Creating avatars here was mandatory for rookies. Staring at the screen, our hero felt an eerie echo of his bloody past. And just like that, time to test her true potential. The lycanthrope struck first, exploding forward to crush the young prodigy. Without hesitation, her whip danced through the air. A swift flick of her wrist and the beast's throat was violently snared. Stripped of all defenses, the beast panicked. She instantly shifted her momentum, descending like a divine strike from the heavens. In one flawless motion, the wolf's head rolled. A triumphant smirk played across her lips. The evaluation concluded safely logging her out. Ha-yeon beamed with absolute pride at her flawless, overwhelming victory. The moment she disconnected, she eagerly turned to her legendary uncle, searching for his ultimate validation. He acknowledged her talent but noted her lingering flaws. Undeterred, Ha-yeon challenged the retired champion to demonstrate his own might. Reminding him she was fully grown, she pressed on. Yet Yeop maintained his ironclad vow to never enter battlefield again. Pouting in protest, she insisted it was merely about creating a basic player profile. Her true motive, to finally witness the mythological strength of the absolute hero her father always praised. By the time she could comprehend true martial mastery, his legendary shadow had already vanished from the living world. Defeated by her relentless puppy eyes, the veteran finally surrendered. He agreed to a single test to humor, her swearing he was simply satisfying his niece's burning curiosity, which earned him her boundless gratitude. Cookie, the system administrator, quickly noticed the veteran stepping up to the digital registration plate. He politely explained that standard awakeners must endure rigorous stat evaluations before entry. However, since the legend was exempt from official combat, the gates opened for him without delay. Yeop requested to dive exactly as he stood. Stunned, the admin warned that by bypassing the gear check, he would enter the deadly abyss completely unarmed and wearing mere street clothes. Panicking staff begged him to arm himself. But the veteran dismissed the gear, claiming such tools only drained vital energy. Weighing a spear, he found it absurdly light. The admin nervously clarified it was standard issue for mere simulation battles. Offered the chance to select legendary-grade armaments, Yeop simply shrugged, accepting the basic gear without a single complaint. Tossing aside the heavy shield as useless deadweight, he declared a single spear was more than enough to conquer the trial. And with those chilling words, the sleeping dragon finally stepped foot into the unforgiving digital abyss. The system roared to life. Data streams synced perfectly, analyzing his overwhelming presence as his digital incarnation materialized into existence. His eyes snapped open. The admin's voice immediately echoed, asking if the audio link was stable. The veteran marveled as he learned the simulation was a flawless replica of the facility. The sheer realism sent a shiver down Yeop's spine. It felt exactly like stepping through a genuine catastrophic dungeon gate. The admin assured him the sync rate was flawless, while his niece's cheerful voice echoed, wishing the hero ultimate fortune in battle. His aura, shifting the absolute ruler, demanded the exact same beast his niece had just butchered moments ago. A single keystroke initiated the protocol. Crimson pixels violently swirled together, weaving the terrifying nightmare straight into reality. Suddenly, a colossal shadow engulfed the room. The veteran's piercing gaze instantly identified the towering abomination as a brutal Salaboon. Yeop noticed instantly. This beast felt vastly mutated from the ones he slaughtered in the past. The admin proudly revealed this mutant was entirely immune to physical blows, strictly demanding pure aura. It was meticulously coded using gathered data to be the absolute apex predator of its species. Roaring violently, the monstrous Salaboon launched itself straight at the unmoving legend. Yeop stood motionless, calm as a still lake. He patiently waited for the perfect opening. Sighing in deep disappointment, he discarded his spear as useless. Condensing immense aura, he completely obliterated the beast. With one apocalyptic finger flick, absolute silence fell. The real-world spectators were completely paralyzed by pure shock. The elite athlete gasped, his mind breaking at the impossible reality. A boss-tier monster erased with a mere tap. Unfazed, the returned monarch called it child's play before casually mocking the system's utterly lackluster death animation. Sweating profusely, the admin stuttered that while not a catastrophe class, this beast definitely wasn't weak enough to die from a finger flick. Bored by the weakling, Yeop demanded a truly terrifying adversary. He needed a genuine target to test his dormant power. He marveled at the system's absolute perfection. The hyper-realistic physics made this virtual reality the ultimate playground to unleash his terrifying strength. Having casually swatted the apex predator like a fly, the sleeping god roared for a genuine life-threatening challenge. Suddenly, an eerie voice hijacked the comms. It sneered, fully aware that a mere Salaboon could never satisfy the legendary warrior. Yeop's brow furrowed at the sudden English broadcast. Pure panic erupted outside as the master system violently rebelled against its creators. The admin frantically smashed his keyboard to regain control, but a monstrous outsider had shattered their firewalls, forcibly hijacking the entire digital domain. Suddenly, an overwhelming bloodthirsty aura erupted. A terrifying new entity brutally smashed through the simulation's digital walls. In a blinding flash, it butchered the monster and stuck a world-shattering landing. The bald powerhouse smirked, questioning if the legendary hero still had his fangs. Yeop instantly recognized the imposing figure blocking his path. The American scoffed. He claimed the Korean issued the challenge first, mocking his sudden silence as pure cowardice now that the invitation was accepted. To this elite tanker, the title of the 7 heroes meant absolutely nothing. His soul-burning desire was to expose our protagonist as a complete fraud. With a beastly roar, Gerald lunged forward. Yet Yeop stood completely motionless, casually watching the devastating strike close the distance. The massive axe cleaved the earth with terrifying force, but Gerald's eyes widened in pure shock. He hit empty space and his target had completely vanished. Panic set in as a whisper echoed from his blind spot. The phantom-like figure casually declared that he felt absolutely no fear. Finally, the legendary hero had discovered a truly thrilling challenge. The two titans glared at each other, their murderous auras clashing violently. Meanwhile, this rapidly escalating deadly standoff was being closely broadcasted on a massive monitor. Observing the chaotic monitor, a confident voice calmly promised that everything was perfectly calculated. The heavy doors swung open, revealing three imposing figures stepping inside. A white-haired man smirked, assuring the startled pro-athlete that this chaotic showdown had already been officially authorized. Both onlookers gasped in sheer disbelief. The esteemed head coach and the Almighty Association president had just stepped onto the scene. Amused by their dropped jaws, the president casually clarified that the duel was fully sanctioned. He assumed the overwhelmed staff simply missed the latest memo. Park Jin-tae, the supreme head of the Korean Battlefield Association, smoothly asked Miss Moss if this bloody spectacle met her refined expectations. Emma Moss, the cunning manager of the American powerhouse, gracefully thanked the president for indulging their highly unorthodox demand. Park Jin-tae chuckled heartily. He knowingly noted that the legendary hero owed him far too many expensive meals to ever dare refuse this sudden arrangement. If anything, the scheming president firmly believed this explosive clash was a necessary catalyst. This brutal spark might be the exact trigger needed to reignite our protagonist's dormant bloodlust for the unforgiving battlefield. Back on the roaring front lines, both warriors swung their devastating weapons in a catastrophic collision. A blinding shockwave of pure aura violently erupted outward. The sheer kinetic force of the terrifying impact violently shoved our invincible hero several paces backward. Even the mountain-like tanker trembled from the monstrous recoil. Locking eyes once more, Yeop silently confessed his grave mistake. He had vastly underestimated this beast. He instantly activated his appraisal vision. A flood of glowing system panels quickly laid bare his enemy's hidden stats and dangerous combat abilities. Our hero gasped. His opponent's physical strength and endurance were completely maxed out. An elite vanguard with rock-solid focus. Yeop quickly realized that this arrogant foreigner possessed the monstrous raw power needed to fully justify his towering ego. "Stop staring and fight," Gerald bellowed, demanding the Korean reignite their bloody dance immediately. Yeop smirked inwardly. A vanguard with this much lethal bite would have been a legendary asset during the apocalyptic final dungeon of 2005. While meticulously analyzing this flawlessly optimized vanguard build, a brilliant spark of inspiration suddenly struck our legendary hero like a sudden lightning bolt. He remembered his newly awakened divine skill. He initially planned to use a virtual mob to test his hospital-awakened power, but this arrogant powerhouse, he was the absolute perfect human guinea pig. Without another word, he exploded forward like a cannonball, closing the distance with terrifying, blinding velocity. "Too predictable," Gerald scoffed, bringing his massive axe down. But his jaw dropped in pure horror as Yeop defied physics instantly, canceling his deadly momentum inches away. The fatal experiment had officially commenced. Milliseconds before the heavy blade struck flesh, Yeop flashed a devilish grin, promising to show him a truly magical trick. Crash! The devastating strike ruthlessly flattened our hero directly into the shattered arena floor. Han gasped in sheer terror. Meanwhile, the young niece desperately questioned why her uncle deliberately tanked a fatal blow he could have dodged in his sleep. Gerald's victory felt incredibly hollow. Why did this legendary master intentionally offer his life, taking the brutal execution like a willing sacrificial lamb? But before his confusion could settle, a chillingly casual voice echoed through the heavy dust. "I truly did not expect a single hit to hurt this intensely." A cold sweat washed over the American beast. Reacting on pure survival instinct, Gerald desperately threw his massive body aside to dodge a lethal incoming projectile. His mind raced with absolute bewilderment, yet a thrilling sense of curiosity gripped his soul. A deadly spear had just grazed him. He simply refused to accept this impossible reality. That suicidal Korean should have been instantly logged out. Yet the giant vanguard froze in absolute dread as casual mocking coughs echoed from the smoking crater. Brushing off debris, Yeop chuckled, deeply impressed that the system developers actually coded such realistic battlefield smoke effects. The VIP control room erupted into gasps. Meanwhile, the towering tanker completely froze, unable to process the impossible miracle unfolding before his very eyes. As the heavy dust finally settled, a completely flawless legendary hero emerged from the abyss. The magical trick he promised, delivered with absolute terrifying perfection. The divine cheat code of absolute immortality. A skill completely defying physical death had successfully triggered. Smirking devilishly, Yeop casually asked the giant how he liked his little magic show. The towering tank roared, demanding to know how our main character survived that lethal strike head-on. Smirking at his successful test, the legendary hero revealed a terrifying truth. He had awakened absolute immortality during the final dungeon's battle. He was shocked to discover an overpowered healing factor stacked atop his immortality, realizing this clash was utterly one-sided. Seeking a true battle, he signaled the frantic man inside the control room. As our protagonist explained his bold demands, the operator stared in absolute disbelief at such a god-tier game-breaking skill. Yeop declared with unwavering pride that relying on such a cheat ability was far beneath his honor. He demanded the system seal the skill away, a request the stunned operator nervously confirmed was possible. With a few frantic keystrokes, the operator successfully shackled our protagonist's legendary immortality. The divine protection shattered. Facing the American's utter disbelief, Yeop smirked. He merely wanted to test this newly awakened power. He explained he wanted a clean victory, ensuring Gerald couldn't blame his crushing defeat on an overpowered cheat like immortality. Acknowledging this warrior's pride, the colossal American firmly gripped the Korean's spear, slowly closing the distance between them. Handing the weapon back, Gerald coldly declared that the spearman's towering arrogance truly matched his terrifying reputation. When questioned if his martial prowess was equally exaggerated, Yeop's eyes flashed, confidently promising a harsh reality check. Since mere whispers could not do his immense power justice, the monstrous tank claimed he hungered to witness it firsthand. He desperately urged the protagonist to resume fighting in this truly fair one-on-one deathmatch. The legendary hero coldly scoffed, suggesting the heavy American should at least crush the top 3 rankers before daring to challenge him again. The mere insinuation that he was not the absolute apex predator of the league ignited Gerald's blazing fury. As the colossal behemoth charged forward like a raging bull, our protagonist smirked, realizing his taunt had struck deep. Casting aside all restraint, Gerald unleashed a devastating, relentless storm of earth-shattering axe strikes. Yet his most apocalyptic slash cleaved nothing but empty air as his agile target suddenly vanished like a phantom. A chilling realization struck the tank. The phantom spearman had instantly materialized directly in his blind spot. Whipping his massive frame around the American, watched in horror as the Korean unleashed a vicious, unpredictable counterattack. Despite his overwhelming shock, the heavy juggernaut miraculously evaded the lightning-fast lethal thrust by a mere hair's breadth. The legendary hero inwardly praised his opponent's monstrous reflexes, especially since that colossal shield severely crippled his field of vision. But playtime was officially over. Gathering a terrifying storm of aura, the Korean hurled his spear with world-shattering godlike force. The tank desperately raised his massive shield to catch it in time. Yet the kinetic impact was so devastatingly powerful that it still violently blasted his colossal frame backward a few feet. While our protagonist smirked at the explosive damage, a cold sweat washed over the deeply troubled tank. He stared in sheer absolute horror. The lightning-fast projectile had actively shifted its trajectory mid-air, displaying the wielder's god-tier aura manipulation. Gerald had finally tasted the overwhelming might of the legendary hero, who calmly declared that total victory was his. The American fiercely roared that the battle ends only in death, but the Korean coldly revealed he had deliberately held back a killing blow. Confusion washed over Gerald's face as Yeop boldly proclaimed that his massive, impregnable shield was actually his greatest fatal flaw. His warrior's curiosity piqued when our protagonist strongly urged him to equip a significantly smaller shield to truly master the tank class. Yeop casually offered this god-tier advice, genuinely acknowledging the man's raw talent, pointing out how the titanic shield completely blinded his combat awareness. Gerald's eyes widened in utter shock. Yeop perfectly deduced a haunting critique from his rookie days. He was told his battlefield vision simply wasn't wide enough. Our legendary hero accurately broke down the root of his trauma. To compensate, Gerald relied on a titanic shield boosting his absolute defense, while buying seconds to read the chaotic battlefield. But Yeop warned this was a deadly trap. Against a true master of speed, that massive wall would become his own tomb, perfectly exploiting his massive blind spots. For this exact reason, he commanded the surprisingly agile tank to instantly switch to a much lighter, smaller shield. This painful adjustment would explosively evolve his future combat potential. When asked if this advice was genuine, Yeop smirked arrogantly. Even with a perfect shield, the heavy tank still lacked the raw power to defeat him. Swallowing his pride, the towering American finally admitted that wielding a smaller shield might actually forge him into an unstoppable force. Watching the giant monitors, the head coach gasped in sheer disbelief. His friend was literally leveling up an already powerful enemy player to master his combat game. With the lesson over, our protagonist casually turned away, rushing home to binge-watch his favorite television shows. Yet before leaving, he confidently claimed he would charge Gerald a hefty tuition fee for all the god-tier tips granted to him. The man agreed, but boldly affirmed he had his own terms. Blinking in mild confusion, our hero listened as Gerald fiercely demanded a high-stakes rematch during the upcoming official league tournament. Hearing this fiery challenge, the legendary hero groaned, far too busy with his television shows. He flatly declared his absolute disinterest in Battlefield, immediately canceling the tuition debt just to escape. Desperate, the massive tank gripped the Korean's shoulder, swearing he would sacrifice anything to make him participate. Yet Yeop completely ignored him, refusing to alter his stubborn path. Facing the American's relentless demand for a rematch, the Korean hero realized he was dealing with an absolute lunatic. Gerald roared furiously, condemning the legendary hero for squandering his God-given potential. But Yeop simply smirked, declaring absolute freedom over his overwhelming power. As their explosive argument raged within the virtual reality realm, spectators in the real world could only watch in absolute stunned silence. But in that chaotic moment, a cunning spark ignited in Park Jin-tae's mind. The guild president suddenly saw a golden, manipulative opportunity for his own ultimate benefit. The very next day, at the Baek residence, he peacefully continued his drama marathon. Just as our protagonist wondered if the two romantic leads would finally kiss, a sudden breaking news alert violently shattered his peaceful sanctuary. This brutal interruption left his binge-watching soul completely devastated. Just as the drama peaked, the news dropped a massive bombshell. The legendary hero who swore off competition might actually return to the battlefield after clashing with the unstoppable American tank. He watched in absolute horror as the reporter revealed this massive scoop came from a heavily edited, low-quality video leaked by a cowardly, anonymous source. It was further revealed that the United States demanded arrogant conditions if they mercilessly crushed the Korean team. Seo Moon-yeop would be forcibly dragged into the next official battlefield match. Worse yet, the news falsely claimed the legendary hero himself proudly accepted this outrageous condition. Our protagonist froze in pure disbelief. The media was literally putting fake words into his mouth. Moments later, a furiously blazing Seo Moon-yeop violently stormed the Korean Battlefield Association. Blazing with absolute fury, he immediately demanded the panicked president clarify everything. Our legendary hero fiercely demanded the exact identity of the rat who leaked the footage, vowing to hunt them down and handle things with his own fists. He then roared about the maliciously edited footage, absolutely furious that his firm refusal to join the bloody competition was conveniently sliced right out. As our raging protagonist threatened absolute murder, the entire room gasped when the proud association president suddenly bowed his head, offering a shockingly formal apology. Park Jin-tae desperately confessed that between the overwhelming United States' ruthless media attacks and corrupt superiors breathing down his neck, he had absolutely no choice but to surrender. Though fully understanding his old comrade's desperate struggle, the enraged protagonist still prepared for war. Terrified, the desperate president quickly offered him reassurance. Using his real name, Jin-tae revealed a masterfully cunning strategy designed specifically to keep his legendary friend far away from the blood-soaked battlefield. Yeop would only be dragged onto the battlefield if the United States secured a flawless, zero-casualty victory. The president proudly declared he challenged the United States. The legendary hero steps in only if they can truly prove their absolute battlefield dominance. And with a sly grin, he promised their resilient Korean squad would easily slaughter a few arrogant Americans. Yeop instantly rejected this trap, fiercely roaring, his absolute refusal to join the bloody games. Park Jin-tae confessed this impossible condition was merely a brilliant stalling tactic before shamelessly playing the ultimate friendship card and begging the protagonist for this one monumental favor. The desperate president literally fell to his knees, begging, promising to pour every single penny of the astronomical battle funds into the hero's chosen charity. Though his blood boiled with pure irritation, Yeop realized he could not simply sever the deep battle-forged bond he shared with Park Jin-tae. Reluctantly, he finally surrendered, leaving the exhausted old man overjoyed. Overjoyed, the ecstatic president aggressively lunged for a kiss, while a horrified Yeop desperately shoved the clinging man away. The legendary hero fiercely affirmed that the association must drop the pressure entirely the second a single American falls in battle. Swearing on his life, Jin-tae gave his absolute word. As the relieved president boldly suggested a luxurious dinner to celebrate, Yeop narrowed his eyes, demanding to know who was footing the astronomical bill. With a confident smirk, the man who knew the perfect spot proudly promised to treat him. Despite wanting to honor his promise, the president felt a crushing guilt. Brutal battle simulations had already predicted a catastrophic outcome for the hero. Shortly after, at the shadowy estate of the head coach, the television dropped another catastrophic revelation. The Battlefield Association officially declared that the legendary Yeop had fully surrendered to the United States' outrageous demands. A second channel echoed this shocking headline rapidly, followed by a devastating third. Trapped by his inescapable fame, the protagonist's sanity snapped as this fabricated drama infected every single channel, totally ruining his sacred binge-watching schedule. Realizing this so-called friendship was dragging him straight into hell, he seriously considered completely severing their lifelong bond. When yet another beloved drama was violently hijacked by breaking news about his own face, the legendary couch potato reached his absolute explosive boiling point. Fuming with pure frustration, he brutally killed the television and glared outside. Just as he prepared to wallow in his tragic misfortune, a sudden burst of intense energy from the backyard instantly hijacked his attention. Yeop bolted outside. The moment Hyun's hand grazed the training cone, her aura flared, launching her toward the next target with absolutely breathtaking speed. Even her legendary uncle watched in awe. Suddenly, her father threw a ball, triggering the young prodigy's terrifying reflexes. Moving like lightning, the young warrior summoned her whip, snatching the speeding target flawlessly from mid-air. Observing the intense aura, the uncle knew his niece was grinding hard. Jaho praised her swiftness but demanded blinding velocity to support her squad. Yet observing her support role, Yeop felt his old comrade was pushing his bloodline far too harshly. Thus, he activated his legendary appraisal skill. Instantly, a glowing status window materialized. Yeop observed her breathtaking speed, realizing her agility stat had completely hit its absolute ceiling. However, her innate limits in these traits paled compared to her father's monstrous talent, meaning she would never shatter the ceiling he envisioned. Yet her overwhelming physical power and unyielding durability meant a support class was a total waste. The Apex veteran realized forcing a speed build onto a powerhouse was a critical tactical error. Gasping for air, Haeyeon demanded rest. Yeop frowned, sensing the national team's absolute ace watching them. But with this flawed routine, American powerhouses would crush her in seconds. Haeyeon asked if he saw her fierce routine. Nodding, he bluntly called the regime useless for her. Jaho argued fiercely, insisting rigorous drills would awaken her dormant speed. The absolute master coldly reminded him his bloodline possessed a completely different combat destiny. Yeop boldly declared that velocity drills were entirely meaningless now. Her innate talent simply could not match his ghostly swiftness. Her whip mastery and evasive footwork had already smashed into an unbreakable glass ceiling. He deduced the coach foolishly molded her into a speedster clone, a path destined for absolute failure. Shifting his piercing gaze, he tested her combat logic. She confidently answered she would bind targets for allies to execute. Wrong, Yeop countered sharply. You must sever their lives yourself. Lacking her father's phantom agility and dependable strikers, a pure support path would only guarantee her doom. Instead, he commanded her to weaponize her monstrous brute strength and blade mastery for lethal strikes. Grabbing her gear, the legend prepared to unveil true martial supremacy. Facing the dummy, his whip lashed out like a striking viper, instantly locking the prey down. The veteran instructed, once the prey is chained, you must sever their head without hesitation. Seeking confirmation, he found the duo utterly paralyzed by his awe-inspiring martial display. A mere whip, he warned, could never guarantee total annihilation. Her only path to greatness was maximizing absolute brute force and relentless blade arts. Instantly, he forcefully evolved her class into a devastating frontline brawler. The sudden shift bewildered them. But when he ruthlessly commanded 500 brutal reps, their jaws hit the floor. The apex predator barked at her to begin the hellish grind. With just 2 weeks until war, he vowed to forge her through hellfire before the tournament. Meanwhile, the American Titans transformed their luxury hotel into a brutal sparring arena. Manager John Kim marveled at Gerald Walker's monstrous evolution over mere days. Stunned, Gerald questioned his own massive growth spurt, which John eagerly validated. John admitted thinking Gerald went insane for adopting a lighter shield after surviving the legend's onslaught. But witnessing the tank shatter his limits, John proclaimed this new build guaranteed a top-tier rank. Still, mastering this stance was crucial to crush lightning-fast freaks like Nathan. The Colossus grinned, questioning his upgraded market value. John calculated his upcoming contract could easily smash the 10 million milestone. The hulking warrior paused, a cunning glint crossing his eyes. He ordered that exact fortune wired to Yeop. The manager gasped, as Gerald dubbed it mere tuition. Gerald desired this god-tier mentor's alliance, burning cash without a second thought. Blood boiling, he hungered for a devastating rematch against the absolute legend. 2 weeks vanished. The sprawling Capitol Stadium roared as the Korea versus America war officially ignited. Broadcasters hyped the frenzy, knowing this bloodbath decided if Yeop would finally obliterate the American vanguard. The tension was palpable as the player rosters were finally revealed. Both legendary factions were primed for absolute warfare. South Korea fielded an aggressive vanguard, 3 ironclad tanks, 2 vital supports, 4 melee strikers, and 3 lethal snipers. Meanwhile, the American juggernauts deployed 5 towering tanks alongside 2 specialized supports. Their offensive lineup featured 1 system manipulator, 2 close-quarters brawlers, and a single ranged marksman. The entire world watched with bated breath. This was the ultimate clash between Korea's brilliant prodigy Baek Hyun and America's unstoppable titan Gerald Walker. The broadcasters could barely contain their excitement, absolutely desperate to witness how the Korean ace would adapt to her newly awakened class position. In the stands, our protagonist sent silent prayers for his niece's survival. Today's battlefield, a treacherous subterranean fortress swarming with an endless undead legion. Welcome to the legendary Martorn Palace. 3 grueling demonic layers with each terrifying abyss ruled by an absolute monarch. The first trial housed the colossal skeleton warrior. Descending deeper, the second domain belonged to the dreaded Death Knight. The ultimate abyss was protected by a terrifying lich and its dragon familiar. For the uninitiated viewers tuning in, the casters quickly broke down this deathmatch's brutal mechanics. The ultimate win condition was devastatingly simple. Total annihilation. Wipe out the enemy squad completely to claim supreme glory. Every slaughter granted crucial hunting points instantly, supercharging a player's aura and dramatically evolving its terrifying radiant hue. The colossal arena gates roared open. As the combatants stepped into the abyss, the world held its breath, wondering who would survive this apocalyptic clash. The starting horn shattered the silence, the first round erupted, and the American vanguard instantly exploded forward with terrifying, earth-shattering momentum. Bursting from the spawn zone, the United States squad bulldozed straight toward the massive undead horde. The moment skeletal eyes locked onto them, the Warriors of Liberty unleashed their blazing killing intent. Their formation was an impenetrable fortress, methodically grinding the Bone Army into absolute dust. Though their advancing pace seemed dangerously sluggish compared to rival guilds. But this was a calculated crawl. Once their brutal farming phase concluded, the Americans would evolve into an indestructible towering mountain. This terrifying setup left spectators questioning South Korea's counter-strategy. Deep in enemy territory, Baek Hyeon steeled her resolve, ready to unleash her hellish training. The broadcasting cameras were completely glued to the unstoppable American juggernauts. Suddenly, they caught a glimpse of the Korean squad sprinting madly across the death zone, executing a bizarre and deeply suspicious maneuver. Unbelievably, the entire squad was completely ignoring the mob farming phase. They bypassed the undead legion entirely, plunging wildly straight into the second sector. Their mastermind coach smirked. The gears of his grand scheme were turning flawlessly. If this suicidal blitz worked, ultimate victory was practically guaranteed. The stadium erupted in pure shock. Instead of safely grinding levels, South Korea gambled everything on a completely reckless, full-throttle boss raid blitz. It was an insanely chaotic do-or-die gamble with god-tier rewards. A successful raid would shower them in astronomical hunting points. Furthermore, obliterating the skeleton warrior would trigger a catastrophic lockdown of the entire first floor. By stealing the Guardian's head, the Korean strike force could completely shatter America's methodical late-game scaling strategy. Breaching the colossal Guardian chamber at record speed, the vanguards ignited their auras and launched a ferocious head-on assault against the monstrous skeleton warrior. Hearts pounded worldwide as the underdog challengers fearlessly plunged themselves into the terrifying jaws of the apex predator's lair. But deep in the labyrinth, an urgent warning finally reached the American commander's earpiece. It was Paul Ward, their elite Phantom Scout. Gerald frowned at the chaotic intel, demanding his Shadowrunner explain the sudden tactical shift. The towering tank's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. The supposedly fragile Korean squad was executing a legendary boss rush blitz right under their noses. Realizing the danger, Gerald's furious subordinates screamed for an immediate tactical retreat toward the second layer. But the American Titan commanded them to halt. He immediately redirected his juggernauts toward the boss chamber. Meanwhile, the Korean strike force was inches away from securing the kill. Their entire formation pushed aggressively forward, setting up the perfect stage for their shining ace to deliver the absolute final strike. The squad formed an impenetrable human shield, burning their defensive cooldowns to guarantee her the finishing blow. But fate is a cruel master. Before the prodigy could even blink, a massive, muscular shadow crashed into her flank like a raging meteor. Baek Hyeon was completely blindsided by the American behemoth. As absolute terror seized the Korean vanguard, they found themselves staring up at the terrifying godlike presence of Gerald Walker. The Korean coach ripped off his headset in horror. The monstrous American tank had actually weaponized his allies' Tempest magic, launching himself like a devastating human warhead. Sustaining catastrophic structural damage from the explosive impact, Baek Hyeon shattered into digital dust. The colossal American smirked casually, applauding the fallen challengers for their delightfully suicidal boss rush stratagem. He coldly declared their inevitable doom, mocking their pointless struggle. Right on cue, the American assassins materialized from the shadows, ruthlessly stealing the final strike on the staggered boss. In one devastating masterstroke, Gerald's untouchable squad hijacked the monumental first clear right from under their noses. The system blared a terrifying warning. The entire first layer would completely collapse in exactly 10 minutes. Smelling blood in the water, the terrifying American Legion ignited their killing auras. They launched a total massacre, violently executing the remaining Korean players one by agonizing one. The American squad didn't just steal the boss, they unleashed an absolute massacre. The national team was instantly crushed beneath their overwhelming might. Defeat loomed like a dark shadow. When the dust settled, absolute silence fell. Only a single battered Korean athlete was left standing. Gerald moved in to claim the first round. Without a shred of mercy, he brutally struck down the final survivor. The first match concluded with devastating finality. A soul-crushing 11-0 victory for the American side. During the brief intermission before round 2, the Korean ace sat completely shattered by the humiliating loss. Hyeon was paralyzed by the sting of defeat. She felt utterly powerless even with a legend's backing. But before despair could consume her entirely, someone stepped out from the shadows. Staring down the gathered squad, he didn't hold back his brutal assessment of their pathetic performance. Our hero sneered coldly. Watching their sheer incompetence was worse than dragging his bare eyes across broken glass. Taking pity on the weak, he offered his divine guidance. One player dared to protest his unsolicited coaching, but an overwhelming aura of pure dominance instantly silenced them. The girl gasped, seeing her uncle infiltrate the locker room. He bluntly confessed he intervened solely to avoid being dragged onto their miserable roster. Yup scoffed at their doomed strategy. They were pitifully weak with the fragile mental fortitude of a spoiled brat throwing a temper tantrum. With such a pathetic mindset, defeating their American rivals was absolutely impossible. Even if they fought 1,000 times, their current pathetic state guaranteed absolute failure. Refusing to watch them die like helpless dogs, the protagonist showed them mercy. He revealed the ultimate strategy to shatter the enemy's star tank. He casually revealed a shocking truth. This very dungeon arena was conquered by him and the president during their glorious golden age. To a legend, it was child's play. Only the third floor had ever proven to be a minor nuisance. He mocked that their pathetic skills couldn't even reach that far. Then he mercilessly tore apart their round 1 failures. The grand strategy was actually flawless. It only crumbled because it was executed by a bunch of incompetent trash. Yeop then mercilessly grilled the frontline fighters. He barked that battlefield awareness is absolute. Failing to initiate proper reconnaissance first was a fatal rookie mistake. As for the rearguard, their sole purpose should have been providing seamless support to the front line. Once the ace crumbled, the entire backline became completely useless dead weight. Shame washed over the entire squad. Losing was inevitable when they lacked basic fundamentals. Yeop secretly pitied his friend for managing such a hopeless, incompetent roster. After crushing their egos and making them question their very existence, our legendary hero finally wrapped up his brutal critique. Without missing a beat, he began carving out a ruthless master plan for the second round. The moment the second set ignited, the American forces wasted no time splitting their power into 2 separate divisions. Divided into squads of 5 and 6, the larger lightning-fast vanguard immediately launched an aggressive assault on the hunting grounds. This calculated move left their star players' elite 5-man squad perfectly free to slaughter monsters uninterrupted. The commentators went wild. This flawless tactic would let Gerald unleash his terrifying potential to the absolute limit. But when the camera panned to the Koreans, gasps filled the arena. The missing ace had suddenly materialized like a phantom. Mirroring their first disastrous round, the entire Korean squad charged forward recklessly. Confusion rippled through the crowd. They completely abandoned defense, and their star player had shockingly shifted her battle position. But everything was flowing perfectly within the legendary hero's masterful grand design. Absolute obedience to his strategy guaranteed their survival. Eyes blazing with resolve, Baekhyun was ready to seize absolute victory. Deep inside the boss room, the American recon scout confidently reported back to their tank. The enemy squad was completely off the radar. In this one-way labyrinth, he smirked, assuming the pathetic opponents had retreated to hopelessly grind monsters instead. Gerald sneered, convinced the Koreans had cowardly changed their tactics after the utter bloodbath of round 1. At this pathetic rate, he arrogantly anticipated that the legendary hero himself would be forced to descend into battle, just as he fantasized about crushing the protagonist with his new build. A terrifying sharp crack echoed through the cavern. Gerald whipped his head around, eyes widening in sheer disbelief. A massive fissure was violently ripping through the dungeon wall. The tank froze in absolute shock as the solid stone wall violently exploded inward. Bursting through the debris like a relentless storm, the Korean warriors forcefully crashed the party. The Americans were completely stunned. How on earth did the enemy shatter an indestructible dungeon wall? A flashback to the locker room hit Yeop's voice, commanded absolute authority. They would weaponize Hyeon's explosive speed for the ultimate surprise reconnaissance. Before vanishing, his words stunned them all. If the monstrous enemy tank guarded the smaller American squad, they must completely ignore the dungeon beasts. The legendary hero shattered their common sense. The entire world believed this dungeon was a strict one-way path, but that was a total lie. In ancient times, burrowers carved out secret underground tunnels, using them for deadly ambushes and silent scouting missions. Before entrusting Hyeon with this monumental mission, Moon-yeop gathered his unwavering resolve and revealed this hidden truth to the squad. He exposed the method to shatter the illusion, revealing the hidden tunnel entrance that perfectly masqueraded as an ordinary stone wall. He mapped the perfect stealth route. By diving into these shadows, the Korean force could completely bypass American detection. All 11 warriors had to unite their power, launching a devastating surprise assault on the divided American groups. And like a strike of lightning, Korea executed the perfect rear ambush against the mighty United States. Now, back to the blazing present. The moment the Korean ace touched down, her uncle's tactical whisper echoed in her mind, relentlessly target the massive legs of the tank. But Ha-yeon felt a chill of absolute doubt. Gerald was an unyielding fortress. Such a towering stance meant his pillars held overwhelming, terrifying power. Yet Moon-yeop exposed his critical flaw. He used a small shield that he hadn't fully mastered yet. That tiny barrier could never guard his massive frame, creating lethal blind spots and failing to completely shield his comrades. Even so, the legendary hero warned her. Gerald possessed the monstrous talent to adapt rapidly, and his legs were far from a fragile weakness. But Moon-yeop held absolute unwavering conviction. A five-man squad entirely drowning in their own arrogant victory would absolutely shatter when ambushed by an entire team led by the lightning-fast Ha-yeon. The legendary hero knew this supreme strategy would shift the tides of fate fiercely, urging the national squad to blindly trust his vision. Deep gratitude for her uncle fueled her soul. With explosive acceleration, she dashed straight into the chaotic battlefield. The Korean vanguard launched a fierce attack before the stunned enemy could even breathe to recompose themselves. The commentators screamed in anticipation. Backed by the blazing focused fire of her ally, the Korean ace would challenge the monstrous Gerald Walker. Focused fire. A supreme skill that violently enhanced the chosen target's raw combat abilities. With explosive momentum, the girl and two fierce allies wildly charged toward the monstrous axe wielder. But absolute despair struck. A single godlike swing slaughtered both allies instantly. Yet the Titan gasped as Ha-yeon cleanly escaped via teleportation. The chilling truth hit him. He was never the actual prey. In that fleeting moment, the lightning-fast girl flawlessly secured two brutal kills. The Colossus instantly read the battlefield. The Koreans were butchering his vulnerable backlines while an assassin moved to silently claim his back. His elite survival instincts flared. He unleashed a devastating counterattack. After brutally smashing a third challenger into the dust, Gerald roared commandingly, urging the remaining vanguard to rapidly fall back and reposition. With their reinforcements still hopelessly out of reach, the three surviving Americans were forced to face the bloody wrath of 8 Korean warriors alone. Without a heartbeat of hesitation, the ruthless annihilation began. Though his comrades were completely swarmed, the Star Tank stood with arrogant pride, absolutely certain this pathetic team could never overpower their might. Just as he raised his monstrous axe for a fourth execution, she viciously struck. Gerald's eyes widened in sheer terror, sensing a demonic presence behind him. Whipping around into a flawless defensive stance, he found absolutely nothing but empty air. Then, like a phantom, the Korean ace materialized directly in his face. Ha-yeon unleashed a magnificent blade strike, ruthlessly severing the unyielding leg of the mighty veteran. Without skipping a beat, her spectral whip coiled tightly around his remaining leg, viciously dragging the Titan down into the dirt. The American warriors fought like absolute demons, yet crumbled under the overwhelming numerical advantage, dragging 7 Korean souls down to the grave with them. Now, the absolute pride of the United States faced his utterly unavoidable demise. Defeated, Gerald asked if the legendary hero had secretly whispered this advice to her. Their sudden, brilliant tactical shift had laid bare the truth. She offered only cold silence, aiming her chilling blade directly at his throat. Impressed, Gerald offered a warrior's smile as the final devastating blow struck. And then, the utterly unexpected miraculously happened. Korea miraculously turned the fatal tables, snatching a legendary round from the invincible United States. Witnessing this, the head coach stood completely paralyzed in disbelief. The main character's grand oath was completely fulfilled. He masterfully taught the national team exactly how to butcher the most powerful tank on Earth. As round 2 crashed to its end, ecstatic commentators immediately highlighted the national team's godly performance that completely shocked the entire breathing world. Yet despite this glory, they failed to secure a single complete round against the dominant American team. The Korean squad might have survived if only they hadn't tragically sprinted straight into the second monstrous American group immediately after slaughtering the first. The American tank looked back in awe. Commentators roared, emphasizing that even facing the godlike American team, the supposedly weak national athletes secured 5 impossible kills. Nobody predicted the Koreans bursting from that solid wall. This sheer unpredictability made the brutal match even more fascinating. Spectators erupted into roaring cheers as the Korean team's most valuable player finally arrived. Obliterating 4 out of 5 enemies alone, she reigned supreme as Korea's absolute strongest player. Her name was legend, the unstoppable Baek Ha-yeon. Soon after, an XBC sports reporter cornered the Korean head coach for an explosive interview. She demanded answers about his squad's mind-blowing, unorthodox battlefield strategy. Jeho declared their defeat a massive victory, claiming the fierce clash against Titans ignited his players' burning motivation. The press pressed further. Who birthed the genius tactic of utilizing that hidden tactical route? Jeho smirked, dropping a bombshell. That flawless round 2 masterstroke. It wasn't his own creation at all. Suddenly, our main character felt the piercing gaze of his old comrade. Irritation sparked within him. That sly fox was clearly still scheming to drag him back. The spotlight then shifted to the star prodigy, pressing her about her monstrous training regimen. Following her breathtaking performance, Ha-yeon confessed. Her uncle's brutal mentorship forced her legendary position change. Hearing this, our legendary hero scowled in deep annoyance. Their televised praises grated his nerves. Yet a voice beside him chuckled, claiming they spoke sheer absolute truth. The association president grinned, teasing how compliments still completely enraged his old friend. Moon-yeop fired back, growling that the damn president belonged in front of those flashing cameras instead. Park Jin-tae scoffed at his fading relevance, deliberately stoking the flames of Moon-yeop's growing frustration. The president sighed at his comrade's rudeness, claiming he merely sought a nostalgic trip down memory lane. Probing about the master plan, Jin-tae got his confirmation. The hero admitted exploiting an unknown tunnel was practically cheating. He initially craved a blitzkrieg to crush the American tanks, ultimately choosing cowardly safety to avoid real combat. Jin-tae marveled at how the hero's hellish training unlocked his niece's true terrifying potential on the battlefield. Witnessing those legendary tactical maneuvers revive sent absolute chills down his spine. Lamenting such wasted godly talent, Moon-yeop merely smirked, casually confirming his absolute invincibility. Then Jin-tae boldly challenged the retired Titan to unleash his monstrous powers once more. Moon-yeop blinked in sheer confusion. Hadn't he decisively won their wager? Pledging to cease his nagging, the president finally unveiled his grand hidden motive. The Korean Battlefield Pro League was awakening. Moon-yeop immediately suspected a trap to draft him into the slaughter. Jin-tae frantically denied it. He merely envisioned the legend clashing against modern stars in a preseason charity brawl. Bracing for immediate rejection, the president froze as Moon-yeop murmured, "I will consider it." The old man's jaw dropped. He desperately begged the legendary hero to repeat those impossible words. Moon-yeop nonchalantly confirmed his hesitation, privately mocking his old friend's clearly failing hearing. Jin-tae knew this explosive hothead. If he truly hated the idea, he would have instantly incinerated it. But this time, the unyielding wall was actually crumbling. His niece's fiery combat had reignited his blood. Mere broadcasts could never replicate that intoxicating battlefield adrenaline. Utterly bewildered, the president listened as the legend confessed virtual reality was his final gateway to war. Trembling with euphoria, Jin-tae violently shook his friend in praise, immediately shoving a viral combat broadcast into his face. Just an hour later, our protagonist watched in absolute paralyzed disbelief. 10 million views, rabid fans were worshipping his tactical genius. Deeply annoyed, Moon-yeop furiously demanded his immediate release. Grumbling, he cursed the old man's monstrous bone-crushing grip that nearly snapped his fragile neck in two. Moon-yeop coldly shattered the mood. He was merely considering the offer, not signing a damn blood pact. Jin-tae laughed, declaring it a divine miracle that the stubborn legend hadn't rejected him outright. Narrowing his eyes, Moon-yeop questioned the fast-approaching Pro League start date, which Jin-tae swiftly verified. Jin-tae sweated bullets. Moon-yeop sharply deduced the bizarre risk of body-breaking charity brawls occurring right before the actual league. Regardless, the hero dismissed the trap ruthlessly, preparing to enforce his own absolute conditions for entering the bloodbath. Hooked by curiosity, the president blindly swore an absolute oath before even hearing the conditions. Any wish would be granted for his participation. Hearing this blank check, a wicked, unstoppable smirk crept across the legend's face. The following dawn at the coach's estate. Gripping his long-forgotten blade, Jeho stood completely frozen in sheer disbelief. The bewildered veteran desperately demanded a proper explanation. Yeop smirked, stating the president bowed to his demands. Thus, he agreed to dominate the upcoming charity brawls. The legendary hero confessed his grand plan was just binge-watching television shows forever. Suddenly, he froze, realizing how absolutely pathetic that sounded. Jeho's eyes filled with profound concern for his comrade. The returning champion declared he needed to warm up even if these upcoming battles would be absolute child's play. The pathetic state of the national team forced the coach to apologize. Yet Jeho felt a surge of joy seeing his brother wield the spear once more. However, he still could not fathom why his own blade was summoned. The protagonist ruthlessly shattered his peace. Since Ha-yeon was the only capable Korean warrior left, Yeop planned to drag his old friend into the absolute abyss. Jeho protested wildly, citing his 17 years of rust, but Yeop merely mocked his pathetic fear of becoming a public laughingstock. The returning legend smirked, guaranteeing that just a few brutal sessions would forcefully awaken his dormant combat instincts. The frantic coach argued he was pushing 50, a retired old man who had not tasted battle in 17 long years. In response, the mythical hero chillingly reminded him that his judgment is absolute. Yeop's analytical gaze pierced through his comrade. 17 years of rotting in peace had tragically shattered Jaeho's former prime. Even so, the protagonist possessed absolute faith that grueling hell training would restore his former glory. A demonic grin twisted Yeop's face as he promised absolute purgatory tomorrow. A chill ran down the coach's spine. He was completely doomed. Park Jin-tae reviewed Yeop's absolute terms. First, secure Ha-yeon so she escapes his lethal wrath. Second, drag the retired Jaeho back onto the bloody battlefield. Greed flashed in the president's eyes. Broadcasting 2 of the 7 legendary heroes would summon an absolute tsunami of wealthy sponsors. Without missing a beat, he dialed his powerful connections to aggressively cash in every single favor. Boom news of Baek Jae-ho and Seo Moon-yeop reuniting absolutely detonated across every media platform, spreading like an unstoppable wildfire. Exactly 7 days remained until the grand charity bloodbath commenced. That grueling week became a horrific symphony of ringing steel and agonizing screams. Jae-ho stubbornly recited his mentor's ancient philosophy about speed dictating a technique's worth. This excuse only ignited the hero's blazing fury. Knowing the path and walking it are different, pushed to his absolute limit, the veteran coach violently ignited his dormant aura once more. In a blinding flash, he exploded forward like a cannonball. The veteran violently crashed into the legend, unleashing a devastating hurricane of slashes against the shield. Creating distance, Jae-ho smirked at his brilliant execution, but Yeop merely scoffed at the mediocre display. He coldly reminisced about the golden days when Jae-ho could land 3 lethal strikes within a single heartbeat. Gasping for breath, Jae-ho begged for mercy, screaming that those were his absolute peak physical years. The crushing weight of aging was drowning him in an ocean of unbearable fatigue. Yeop cruelly declared this was barely a warm-up compared to their past hell. Demanding more, he terrified the old man, who realized they had been fighting for 8 agonizing hours. The returning legend barked that he needed to finish quickly just to watch his beloved television drama. A vein popped on Jaeho's forehead as he screamed about being 48 years old. The tracksuit-clad hero tilted his head in curiosity. The exhausted coach smugly revealed an inescapable impending appointment, officially ruining the television plans. Soon after, at the Korean Battlefield Association, the legendary hero was intercepted by a familiar suited figure. It was none other than Yoo Hyun-soo, the brilliant technical manager. He respectfully introduced Tanner Brown from the World Battlefield Association, dispatched to carefully scrutinize the legend's upcoming trials. Annoyance instantly clouded Yeop's expression. He coldly declared that his evaluation should have already concluded. The returning myth argued his total annihilation of Walker was proof enough. But Hyun-soo firmly insisted on a comprehensive physical athletic evaluation. The manager patiently explained that their digital data transfer remained absolutely flawless. However, this brutal exam was strictly required to sync virtual reality powers with true physical reality. Yeop's eyes widened in genuine shock at the terrifying precision of their modern systems. Hyun-soo proudly boasted that their current technology could flawlessly scan and completely clone a warrior's entire existence. Hearing it could unearth deeply dormant superpowers, the ancient hero was utterly mind-blown by the magical sorcery of 2021. The manager whispered of a heavily guarded World Association secret. This divine system was actually forged using the flesh of extraordinary espers. Absorbing this dark truth, the hero mockingly compared the World Association to absolute parasites. A dangerous aura leaked from the veteran. He fiercely questioned if this so-called World Association was secretly ruled by surviving monstrous enemies. Hearing they were innocent, he declared a chilling truth. Had they been guilty, he would have slaughtered them all without mercy. A shiver ran down the manager's spine. He was dealing with a total psychopath. Soon after the official evaluation began, they needed his exact stats in agility, aura, and strength to forge his perfect digital avatar. First up on the chopping block, measuring Moon-yeop's raw physical power. The moment he learned a simple lever pull was required, the main character gripped the steel with earth-shattering might. As a solid 81 flashed across the screen, the bewildered manager immediately demanded another attempt. Without a second of hesitation, the 30-year-old veteran cranked the heavy machine twice more. Staring at the unmoving digital numbers, he accepted the bitter truth. This was his absolute physical limit. Behind the safety glass, the manager frowned in confusion. Shouldn't a legendary hero possess heaven-defying power? Next was the agility trial. Moon-yeop had to dash between switches, moving like a flash of lightning until the final bell rang. The buzzer screamed. Eyes locked on his target. The hero exploded forward, practically teleporting from one point to the next. The observers gasped. How could a heavy tank move like a shadow assassin? Only his former comrade watched without an ounce of surprise. As the frantic trial came to a screeching halt, our protagonist casually demanded his final score, a staggering 96. But Moon-yeop just clicked his tongue. He claimed a 97 was guaranteed if he actually put his back into it. Challenge accepted. It was time for round 2 to prove his incredibly bold words. Boom. A perfect 97 lit up the board Mr. Beck, and the manager stood completely paralyzed. The armored beast wasn't bluffing at all. Curiosity sparked. Moon-yeop asked for the all-time server record. The answer, an untouchable 107. The name Nathan Bernard crossed his mind. Our hero had studied this rising star's insane footage sent by the head coach. It was the very reason he had agreed to step into the upcoming exhibition wars. This rookie's velocity was absolutely terrifying. It completely rivaled the golden age of Jeho, a legendary speedster boasting a perfect 100 points. A fiery grin spread across his face. Craving a 98, he rolled up his sleeves and prepared to shatter his own limits. Absolute focus washed over him. For some inexplicable reason, his very soul felt like it was burning at its absolute prime. Gathering every ounce of internal ki, he exploded. Round 3 commenced as he became a literal blur of unstoppable motion. Jaws hit the floor. Even hardened veterans watched in absolute terror as his velocity completely shattered his previous threshold. The dust finally settled. Catching his breath, he asked for the numbers. But the control room was dead silent. Expecting a minor bump, Moon-yeop's own eyes widened in sheer disbelief. The monitor blared an impossible 107. He had just matched the absolute highest pinnacle in human history. Wait, this made zero sense. His base agility was inferior to those speed demons. He shouldn't be shattering world records. Somehow, someway, the system's absolute ceiling had been violently broken. Needing absolute proof, he marched right back to the strength machine. He gripped the heavy lever, ready for one more devastating pull. Channeling that same mysterious focus, he ripped the handle back. The control room erupted in a sudden wave of utter madness. His power level had massively spiked, reaching a mind-bending 89. The manager stammered about him just warming up. But our hero smirked. This wasn't muscle memory, it was pure, terrifying focus. Yet internally, his mind was racing. How was he constantly breaking past his own mortal limits? His divine scanning eyes confirmed he was at max capacity, but reality was rewriting the rules right in front of him. Then it hit him like a lightning bolt. This exact sensation wasn't alien. He remembered exactly where it was born. It was the exact same chilling aura from when he was abandoned in the depths of that apocalyptic final dungeon. Dancing with the Grim Reaper had shattered his human constraints, elevating his concentration to a godlike realm. The puzzle finally clicked. His maxed-out focus was a hidden cheat code, artificially amplifying his physical stats far beyond their absolute caps. A bitter sigh escaped his lips. He was an unstoppable, immortal war god cursed with absolute power in a peaceful world. Yet the winds of fate were howling. Something unseen was dragging him back to the bloody battlefield. Brushing off the dread, he approached a massive crystal orb. The ultimate aura evaluation had finally arrived. The manager instructed him to channel his surging aura into the crystal to shift its hue. This modern system was light years ahead of the primitive scanning methods from 2005. Tension thickened the air. Aura was a heaven-ordained talent locked at birth, making it the most grueling stat to ever evolve. After his initial awakening at a rare 96, our hero had bled through hellish training to forge it into a perfect 100. The moment his palm met the cold glass, the entire room held its breath. What terrifying divine color would manifest next? Pouring his energy into the testing marble, the legendary hero smirked. 100 aura points was humanity's absolute peak. The measuring artifact abruptly shifted pitch black. Witnessing this impossible phenomenon, Mr. Brown stood paralyzed in pure disbelief. Scoring a monstrous 1,030, Yeop casually questioned his rank. Only then did he realize he had shattered human history. Hearing this earth-shattering revelation, the mythic champion simply shrugged. For him, such godlike feats were merely ordinary. The previous champion was finally unveiled. It was none other than Shiron, his former comrade-in-arms. The young warrior's unexpected milestone genuinely sparked his profound curiosity. Reminded of her supposedly unbreakable legacy, our protagonist nodded. Her aura was indeed a terrifying force of nature. Shiron shared his explosive stubbornness. Every single scolding session inevitably erupted into a fierce, world-shaking brawl between them. The hero smirked, absolutely certain his old comrade would erupt in blazing fury upon discovering her shattered record. With the evaluations officially concluded, the frantic manager stepped forward to deliver a crucial warning. The crushing verdict was declared. His divine immortality was strictly banned from the upcoming battles. Yeop scoffed in agreement. An unkillable fighter guaranteed a boring victory. Apologizing for sealing his godhood, the association promised hefty compensation. Yup truly could not care less, intending to fight only one single match. Welcoming the lucrative bribe with open arms, the legendary hero laughed, brushing off his godlike immortality as useless trash. Meanwhile, shrouded in darkness, a cloaked fanatic preached to his cult. That lone man was their only divine savior. They had to desperately cling to their blind faith. He fervently declared that their unwavering devotion had summoned a miracle. The veil was finally lifted. The hooded cultists worshipped the legendary hero as their supreme immortal messiah who conquered death itself. Driven by absolute madness, the zealots immediately marched forth to blindly prove their fanatical devotion. Frenzied chants of his name echoed. Shortly after, our protagonist spotted a bizarre cult-like mob swarming his front gate. Narrowing his eyes in sheer confusion, he listened as they hysterically screamed praises of their absolute faith in the world's savior. Yeop simply concluded these screaming lunatics were desperate journalists. His coach quickly corrected him. Those were actual worshippers belonging to the fanatical Seo Moon Foundation. Sparking a hidden memory, the protagonist recalled seeing their robes from his hospital window, a disturbing fact the coach confirmed. Furious at this non-consensual worship, Yeop demanded answers. Jeho revealed their delusional prophecy. They believed he was their doomsday messiah. The legendary hero brushed it off as mass hysteria, yet his friend sharply countered that his miraculous resurrection proved them right. Learning these maniacs were actively praying for the apocalypse just to fulfill a silly prophecy, Yeop felt his patience completely snap. Boiling with unyielding rage, he stormed outside to violently crush his so-called followers' dangerous delusions. Panic struck the coach's face as he questioned the hero's intentions. Cracking his knuckles, Yeop declared the incoming slaughter obvious. Exploding forward with monstrous speed, he launched himself into the sky, landing intimidatingly atop the perimeter fence. He commanded absolute silence. As the fanatical whispers continued, his terrifying aura flared instantly, crushing them into suffocating, trembling obedience. Looking down like a fierce god, Yeop acknowledged their blind faith and his twisted idol status. Therefore, he ruthlessly ordered them to wake up and scramble out of his sight, leaving the entire cult utterly paralyzed. Roaring in pure fury, Yeop commanded them to get real jobs, vowing to mercilessly obliterate their cult leader on the spot. Initially devastated by their deity's harsh rejection, the insane flock suddenly shifted, blindly convincing themselves this was a divine trial. The protagonist's jaw dropped in sheer disbelief. Not a single zealot had retreated a single inch. Watching them double down on their fanatic worship, his intrigue morphed into grim certainty. These people were completely dangerously delusional. Sensing the blazing wrath radiating from his friend, the coach desperately realized a catastrophic bloodbath was totally unavoidable. Yeop mercifully granted the cultists exactly 10 seconds to scatter, or he would personally beat reality back into their skulls. While Jeho desperately restrained the loudest fanatics, Yeop smirked. Earthly laws no longer bound him, granting him ultimate freedom for violence. Thus, a brutal 10-minute massacre ensued. The courtyard was quickly littered with the groaning bodies of cloaked lunatics. Having physically dismantled his deranged worshippers, Yeop glared at a trembling child, daring the boy to ever follow him again. The terrified boy aggressively nodded his obedience. Chuckling at his quick wits, Yeop warned the kid to abandon those cloaked lunatics forever. Firmly declaring his humanity to the groaning crowd, Yeop dusted his hands and casually told Jeho it was training time. Utterly paralyzed, the baffled coach faced the legend. Calling him an absolute psycho, Yeop simply smirked at the compliment. After all, he never once consented to becoming a god. Jaewoo quickly realized talking sense was absolutely pointless, begging his friend to hide before the press swarmed them. However, Yeop simply smirked, threatening to smash the reporters too. Jaewoo panicked about the impending scandal. But Yeop remained stubbornly confident, claiming violence was the perfect cure for anyone prying into his dark orphanage past. High above, a mysterious figure watched with intense fascination, eager to observe this so-called savior. While our main character scoffed at the pathetic obsession with fame, a sudden movement in the distance instantly caught his sharp gaze. Without a single word of warning, he vanished instantly. Yeop simply shrugged it off. Finally, the fated day of the charity match dawned, gathering a massive crowd at Incheon International Airport. Every legendary figure had gathered solely for our protagonist, including the notorious American battlefield agent Joe Fellman. Joe vividly recalled his last Korean visit 15 years ago, a time when the nation brimmed with raw, terrifying potential. That golden era made his American agency the absolute best. Yet failing to recruit Yeop remained his greatest, most bitter regret. His assistant quickly reminded him that the legendary hero simply possessed zero interest in battlefield back then. Even Shiron, who initially stepped onto the athletic stage, had abruptly resigned right after that era. The system had massively nerfed her. It was absolutely necessary, as her apocalyptic extinction ray could obliterate a team of 11 in mere seconds. Having miserably lost 2 heroes before Joe was now fiercely determined to capture their supreme leader, the absolute strongest being alive. Suddenly, a dominant presence utterly shattered the Americans' focus. Shockwaves rippled through them as another foreign powerhouse boldly stepped onto Korean soil. It was none other than Jake Rand. The European battlefield agent and fearsome esper materialized right before the Americans like a phantom. The media frenzy instantly swarmed the majestic European. With Jake declaring a fiercely fair competition, Joe felt the suffocating weight of a massive new obstacle. A heavy, suffocating tension immediately choked the air between the rival agents. Suddenly, the chaotic flash of cameras snapped toward two completely different figures. They strutted in, dripping with extravagant jewels. These glittering peacocks came hunting for the exact man who destroyed their dungeon empire. Furious, he had entered Battlefield after calling it utterly boring. This arrogant duo was none other than Jean and Philip, the notorious Morrow brothers commanding the Paris Lumière Club. Driven by absolute greed for the legendary hero, they vowed to force the main character into signing with them no matter the deadly cost. Instantly, the rival agents locked eyes. Their primal bloodthirsty instincts flared to life. Every single one possessed a terrifying resolve, refusing to let anyone steal their fated prize. Suddenly, a chilling sound echoed. The sharp, deadly click of high heels plunged the airport into dead silence. She had finally descended. This terrifying woman, an absolute force of unmatched destruction, had officially set foot in Korea. Shiron, the legendary youngest of the 7 heroes, had returned solely to hunt down an old acquaintance. Meanwhile, the explosive stadium overflowed with rabid spectators gossiping that the terrifying brainwash could have caused a massive massacre. His panicked friend begged him to shut up. Yet the reckless man smirked, boasting he had survived, making far more twisted, dangerous jokes. Horrified, his friends desperately demanded absolute silence from him during this historically crucial event. Stepping from the luxurious car with a debatable smirk, the 2 legendary heroes boldly strode down the crimson carpet. Seo Moon-yeop grinned fiercely, eager for chaos. Meanwhile, Jae-woo hopelessly wondered why the masses obsessed over his insanely hot-headed friend. Yeop tossed the credit to his exhausted coach, who had somehow crafted his devastatingly handsome, presentable look. Instantly, a ravenous, flesh-eating horde of reporters violently charged at the heroes. Before our protagonist could process the chaos, his treacherous friend shoved him straight to the hungry wolves. Jae-woo mercilessly sacrificed his friend to the media crossfire to secure his own escape, leaving Yeop brutally bombarded by an endless storm of questions. Drowning in a suffocating downpour of questions, the fiercely annoyed protagonist cursed his friend's betrayal until one terrifying name pierced the noise. Shiron. The ghost of his former teammate shattered his composure. A reporter screamed that the legendary youngest hero had finally invaded Korea for the match. Wild rumors spiraled furiously as reporters desperately questioned her true motive for attending this simple match. The chilling truth dropped. She had crossed the world solely to find an old acquaintance. Absolute terror gripped his soul, realizing he was her ultimate target. Later, the legendary hero kicked the heavy door open with explosive, dramatic flair. Striding dominantly through the locker rooms, his teammates froze in pure, breathless awe at the living myth standing right before them. Yeop's gaze darkened intensely, demanding if the coach knew about the terrifying recent developments. While the innocent daughter vibrated with joy over Shiron's arrival, the terrified father felt a cold, suffocating dread consuming him. Jae-woo desperately warned his friends to stay constantly vigilant and carry serious protection everywhere. Moon-yeop tried to brush off his past cruelty. However, Jae-ho quickly shattered that illusion, reminding him of his relentless curses that once reduced the girl to bitter tears. The protagonist scoffed. He declared that she would never dare unleash her devastating extinction ray for mere revenge. 17 long years should have buried the grudge. Yet while she grew up, Moon-yeop hadn't aged a single day, remaining the exact same nightmare from her past. Back in 2005, absolute chaos consumed the entire world. Shiron, a fierce Chinese warrior, was chosen for the final dungeon raid, etching her name as one of the 7 legendary heroes. As a wealthy heiress and an absolute powerhouse, she naturally secured the ironclad protection of the Chinese government. 17-year-old Shiron lived like true royalty. However, her arrogant claims of reaching maximum potential fiercely infuriated their battle-hardened team leader. He relentlessly tore apart her every single move. Moon-yeop showed her absolutely no mercy on the battlefield. The protagonist cruelly mocked her, branding her a foolish amateur who relied solely on raw power. Thus, father and daughter silently vowed to orchestrate a brutal second funeral for the legendary Seo Moon-yeop. Moon-yeop brushed the deadly threat aside. They had far more pressing battles to face. He demanded absolute focus on the charity match rules. But with a rookie present, he decided to break down the battlefield conditions one last time. The coach declared the fated matchup. It would be an explosive clash between Team Love and Team Hope. Team Love boasted an elite roster of national champions, while their squad mixed wildcards alongside his own powerful daughter. To level the playing field, the national coach joined Team Hope. He was a lethal proximity dealer wielding terrifying teleportation arts. The legendary hero fought beside them as a tanker. Even with sealed skills, his 4 deadly spears and mighty shield exuded an overwhelming aura. Moon-yeop confessed a rare sliver of anxiety. His dormant combat instincts hadn't tasted a real battlefield in ages. Captain Park Chul-ho met the coach's gaze, boldly swearing to unleash their absolute maximum power. Moon-yeop stared in sheer disbelief at their blazing confidence, knowing full well they were pathetically weak compared to the coach. His piercing scanner eyes analyzed the room. A flawless victory required only his trusted old friend and his incredibly talented niece. His absolute gaze instantly confirmed the bitter truth. The rest of the squad possessed absolutely zero hidden potential. But suddenly, an anomaly caught his eye. Choi Hyuk radiated surprisingly formidable base stats. The man harbored a terrifying duel art. He could instantly coat weapons in raging aura while simultaneously forging an unbreakable energy barrier around his physical body. Even more shocking, his potential strength capped at a monstrous 90. Seeing the ultimate tanker within Choi Hyuk, Moon-yeop forcefully ordered him closer. Trembling under that immense pressure, the man timidly introduced himself as a frontline proximity dealer. Moon-yeop's mind reeled at this absurd revelation. This powerhouse claimed to be a mere Samsung Sports-sponsored proximity dealer. Moon-yeop interrogated him. Hyuk stammered, confessing that his lacking physical stature had tragically shattered his childhood dream of becoming a mighty tank. The legendary hero pressed further regarding his abilities. Hyuk foolishly believed his only talent was mere weapon aura infusion. The truth struck Moon-yeop like lightning. The fool was completely blind to his own aura shield, wasting his fate as a dealer. It became glaringly obvious. Some incompetent coach had blindly dumped him into this miserable position. Condemned by his own tiny stature, poor Hyuk simply accepted his doomed fate without a fight. Acting swiftly, Moon-yeop commanded his niece to retrieve a heavy shield. She dashed off immediately. Grasping the heavy iron, the legendary hero forcefully shoved the shield into a thoroughly bewildered Choi Hyuk's hands. With battle looming, Moon-yeop barked a brutal crash course. He commanded him to strike fast, then instantly cower behind his absolute defense. When Hyuk dared to protest his dealer status, pure wrath blazed in the protagonist's eyes over this sheer insubordination. The sudden position swap left the squad bewildered. They quickly realized their fabled hero operated with the terrifying logic of an absolute madman. Swallowed by absolute panic, the desperate younger player immediately looked toward his coach for salvation. But the coach coldly ignored his silent pleas. He ruthlessly declared the new chaotic vanguard, 4 heavy tanks, 6 savage dealers, and 1 solitary support. Hyuk felt chilling despair. Nobody would save him here. With positions locked, the warriors began equipping their combat gear. Moon-yeop immediately noticed his battle attire felt incredibly light. Jae-ho proudly explained this modern marvel. The suit rivaled heavy plate armor defenses while weighing absolutely nothing. Satisfied with the mobility, our hero glanced at his old comrade. The veteran chuckled, never imagining he'd actually wear such advanced technological threads. Jae-ho then eagerly awaited the legendary hero's verdict on his original newly modified battle weapon. Inspecting the divine craftsmanship, Moon-yeop smirked in pure satisfaction. Jae-ho beamed, revealing that this legendary spear was forged with absolute masterclass precision. The coach nervously explained that this very spear was now a legendary artifact, but to Yeop it was just a rusty tool he had acquired last year. Jae-ho urgently warned the legendary hero. Fighting fellow humans was entirely different from slaughtering massive bosses. Though their talent was mediocre, these national pros were ruthless experts in player versus player combat. Yeop simply smirked and thanked him. The coach sighed, declaring they would soon witness the terrifying power of the new generation. Moments later, deafening roars of absolute hype shook the massive stadium. The world watched with bated breath for Team Hope to clash against Team Love. Yeop activated his scanner eyes. The national players had higher raw stats, yet their absolute lack of true talent disgusted him. Questioning Jae-ho about the draft confirmed his darkest suspicions. They only cared about inflated total points. The truth struck like lightning. These players were jacks of all trades but masters of absolutely nothing. Suddenly, a chilling sensation crept up his spine. A blonde opponent was glaring daggers at him. The scanner interface flared. Shim Young-soo actually possessed some surprisingly decent combat stats, but his focus stat was utter garbage. Yeop instantly saw through this pampered young master. 26 out of 60 focus points meant certain death in real combat. The arrogant brat then dared to ask if the old man had a problem. Yeop chuckled in pure disbelief. Did this brat just call him an old-timer? Young-soo seethed with blatant irritation. He absolutely despised the protagonist's incredibly condescending gaze. To this arrogant blonde washed-up war veterans had no right to preach about their modern sport. Swapping places with a teammate, Yeop stepped right up to the blonde kid. Got a problem with me, brat? Young-soo spat back with pure venom, disgusted by the legend's overwhelming arrogance. Our hero burst into genuine laughter. The brat actually thought Yeop was just faking his terrifying battlefield expertise. When Yong-soo threatened a humiliating defeat, our hero simply smiled and casually asked about his father's job. The boy proudly boasted his father was the association's vice president. Yeop smirked. It really shows. The buzzer signaled the match's start. Yong-soo burned with humiliation, furious at being treated like a helpless toddler. Yeop openly mocked him, wondering what kind of pathetic father could raise such an absolute failure. Forged in true hell, Yeop utterly despised these silver spoon young masters. A predatory grin crossed his face. This game was the perfect chance to feed them a taste of true despair. The moment they stepped into the arena, the entire stadium chanted the protagonist's legendary name. Millions of viewers tuned in. The world was completely mesmerized to see the legendary hero finally step onto the virtual battlefield. Even VIP titans watched from the shadows. Heavyweights like Gerald Walker, Joe Feldman, and Jake Grant, the infamous Morrill brothers, were there alongside Shiron, the youngest of the absolute 7 heroes. And with a roaring cheer, the legendary charity match began. The commentators announced the lethal stage. Azaz's spiraling cave, 3 deadly circular zones hiding a secret underground abyss. Vicious monsters prowled this cursed dungeon. Undead skeletons, terrifying Arachne, and the colossal serpent. Team Love boasted national prodigies while Team Hope wielded legendary heroes. The world held its breath for the clash. Just 10 minutes before the bloody countdown, the anxious coach gathered his team for one final strategy briefing. He pointed at the map. They would drop into Zone 5 while the enemy spawned in Zone 1. Jae-ho laid out the crazy plan. While the team farmed zones 5-1 and 5-2, the protagonist would solo the serpent boss. Slaying the serpent would seal the entire area, whispers of doubt spread. No single human had ever soloed this monstrous boss. Jae-ho confidently explained they would then charge in and completely conquer Zone 6. From that blood-soaked vantage point, they would pierce the inner circle to ambush Team Love. He firmly declared his vanguard squad. Himself, his fierce daughter, and his trusted friend would crush the opposing players. Yeop confidently smirked. They could obliterate Team Love in a head-on clash. His friend had clearly grown soft behind a desk. Only 2 victories were needed to crush them. Yeop planned to toy with them, first saving the true nightmare for round 2. Flashing back to the present, Team Hope materialized in Zone 5-1. The coach barked out orders to hold the line. The unrivaled ace of the Korean team drew their weapon, standing as the absolute main damage dealer. While her father and uncle held the vanguard, Cho Ha-yeon marched proudly with the assault team. Meanwhile, our legendary protagonist locked eyes with a familiar face from the past. A nightmare unfolded above. A terrifying swarm of Arachne plunged from the shadows, hungry for player flesh. Over in Zone 1, the fierce Firehound Guild confronted the exact same deadly nightmare. Team leader Choi Woo-hyun barked an order to strike, but the arrogant blonde pyromancer sneered, claiming he bowed to no one's command. Searing flames reduced the monstrous bugs to absolute ashes, yet the fiery player remained utterly disgusted. His pride was shattered. How dare that so-called legendary hero look down upon his overwhelming power? To Yong-soo, those 7 legendary heroes were pure garbage, especially their captain, venting his blazing wrath on the monsters he swore to utterly obliterate our protagonist himself. Back at the battlefield, our legendary hero smirked. It was finally time for their ultimate signature technique. Exploding forward with blinding speed, Ju stomped onto the main character's shield, rocketing into the air like a devastating cannonball. Suspended among the towering beasts, the veteran coach unleashed a storm of blinding sword strikes. The instant gravity pulled him down. Ju flawlessly caught him, transforming his sturdy shield into an unstoppable launching pad. Their absolute synchronization was breathtaking. The terrifying monster swarm was being effortlessly annihilated. The spectators were left utterly speechless. Despite facing a devastating sea of Arachne, the legendary duo was slaughtering the horde with terrifying ease. With the ceiling wiped entirely clean of threats, the exhausted coach hilariously whined about his aching back. Shaking off the fatigue, the legendary vanguard pushed forward to obliterate the remaining trash. Witnessing these 2 legendary titans standing shoulder to shoulder was a truly awe-inspiring spectacle. Arachne possessed famously impenetrable armor. Failing to pierce their shells meant absolute death, yet Yeop shattered their defenses like fragile glass. Though the hero appeared physically outmatched, Choi-hyuk finally gasped as he realized the terrifying truth of his power. The legendary champion had unleashed his divine skills. The rookie tanker possessed focused aura, channeling pure destructive energy directly into his weapon. Wielding a massive shield for the first time felt incredibly awkward. Suddenly, a brilliant revelation hit him. He could infuse his defensive gear with aura just like his primary weapon. Without a second thought, the fearless rookie charged violently ahead to test his newfound power. Crushing his first monster, he realized true mastery required balancing his aura for both offense and absolute defense. Yeop watched the rookie's monstrous growth with deep fascination. A blazing competitive spark ignited. our legendary hero instantly decided to display his true supremacy. Suddenly, an ambushing spider lunged. Disgusted by the weak trash, Yeop instantly obliterated the foul creature with a devastating spear thrust. Another beast ambushed his blind spot. He ruthlessly countered with a lightning-fast underarm strike. The Morrow brothers roared in absolute hype. They instantly recognized the main character's legendary 100-centimeter throw. The stunned commentator elaborated while this devastating technique looked deceptively basic to the untrained eye. It was actually a lethal art, relying purely on raw throwing power to accelerate the spear to godlike velocity. Yeop snatched the weapon back at precisely 100 centimeters. The caster declared it a supersonic strike, shattering all known mortal limits. Yet this godly art demanded absolute precision and terrifyingly explosive speed to execute. And yet he executed it effortlessly, flashing a terrifyingly arrogant grin on global live television. She gritted her teeth in sheer frustration. Even after vanishing in 2005, this legendary bastard had not changed his annoying smirk at all. Checking on his comrade, our hero sensed a murderous intent from above. He mercilessly snuffed out its miserable life instantly. Bored with this pathetic skirmish, the Supreme Champion unleashed his full wrath, launching his legendary spear like a thunderbolt. The battlefield fell dead silent. With the zone utterly purged, their grand strategy could advance. Seung-ho loudly applauded the assault squad's magnificent combat prowess. But just as he ordered the invasion of Zone 52, he froze. Their overpowered main character had completely vanished. Seung-ho panicked, shouting that the crazy vanguard charged the dungeon boss alone. They desperately needed to intercept him, but the veteran coach simply smirked. His reckless friend was actually a tactical mastermind, so he placed absolute faith in his crazy instincts. Thus began the brutal raid on Zone 52. Meanwhile, deep inside Zone 53, our solitary hero confronted the massive boss monster, the calamitous serpent. A wicked smile crossed his face. This monstrous beast was a familiar foe. Yeop felt the thrilling echo of their past legendary clashes. Centering his explosive aura, he arrogantly beckoned the colossal beast to bring it on. The titanic serpent lunged with catastrophic speed. But our champion smoothly slipped beneath its deadly fangs. With the monstrous reptile's fatal blind spot exposed, he channeled his surging aura, driving his spear right through its massive skull. In one breathtaking instant, a raid boss requiring an entire elite guild was effortlessly butchered by the absolute god, Seo Moon-yeop. Moments later, his squad arrived far ahead of schedule. He played it cool, expecting a delay. But the sight left everyone utterly speechless. There sat Yeop, resting on the terrifying boss's crushed corpse. He analyzed the system mechanics. Kill counts dictated the rankings, granting massive supplementary power boosts. The legendary hero left the grunts to his squad, while the Bake family duo shadowed his every move. A brilliant plan formed in Yeop's mind. The commentators went wild. Team Hope's heavy hitters charged straight for the enemy, completely ignoring the monsters to stay hidden. Yeop's sharp eyes caught a crucial detail. The giant serpent lost massive health from just one single strike. Factoring in the battlefield's brutal hunting system, and his own low kill count, the puzzle pieces began to align. His aura glowed with the weakest rank, yet he deduced his sheer willpower was amplifying his field stats to godlike levels. As enemy lines approached rapidly, Jae-ho practically begged the hero to reveal his master plan. Jae-ho just sighed, completely unsurprised when Yeop casually admitted he had zoned out. When the main character mentioned spotting an arrogant Team Love Esper, Jae-ho instantly realized he meant the spoiled brat Yongsu. The plan was simple. Yeop would scout ahead, giving alternate orders if the brat was nowhere to be found. But if Yongsu was there, a completely different fate awaited him. Meanwhile, Team Love had already conquered and camped in Zone 12. Their captain made a tactical split. 6 elites heading to Zone 11, while the remaining 5 marched toward Zone 9. With that command given, the deadly strike teams moved out into the shadows. Deep in Zone 9, the 5-man squad clashed with a terrifying Arachne swarm. Leading the charge was Yongsu, unleashing a roaring inferno. Thanks to his team's ruthless farming strategy, his aura was already blazing with an intimidating purple glow. Bloodlust filled him as they pushed to the next zone. He was desperate to crush the legendary main character himself. But, mid-delusion of his glorious victory, a teammate desperately leaped in to block a fatal surprise attack. The deadly projectile ricocheted off the shield, crashing nearby. Yongsu gasped in absolute horror as fresh blood dripped from his wound. The chilling truth struck him like lightning. They had marched straight into an ambush. Panic erupted among the 5-man squad. Over in Zone 11, the second squad tasted the exact same terror, paralyzed by the looming presence of the legendary hero. Just as their captain opened his mouth to command, a terrifying volley of arrows rained from the sky. Team Love's 6 elites were suddenly surrounded by 8 enemy shadows. Among the fierce ambushers stood a highly anxious Cho Hyuk. Yeop's masterful instructions echoed in his mind. Surround the enemy by sweeping through the dungeon's far side. After slaughtering the boss, Yeop had fired up his squad. Give it everything you have, we are facing a national-level beast. Trusting their legendary leader to back them up soon, all 8 athletes roared and unleashed a massive full-frontal assault. Meanwhile, in Zone 9, Yeop stood tall, casually claiming he had just hurled his spear with absolute maximum power. But his comrade saw right through the lie. Yeop was clearly just warming up. Yeop smirked, mocking how pathetic it would be for a coach to die blocking. Just finish it, his comrade snapped back. The legendary hero grinned, flexing his monstrous aura. And for 4 literally launching his partner Rudolph like a human cannonball. Yeop's eyes locked onto the target for round 2. Channeling devastating power, he hurled his massive spear at blinding supersonic speeds. Instantly, Team Love faced a waking nightmare. Dodging 2 high-velocity missiles simultaneously, panic set in. Their golden goose, the blonde brat, was clearly the primary target. They had to protect him. Yongsoo squeezed his eyes shut for impact, only to realize the teleporting coach bypassed him, aiming straight for the heavy tankers. Take out the close-range attacker first, an enemy frantically screamed. But a devastating spear pierced right through him in a sudden flash. Desperate Team Love swarmed the coach, hoping to crush him before his god-tier teleportation cooldown reset. But in that fatal split second, the Korean squad's ace descended upon the battlefield. Grabbing her father with her whip, the fierce girl blasted him to safety. Inches from the earth, she vanished using teleportation magic, and just like that, the powerful Bake duo safely reunited with the smiling main character. Yeop grinned at his partner. Feels good to taste the thrill of real combat again, does it not? Yet the 48-year-old veteran scowled in supreme annoyance. Still, that single legendary combo move had completely annihilated the enemy's heavy frontline tankers. Now the blue squad locked in for a brutal 3-on-3 showdown, leaving the surviving enemies sweating in a cornered trap. Pick your prey, Yeop commanded with a terrifying smile, sending absolute shivers down the spine of the vice president's spoiled son. The stadium erupted. The sheer brilliance of that strategy left everyone completely speechless. Commentators went wild. Faking a strike on Yongsoo, they obliterated the heavy shields and executed a flawless tactical retreat. Despite possessing mere average abilities, the legendary champion proved his absolute mastery. One single, perfectly calculated spear toss rescued his comrade from certain doom. The broadcast then highlighted Yeop mercilessly tossing Ju around. Returning to the chaos, the father-daughter duo completely ignored the vice president's heir, unleashing fury upon their true prey. The arrogant brat stared in pure disbelief. However, our champion scoffed, calling it a mere parlor trick. A heavy shield bash violently crushed Yongsoo. The hero coldly glared, daring him to spout nonsense one more time. Calling him a pathetic, pampered child, Yeop mercilessly delivered the devastating finishing strike. Over in Zone 11. Team Louvre froze in absolute horror. Seeing Team Hope secure 5 ruthless kills, they realized their vanguard had been entirely annihilated. Their minds completely shattered, utterly unable to process this lightning-fast massacre. Boiling with humiliating rage, one lone vanguard charged recklessly forward. Roaring about national pride, he vowed to slaughter all 8 enemies to salvage their shattered honor. His bloodthirsty gaze locked fiercely onto Cho Hyuk. Facing death, Hyuk visualized his mentor's crash course, seek immediate cover and counterstrike from behind the heavy iron. Trusting his instinct, he deflected the devastating heavy blow. Spotting a fatal opening, the rookie swung for the kill. But the veteran athlete miraculously retreated, narrowly dodging the devastating counterattack. Infuriated, the pro player gritted his teeth. This amateur vanguard was actually displaying an ironclad defense. He violently lunged forward again, screaming that a novice lacked the qualifications to defend. The lethal blade rapidly descended. Hyuk braced for impact, but his clumsy feet tangled, sending him crashing down. Suddenly, digital death particles illuminated the battlefield. Our legendary savior materialized, claiming his 3rd bloody execution to protect the fallen rookie. He smirked, praising the kid's solid endurance. Fall back, he commanded. We'll slaughter the rest. Craving the next stage, Yeop ruthlessly accelerated the massacre. The opening phase concluded abruptly with an utterly humiliating 8-0 wipeout. The undisputed MVP of this bloody skirmish was absolutely Baek Jae-ho. Later inside the lobby, his comrades swarmed him with absolute awe. His immaculate swordsmanship sparked endless cheers, demanding he abandon coaching to rule as an active top-tier pro. Yet the modest veteran simply smiled softly. At 48, stepping onto the digital battlefield felt slightly awkward. Still, his warrior's heart trembled with pure ecstasy upon wielding a blade once more. However, this seasoned ace harbored no delusions. The true glory of this flawless victory belonged entirely to his monstrous friend. Meanwhile, our champion watched the unfolding drama, thoroughly amused by these chaotic developments. Tension spiked. The second phase loomed ahead, inside a nightmarish gauntlet of deadly traps, shifting chambers, and treacherous staircases. This lethal trial would unfold deep within the infamous labyrinth of the damned, a cursed grave for countless elites, until our supreme champion completely shattered its dark legacy. Naturally, the world's gaze locked onto Yeop. After all, he was the sole pioneer who had dominated this death trap. Honestly, our hero felt deeply irritated. His entire 2021 experience consisted of dealing with arrogant little punks, from that venomous journalist dividing him and Walker, to those unhinged fanatics treating him like a literal god. And now, this pampered executive's heir dared to test his legendary prowess on the front lines. Doubters or challengers, it did not matter. The mythic powerhouse locked his visor into place, ready to deliver absolute despair. A sinister grin formed. Yeop planned a devastatingly dramatic encore for his audience. Materializing at the spawn zone, Team Hope's commander stepped up to outline their critical survival strategy. Before a single tactical word left his lips, a commanding voice cut through the silence. Yeop casually declared a solo run, telling the squad to scavenge and survive however they saw fit. Questioned about his geographic memory, the champion dropped a massive bomb. He single-handedly drew this entire cursed map just last year. Recalling that 2004 was only last year for his time-traveling allies, he confirmed this VR simulation was a flawless copy. Trusting his comrade's absolute mastery, the commander confidently approved this lone wolf protocol. He warned the squad to brace for shockwaves. Yeop finally unleashed the terrifying depths of his unrestrained power. Calculating the enemy's spawn point on the far side, predicting their miserable path, was effortless. He exploded forward like a speeding bullet. Hayan trembled, fearing for her lone wolf uncle. Her father merely chuckled. That lazy fool is an absolute unstoppable god within these cursed walls. Declaring the tanker definitely possessed a hidden scheme, he was completely captivated by Yeop's truly outstanding presence. Yet the coach swallowed his praise instantly. Was this brilliant genius, or just the reckless charge of a madman? In the shadows, skeletal warriors emerged. Now facing these low-level undead grunts, a faint smirk of absolute nostalgia crossed his face. Time to give his old sparring partners a brutal gift. He rushed forward, heavy shield raised. The main character planted his feet firmly, waiting for that single, perfect opening. Bam! A sweeping strike. Crushed 3 skeletons instantly, flawlessly countering one. Yet the remaining 2 undead grunts stubbornly refused to fall. Without any hesitation, the tanker violently bashed one skull with his heavy shield, accelerating instantly to ruthlessly skewer the second target at maximum speed. With the cannon fodder easily annihilated, memories flooded his mind. He successfully cleared this brutal raid last year, even though 18 long years had passed for the outside world. The labyrinth of the dead was absolutely ruthless. One slip meant instant death, with crushing gravity multiplied tenfold in the abyss where footing vanished. But the main character knew its deadly secrets. He hurled his heavy spear, anchoring it deep against the stone wall. System mastery was absolute. Executing the perfect technique, Yeop flawlessly used the impaled weapon as a pivot to gracefully absorb his fatal downward drop. In the blink of an eye, a deadly dungeon hazard became nothing but a convenient stepping stone. Boom Team Love froze in sheer terror as the legendary Titan crashed down right before their eyes. Pure panic set in. They were horrified by his impossible speed as 10 minutes hadn't even passed. Yeop smirked, revealing he had already thoroughly dissected their entire strategy in the first round. Weapons were instantly drawn defensively, but he simply scoffed. To him, they were nothing more than pathetic third-rate amateur athletes. Sweating bullets, the panicked captain barked at his squad to fall back immediately. Chae Woo-hyun gritted his teeth, affirming retreat was survival. Surely the monstrous main character had his elite squad waiting in ambush. Yet the absolute apex predator was completely solo, mockingly chuckling at the terrified captain's desperate scramble to escape. A direct clash meant an instant game over for them. Amused by their fear, Yeop generously decided to show mercy, prolonging their miserable playtime just a little bit longer. Activating his piercing diagnostic gaze, the legendary hero scanned the fleeing rats. He began hunting for a very specific fighter among the retreating enemy ranks, target locked. With explosive, unstoppable force, Yeop mercilessly wiped this player from existence. First blood claimed. The captain watched in absolute helpless despair. The main character smirked, knowing such pathetic agility could never have possibly dodged his fatal lightning-fast strike. Retrieving. Retrieving his weapon was a hassle, now leaving him disappointed. But it hardly mattered. His infinite inventory still held 3 deadly replacements. Even as his terrified prey escaped into darkness, the legendary hero maintained absolute composure. It was time to secure the ultimate strategic high ground. Deep in the lower labyrinth floors, Team Love gasped for breath. The captain cursed their utterly disastrous luck, pointing out their devastating, unexpected ambush encounter. Tension flared among the ranks. Teammates argued for a full frontal assault, noting that the monstrous Yeop actually seemed to be wandering completely alone, but the captain quickly silenced them. A hidden ambush would have resulted in an absolute humiliating massacre for their squad if enemies lurked in the pitch-black shadows. As absolute paranoia set in regarding a devastating second strike from the shadows, the arena commentators gasped in total awe. The main character stood at the towering abyss's edge, glaring down like a god, judging mortals below. Having finally secured the perfect unassailable vantage point for tactical retreat, Yeop's brain processed variables like a true supercomputer. Enemy speed, elapsed time, and downward trajectory were perfectly mapped out. His sheer odds of actually pinpointing the terrified enemy's exact hidden location was a thrilling 50-50 gamble against the hands of fate. Blinding aura exploded, channeling violently into the spear's tip as Yeop took the ultimate throwing stance. An exhilarating thrill washed over him. Channeling a cheesy line from his favorite television broadcast, he unleashed the glowing weapon downward with absolutely world-shattering, unstoppable force. Swoosh! The devastating javelin tore through the heavy dungeon air, plunging straight into the pitch-black abyss below. The sheer velocity was absolutely mind-boggling. It was nothing less than a supersonic missile. Still squabbling over their pathetic battle tactics, the enemy squad never even sensed the heaven-sent lightning bolt that violently and unexpectedly impaled its unlucky target. Total silence. The captain's pupils trembled in absolute horror at the sudden execution. Meanwhile, the broadcasting booth completely erupted in pure, unfiltered chaos. Double kill secured. Yeop successfully dominated the odds, winning his deadly coin flip gamble with absolute perfection. The casters screamed in disbelief. They had just witnessed the most breathtaking, legendary assassination in the entire history of Korean esports. Watching the absolute apex predator farm his second kill so effortlessly, Yongsoo ground his teeth in pure, unfiltered irritation. He furiously demanded an immediate counterattack. The arrogant tanker was obviously fighting completely solo. The captain desperately commanded restraint. But the hothead insisted they annihilate the main character immediately. Only then could they hunt peacefully and violently pressure the remaining enemy squad. Chae Woo-hyun's expression darkened. The reckless kid was actually right about their severe numbers disadvantage. Narrowing his eyes, the blonde teammate demanded his next strategic move. Watching the chaos unfold, the legendary hero smirked. His pathetic prey were actually turning on each other. The blonde pyromancer spat venom at his cowardly teammates. He boasted that his blazing power alone could obliterate the main character. However, the captain barked an order to hold back. Such reckless flames devoured way too much aura. But the arrogant brat defied command. Unleashing his blazing fury, he hurled a devastating fireball right at our hero. The impact triggered an earth-shattering explosion. Grinning wildly, the blonde kid bragged. He claimed to have instantly exposed the hiding spot of their legendary target. Right then, Moon-yeop's voice echoed out, mocking the absolute fool. Unfazed behind his sturdy shield, the veteran revealed the cold truth. He had deliberately leaked his aura just to bait them in. Loyal's Rafford. Launching himself forward like a bullet, he ridiculed the pyromancer's embarrassingly terrible acting. The enemy squad froze in pure terror. This ancient monster had casually deflected a catastrophic head-on blast of hellfire. After all, that blonde brat possessed overwhelming destructive output, crowning him the ultimate damage dealer of the Korean squad. Despite his childish tantrums, his raw power was undeniably lethal, yet his absolute best attack was swatted away like a fly. Desperate, the leader divided his vanguard. One unit would grind resources, while an elite strike team hunted the legend down. He ordered his 3 heavy hitters to fake a Western scouting mission. Their true goal, ambush the target and crush him with overwhelming numbers. The captain desperately believed that a perfect tactical analysis would be the absolute key to slaying this almighty beast. The breathless announcers quickly analyzed the deadly shift in strategy. Hunting this apex predator would be an agonizing, near-impossible mission. After all, Moon-yeop breathed these shadows. He was the undisputed master of this very labyrinth. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed from the ceiling. Moon-yeop mocked their painfully predictable tactics before plunging down like a nightmare. The legend sighed in pure disappointment. Always 3 steps ahead, he was brilliantly reversing the ambush on his clueless hunters. With a devastating sonic boom, the legend made his earth-shattering entrance. Glancing at the survivors emerging from the dust, the main character applauded their desperate survival instincts. A bloody smirk crept across his face. 3 elite damage dealers handed to him, absolute perfection. Fading like a ghost, he ruthlessly secured his 3rd blood. Instantly pivoting, he unleashed his legendary 100-centimeter throw. 4 devastating kills now stained his flawless record. His piercing gaze slowly locked onto the final trembling damage dealer. Left completely isolated against a living disaster, the final prey broke down in absolute panic, scrambling desperately to escape. But mortal legs cannot outrun Destiny's Grim Reaper. As the body dropped, only 6 terrified enemies remained on the entire battlefield. Eyes glowing with bloodlust, Moon-yeop charged forward to annihilate the rest. Meanwhile, the stadium erupted in absolute breathless silence. A single Korean veteran had just slaughtered 3 elite national champions in the mere blink of an eye. The entire world watched in terrifying awe. The sheer velocity of his massacre defied all human logic. The stunned announcers asked the ultimate question. Could pampered modern athletes truly survive against the blood-soaked warlords of the past? Watching this flawless slaughter, Shelia gasped in pure disbelief. The undeniable truth hit her soul. The legendary king had finally returned. As the broadcast screamed about his godlike dominance, his own squad frantically radioed in. They begged to know how he secured 5 impossible kills. He calmly revealed the terrifying truth. His aura had burned blood red. Thrilled by his monstrous growth, his allies rushed toward Zone 3-1. But Shelia accurately predicted the absolute massacre would end before backup even arrived. Slicing off the radio feed, his focus sharpened into a lethal blade. Without hesitation, the unstoppable juggernaut launched himself directly into the fray. Crashing down like a meteor, Moon-yeop fearlessly faced his trembling prey. With a devilish grin, he mocked them for the weight. The sweating enemy captain frantically barked orders, begging his crumbling squad to hold the line. A dark chuckle escaped Moon-yeop's lips. How incredibly cute, they actually believed a pathetic formation could chain down a god. His heightened senses caught the shifting shadows. In a desperate final gambit, 6 remaining challengers tightly sealed off his every single escape route. He instantly analyzed their suicidal maneuver. A coordinated, simultaneous strike from all cardinal directions. Yet their flawless strategy was nothing but a fragile illusion. His omniscient battle sense had already locked onto the exact fool who would strike first. His demonic instincts were dead on. A speed-type hunter like Yu Byuk-ho was foolishly preparing to trigger the bloody clash. Aura flared around the athlete, triggering his acceleration skill. His speed would skyrocket for 30 critical seconds. Sensing the massive energy spike, Moon-yeop acknowledged the technique's potential. Pushing base agility stats past the 100 mark was a genuinely impressive feat. This explosive buff made him outpace almost every psychic alive. Despite their flashy tricks, this exact weakness is why national stars always choke on the global stage. Yuman gasped in pure shock. The fool actually executed that desperate thrust. But Yuman knew the dark truth. Boosting physical speed meant nothing if his mind could not react. In a flash, our hero ruthlessly claimed his 6th victim. Panicking, the enemy captain commanded his heavy hitter to unleash the explosive orbs. Shim Yong-soo instantly rained down a devastating barrage upon our legendary hero. The captain ordered Jin-yoon to charge, assuming the smoke provided perfect cover. Holding nothing back, the vanguard lunged forward. He plunged blindly into the thick ash. An eerie silence fell. Then a brutal shield bash violently smashed him into the dirt. As our invincible protagonist claimed his 7th victim, the remaining foes froze in absolute terror. Yuman now wielded twin spears. Dashing like lightning, he hurled his twin blades, a flawless double kill. Now only 2 trembling targets remained. Retrieving his bloody weapon, Yuman smirked. Just 2 more desperate lives stood between him and total victory. Yungu shook violently. Not even the mighty French squad had slaughtered them so mercilessly. The system revealed the captain's trump card. A speed-draining skill, but it only worked on targets with a weaker aura. Yuman scoffed at Chuyun. That pathetic skill was completely useless since most foreign monsters possessed far superior spiritual pressure. Desperate, the captain ordered the blonde rookie to run. He would sacrifice himself against our legend. Too much talking, Yuman mocked, driving his cold steel straight through the distracted captain's chest. 10 kills achieved. Only 1 prey left. The terrified blonde boy screamed for the monster to stay back. A predatory smirk crossed Yuman's face. It was time to permanently delete this spoiled brat. With a devastating shield bash, he crushed the final foe. The glorious 11th elimination was complete. The casters screamed in absolute disbelief. For the first time in national battlefield history, a lone wolf had single-handedly annihilated an entire squad. Following round 1's massacre, this second feat was purely legendary, even without their main ace on the front lines. Social media exploded with insane hype. Our mythic warrior had solo-wiped the entire opposition. Experts were left speechless by his terrifying combat adaptation. The entire stadium erupted, chanting his glorious name. Jiayu pointed at the strange floating device. His comrade quickly revealed it was a broadcast drone. Realizing that this flying eye was beaming his face to the massive arena crowd, our chaotic hero instantly decided to flip off the entire audience. The poor coach gasped. Jiayu scrambled to hold back the reckless rebel. shaking his head round one's most valuable player, dragged round two's menace straight to the press. Moments later, under the blinding flash of cameras, the reporter smiled. The coach bowed respectfully as a competing player. Meanwhile, our hero just offered a lazy wave. Praising their godlike battlefield dominance, she aimed her first question directly at the opening match's star. Did he anticipate such overwhelming success? Jae-yu rubbed his neck humbly, admitting his own surprise. He confessed he was dragged into this war, but thanks to bone-crushing training, his martial muscle memory violently awakened. Now the spotlight aggressively shifted to the terrifying demon of round 2. Questioned about his solo massacre, he smirked arrogantly. To him, destroying an entire squad was painfully effortless. He boldly claimed he held back earlier just to scan the battlefield. Once the data was collected, he finally unleashed absolute hell. Any final words for the crushed opposition? He scoffed, recalling their pathetic positioning and absolute ignorance of their own weak skills. He almost verbally destroyed their incompetent coach, but sensing a deadly aura behind him, he instantly chose diplomacy. The excited reporter asked if he would ever mentor these struggling rookies. Teaching such trash. Zero interest. But with enough cold, hard cash, even the impossible could be negotiated in this capitalist world. Later, pure annoyance crossed our hero's face. They were not heading back to base. Jae-yu excitedly announced the post-match victory banquet. Hae-yeon had already secured their spot. The legend sighed, wanting to rewatch his own spectacular low kicks. But the coach knew he had already endlessly replayed them. Silencing Jae-yu's endless whining, his comrade finally interrogated him about that crazy interview. The monster casually admitted the truth. Slaughtering weaklings was boring, but forging others into ultimate killing machines, that sounded perfectly entertaining. He mercilessly called out his comrade, questioning how such an incompetent man became a head coach. Backed into a corner, Jae-ho confessed his absolute desperation. A decade beside the legendary Moon-yeop gave him false confidence. Now the crushing gap in their raw talent was painfully obvious. He arrogantly believed surviving alongside the protagonist guaranteed world-class coaching status, much like their fellow legendary hero Emre Kasa. Hearing Moon-yeop declare Korea's absolute lack of competent trainers, Jae-ho suspected his legendary friend secretly desired the coaching throne. The protagonist smirked, offering to save his struggling comrade's career, provided the salary was astronomical enough. Offering a rare free taste of his tactical genius, he instantly hooked the desperate coach's undivided attention. First directive, Choi Hyuk must forge the national team's front line as an immovable tanker. Second, that speed freak Yoo Byuk-ho lacks control, so restrict him entirely to executing finishing strikes. Third rule, reposition Chaehyun to the rear guard, where her defensive mastery will completely dominate the field. But the final command left the coach paralyzed, ruthlessly purged the vice president's son from the roster. Moon-yeop mocked his fear of corporate authority. However, Jae-ho fired back, proudly reminding him of his elite status among the 7 heroes. He vehemently argued they couldn't just casually exile their highest aura output user, a walking weapon of mass destruction. Unfazed, the protagonist scoffed. That boy possessed toddler-level agility, standing as the absolute root cause of their devastating defeat. While Jae-ho pleaded for his utility, the main character ruthlessly branded him a catastrophic liability without proper mental awakening. Ultimately, the nation's supreme victory hinged on one brutal swap, erasing Shim Young-soo to awaken Choi Hyuk. Channeling that monstrous raw power would forge an unstoppable path to glory. Dropping his tactical bomb, Moon-yeop smirked, demanding the association president prepare a heavenly fortune to secure his legendary services. Later, entering the Grand Hunters Hotel, the legendary uncle was instantly ambushed by his energetic niece. Her father simply sighed, watching his daughter eagerly drool over the establishment's premium vodka and endless liquor reserves. Abandoning the 2 chaotic alcohol enthusiasts, he hastily sprinted off to hold an urgent summit with the president. With the sole voice of reason vanished, the protagonist wickedly declared an all-out war on the hotel's alcohol supply. Suddenly, a predatory swarm of talent agents locked onto Moon-yeop. Sensing rival sharks circling Joe prepared to strike instantly. But his assistant frantically intervened. She warned that blatantly scouting this wildly unpredictable legend might trigger massive, explosive backlash. Forced to bide his time in the shadows, another daring figure suddenly intercepted his grand prize. Approaching the living myth without hesitation was none other than Jake Rand, Europe's most notoriously ruthless battlefield broker. Joe gritted his teeth in sheer absolute agony, watching the rival broker fluently engage the superstar in foreign tongues. Swallowing his bitter past defeats against Jake, Joe desperately convinced his trembling heart that the European would taste failure today. The American agent firmly believed this transcendent player demanded a master who could gaze perfectly into his very soul. As Jake confidently presented his golden business card, Joe silently prayed for his competitor's utterly devastating, catastrophic downfall. Hae-yeon gasped in pure disbelief. How could her dropout uncle command the English language with such absolute mastery? He casually shrugged, revealing his linguistic mastery was forged during countless chaotic global expeditions. Unveiling secrets of his legendary clash with Walker, he confirmed speaking English, leaving the monolingual girl completely starstruck. Her dreams completely shattered. The legendary hero wasn't an academic failure like her. His ruthless teasing about her terrible grades instantly ignited her blazing, fiery fury. As the European retreated, the American eagerly lunged forward, only to have his grand moment tragically stolen once more. Suddenly, two gleaming bald men dramatically intercepted the legendary hero, questioning his English proficiency. The prestigious Morrow brothers stood entirely paralyzed as the Korean nonchalantly flexed his flawless, impeccable French fluency, too. Their jaws hit the floor when the living myth perfectly identified them as the absolute overlords of France's ultimate weaponry empire. Hyun frantically whispered that these titans now ruled Paris Lumiere, the absolute undisputed #1 battlefield guild on Earth. Hearing Nathan Bernard belonged to their ranks, a lightning bolt of realization struck the protagonist that was the speedster matching Prime Jeho. Moon-yeop braced for another tedious scouting pitch, but the French tycoon surprisingly completely shattered his arrogant, prideful expectations. Piquing his intense curiosity, they humbly confessed that while recruiting a god was tempting, they deeply respected his holy retirement from the blood-stained arena. The earth-shattering truth dropped the mighty Morrow brothers had actually crossed oceans exclusively for Lady Hyun. Hyun froze in pure terror, realizing the world's apex guild hunted her. Translating the shocking offer, the protective uncle quickly warned his overwhelmed niece to perfectly contain her intensely exploding excitement. She bowed to the bald duo. But their eyes were already locked on her. They'd been watching from the shadows. The hero's eyes narrowed. Was this an elaborate trap to recruit him? But the Frenchman merely smirked. They only dealt absolute truths to genuine players. The brothers scoffed. At first, she was too soft to land a killing blow. But after swapping roles, she had finally awakened that ruthless killer instinct. The hero smirked. These two possessed an incredibly sharp eye. They grinned. Once her blade work was polished, she would become an absolute monster on their squad. Then, they bowed to the living legend. With him, Nathan and Hayden united on the battlefield, their guild would be utterly invincible. The Morel brothers dangled a mountain of cash. But he just waved them off. If he ever craved the spotlight, they would be his first call. The insane offer caught Yeop off guard. Did modern sports clubs really mint this much gold? The brothers nodded greedily. It was an absolute goldmine, especially when forging and trading top-tier powerhouses. Revealing themselves as die-hard fans, the French duo offered a premium weapon as tribute. The hero accepted with a satisfied grin. Their mission complete, the twin Baldies vanished. They moved like a fleeting storm. The legendary hero chuckled, likening their chaotic exit to a passing tornado. This endless networking was draining Yeop's soul. Meanwhile, Hyun tugged at his sleeve, burning with curiosity about the Frenchman. The relentless young girl pestered him. She had to know every juicy detail. Defeated, her uncle sighed. He spilled the truth while downing a crisp glass of vodka. Suddenly, another pesky aura approached. Yeop spun around, eyes sharp. His precious drinking time was interrupted once again. The stranger bowed deeply. Yang Min-young, from the Blue House. Yeop's brow twitched. What could the nation's core possibly want with a retired legend? Yang mentioned the Esper meritorious system. Yeop scoffed bitterly. To him it was a sham. Just empty promises made to the desperate soldiers of a forgotten war. But Yang's expression turned dead serious. The monthly pension for a Tier 1 savior, it was absolutely undeniably real. And this wealth had been compounding massively since 2005. The official dropped a bombshell. The government was ready to backpay every single penny he earned since his legendary disappearance. A staggering 2.5 billion won. Completely tax-free. The revelation struck the unshakable protagonist like a massive thunderbolt. Minutes passed, but Yeop remained frozen. That astronomical fortune from the Blue House echoed in his head. The sheer absurdity of those numbers completely consumed his thoughts. As he frantically calculated his explosive net worth, Hyun tilted her head. Why on earth was her uncle mumbling like a madman? Another shadow loomed. An American agent stepped forward swiftly, introducing his name. The vulture named Joe was clearly hunting for talent. Completely drained, Yeop aggressively shooed the man away. Joe raised his hands, promising brevity. He knew the legendary hero was struggling. Waking up in a peaceful era, stripped of the monstrous wars he once fought, was jarring. Yeop's eyes narrowed in intrigue. The agent promised that this hollow feeling was just a temporary phase. According to the slick American, the veteran would soon forge a normal existence. Once the deafening silence of peace settled, his true modern calling would awaken. Slipping a sleek business card into Yeop's hand, Joe insisted. If those words struck a chord, he was just one call away. Walking away, even Joe realized his pitch sounded like absolute garbage. Yeop stared at the oddballs, retreating back, immediately questioning his niece about this weirdo. Hyun dropped the lore. He was the infamous money ghost, a cunning pioneer who amassed terrifying wealth by scouting elite Korean awakeners. Yeop scoffed. That guy didn't breathe a word about cash. It was purely emotional, philosophical garbage. Hyun blinked in sheer confusion. Back in the golden days, that exact man threw mountains of cash to recruit her own father. Yet the grizzled hero sighed. He had to admit those psychological words resonated deeply within his battle-scarred soul. Soon after the atmosphere shifted, the absolute main event had finally begun. The grand charity exchange kicked off. The host's voice boomed. The night's ultimate donor would claim the honor of presenting the final sum. Yeop froze in absolute disbelief. He was the top donor. Before he could process it, he was practically dragged onto the dazzling stage. Standing under the spotlight as a patron saint, he whispered a question. Just how much was his net worth back in 2005? The answer hit like a nuclear strike. 1.74 trillion won. The president confirmed that his friend Jay had donated it all, honoring Yeop's legendary final will. Yeop smirked silently, thanking his old comrade. He had completely forgotten his godlike wealth from the old era. A hollow laugh escaped the hero's lips. He was practically salivating over a 2 billion won pension, yet he used to rule over mountains of trillions. With a wry grin, he joked. Maybe it was time to forcefully reclaim a few ancient treasures. A heavy silence fell over the room. Yeop grabbed the mic, explaining his bizarre reality since his entire fortune vanished in 2005. He awoke in a blindingly modern world that felt utterly alien. Yet here they were, desperately crowning a displaced ghost as their supreme savior. Yeop shamelessly admitted the truth. He never wielded his blade for salvation, but for the pure, intoxicating thrill of the battlefield. He even confessed his darkest desire, praying the blood-soaked war would wage on forever. Without the battlefield, his entire existence simply lost its meaning. That was exactly why the title of savior disgusted him. To Yeop, ending the war just meant destroying his single absolute source of entertainment. However, the main character felt a sliver of pride. The orphans, his immense wealth sponsored, had finally grown into capable adults. He considered this his truest victory. He absolutely refused to let another generation suffer the hellish childhood he once endured. Dropping the microphone, our hero stepped down from the podium. Almost instantly, someone showered his bold declaration with massive praise. But President Park Jin-tae quickly cut in. He barked that even Yeop's legendary wealth couldn't cover his constant chaotic messes. Yeop shamelessly blamed his twisted personality on childhood trauma. But the furious president wasn't buying that tragic backstory at all. When Yeop casually asked why Jin-tae was even here, the old man snapped, calling him a natural-born degenerate. Jin-tae furiously demanded why Yeop brutally humiliated the young national team rookies. The hero merely scoffed, wondering why those so-called elites were such absolute pathetic weaklings. Instead, the president raged that their precious reputation was entirely shattered. A single retired hero had completely wiped them out, while calling them utterly useless trash. He angrily roared that those kids were bleeding to survive, especially since the corrupt government completely cut off their funding. Unfazed Yeop coldly claimed this simply wasn't his problem. His old friend gritted his teeth. Yeop, treating those official espers like worthless street thugs, was the exact reason they lost all their financial support. While Jin-tae screamed about ruining the public image of espers, our protagonist casually shrugged, claiming it was nothing more than basic self-defense. Exhausted, the old man finally dropped his explosive bomb. He desperately begged our protagonist to become the national team's new technical coach. Before a single digit of salary was offered, the legendary hero ruthlessly refused. He smirked, hinting at his own grand master plan. Later in the car, Yeop casually muttered that 16 billion should be enough, sparking Jaeho's intense curiosity. The veteran coach nearly crashed in pure shock. His reckless friend was actually planning to buy an entire guild. Yeop declared his Korean pride couldn't tolerate such pathetic weaklings. He vowed to forge his own elite players and violently level up the national roster. Jaeho frantically warned him that acquiring a first division club would cost an astronomical 20 billion. With a devilish grin, Yeop revealed his true genius. Dominating a second division club would multiply profits. The horrifying realization finally struck the coach. This bastard didn't care about national glory at all. He just wanted to drown in cash. Yeop burst into hysterical, villainous laughter. To him, this absolute greed should have been painfully obvious. Arriving at their destination, a disgusted Jaeho kicked him out. But as Yeop turned around, a menacing aura suddenly caught his eye. A mysteriously familiar figure stood waiting by his house. Jaeho scrambled to respectfully greet Shiron, who quietly claimed she was here to settle unfinished business. The legendary hero narrowed his eyes in deep intrigue. Back in the chaotic war days, reading her transparent emotions was absolute child's play. Now, she was an unreadable abyss. Wary of her devastating extinction ray, he immediately activated his system. The glowing system window left him completely paralyzed. This wasn't the weak Shiron he remembered. She had awakened a terrifying new ability, pushing nearly every stat to the absolute maximum limit. Tension crackled in the air as he bluntly asked if she came to claim his immortal head. Shiron smiled. Discovering his legendary immortality certainly made the execution idea incredibly tempting. However, a bloody assassination wasn't her actual goal today. Assuming she held a burning grudge, Yeop shamelessly reminded the girl of the countless times he boldly dragged her right back from death's terrifying door. The elegant lady shook her head. Her bitter resentment had faded into dust, completely forgiving his relentless demonic bullying from their distant youth. Utterly baffled, our protagonist demanded to know the real reason she appeared today. A shockwave hit him as Shiron whispered the truth. She simply needed to see with her own eyes if Seo Moon had truly returned. Her grand mission accomplished, she gracefully turned to leave. This incredibly abrupt farewell left our overpowered hero completely dumbfounded. In the end, the bewildered Koreans simply scratched their heads. The true motives of this Chinese empress remained an absolute mystery. Staring at her back, Seo Moon-yeop plunged into blood-soaked memories. In the horrific trenches, he once ruthlessly screamed at her pathetic incompetence. A younger Shiron constantly burst into bitter tears, sobbing that leveling up was simply impossible for her. Suddenly, a nightmarish colossus materialized silently behind her. Panic seized her heart. Shiron desperately tried to ignite her core, but her mana was utterly drained. Without her extinction ray, she was totally defenseless against the beast. The abomination launched a devastating bone-crushing strike. Just as she braced for a gruesome end, her cruel savior blocked the attack mercilessly, scolding her for almost dying to low-level trash. The legendary hero brilliantly blocked the fatal blow just in time. When he casually asked about her injuries, the bewildered teenager's heart skipped a beat, blushing intensely. Back in the present, her heart swelled with pure joy. The mysterious savior who protected her had finally truly returned. The very next day, a massive payout from the Blue House arrived. Now our hero faced his real quest: which club to conquer. Shocked by his friend mastering modern mobile banking, Yoonga couldn't help but ask, "Are you seriously going to buy your own battlefield club right now?" With a confident smirk, our protagonist agreed. He simply needed a new hobby, though his loyal supporters warned him it definitely wouldn't be cheap. Desperate to repay a life debt, the man made a shocking offer. He would buy the legendary hero a premium KB1 club, but Yayu simply brushed it off. "Using my own money is way more thrilling." He then asked about the mysterious KB7 League. The coach explained the brutal setup. A fierce 7-on-7 battlefield, and surprisingly enough, these underdog teams were far cheaper than the massive regular league giants. Did this league have fierce competitors? Joho crushed that naive hope. Every decent athlete fled to the second division, instead of enduring the 7-on-7 meat grinder. Hearing this bitter truth, Yayu made his ultimate choice. AKB2 team it is, leaving Ju wondering if the fierce hunt had already begun. Yayu shook his head. The search hadn't started yet, so he was heading straight to Park Genta. Upon hearing this glorious news, the president beamed with absolute delight. Our hero had to calm the ecstatic old man down. He was completely overjoyed that Yayu rejected a mere coaching job just to buy his very own club. What was actually available, Park Genta laid out the cards. 3 clubs were currently up for grabs, including one incredibly desperate to sell at absolutely any price. The legendary hero's interest sparked instantly. Gripping the sales contract form tightly, he demanded to know everything about this tragic club in question. Later at Busan Stadium, the roaring tension of an upcoming clash filled the air. One specific team caught his legendary gaze: the infamous underdog Hanjo Industry. Inside the massive arena, the eager crowd erupted into deafening roars. A sea of fans chanted for the mighty GT Knights, while only a pitiful few supported the eternal last-place losers, the Hanjo Industry. Moon-yeop thought his heavy disguise was absolute perfection, but a mysterious man sitting silently with his entire face completely covered. It totally creeped his neighbors out into immediately changing their seats in sheer panic. He silently prayed to find just one hidden gem. Surely the second division couldn't be a complete wasteland. Right. Recalling the pathetic national players, both rival teams finally stepped onto the battlefield. The wildly arrogant GT Knights swaggered forward, standing against the utterly defeated rock-bottom spirits of Hanjo. Activating his legendary scanner eyes, trash, pure garbage, from the first all the way to the 5th, utterly pathetic. But then, a brilliant spark in the darkness. His sharp gaze locked onto 2 specific players, Namong-jun and No Jung-won. Surprisingly, the frail skinny guy wearing glasses was actually marked as a team supporter. His unique skill set wasn't entirely useless. He could manifest a powerful aura shield to protect his frontline allies, but a mind-blowing skill potential of 95. This guy was completely wasting his raw talents. He absolutely belonged on the front lines as a massive damage dealer. Hidden beneath that weak, trembling frame lay a monstrous sleeping power that absolutely no one else could ever see. Just as he prepared to dismiss the rest as total dead weight. Boom. A player boasting monstrous stats that rivaled the mighty Che Woo-hoon. He wielded a fairly common trait, but its raw strength amplification was absolutely terrifying to behold. Finding 2 flawless diamonds in this mountain of trash was unbelievable. But scanning the forgotten benchwarmers, he discovered something even more breathtaking, waiting in the shadows. A bench player named Lee Na-on. Her status window was completely defying logic. Her explosive jumping power was completely insane, almost flea-like. The rest of her stats were utterly miserable, but place a simple bow in her hands and she would instantly become a deadly sniper. In fact, if she could unlock her maximum speed limit of 100, she would evolve into an absolute nightmare on the entire battlefield. 60 grueling minutes later, Yayu was utterly speechless. The match ended in an absolutely devastating massacre for Hanzhou Industry. They were pitifully, tragically weak to the core. But a wicked grin crossed his face, forging this pathetic broken team into an unstoppable empire. What an exhilarating quest. His ironclad decision was finally made. The legendary hero would outright buy the failing Hanzhou Industry. 2 brief days vanished in a flash. At the Battlefield Association, the ruined team's former owner prepared to surrender his heavy burden into far more capable hands. Our hero fiercely vowed to drag Hanzhou Industry to the absolute pinnacle. Touched by his fierce aura, the former owner placed his complete faith in him. A heavy handshake sealed their fateful pact. The torch had finally been passed, fully backed by the old owner's absolute and unwavering support. The blazing headlines exploded overnight. The legendary hero drops 5 billion won to completely acquire Hanzhou Industry. The public mocked this decision mercilessly. They craved to see their legend bleed in combat, not manage from a desk. Later, the president's warm congratulations were met with an icy, stoic response. Our hero brushed off the empty praise, leaving the old man utterly annoyed by his sheer arrogance. Park Genti desperately pressed the new owner. What was his grand ultimate vision for the team's core theme? The president sighed in sheer relief. Just evaluating base stats without crazy modifications was extremely smart. Since absolute battle maniacs like him made for completely terrible destructive managers, with his grand mission complete, he casually turned to leave. Only then did the president notice. The legend had scored a seriously sweet new ride. With a newfound purpose, calling him outside, our protagonist declared his independence. He couldn't rely on Jae-hyuk as his personal chauffeur forever. Emptying his pockets, Yeop secured his new steed, an iron beast of a motorcycle. Revving the engine, his journey officially began. Soon enough, a literal madman was tearing down the congested highway at blinding speeds. Terrified drivers screamed in panic. Who was this absolute lunatic riding a steel beast with 0 protective gear? But the moment they caught a glimpse of that familiar face, their curses died in their throats, completely stunned. It was the legendary hero himself. Suddenly, Yeop's reckless highway rampage felt more like an awe-inspiring parade. They figured skipping the helmet just made it easier for the police to recognize his legendary face. Like a blazing comet, our favorite lunatic arrived at his destination. Behold, the Hanzhou Industry Clubhouse. One glance at the facility left Yeop completely disgusted. This so-called prestigious clubhouse was basically a massive crumbling ruin. No trespassing allowed, a man barked, storming up to our hero. But his fiery attitude vanished instantly upon recognition. Realizing he had just yelled at the club's absolute master, the man immediately bowed in pure panic. He nervously introduced himself as Coach Choi Dong-jun. Piercing through him, Yeop immediately verified his hidden Esper aura. Scanning his mana traces, the hero quickly deduced this man used to be a supporter-class fighter. Asked his age, the bewildered coach confessed to being 43. His jaw dropped when the youthful owner boldly claimed to be 47. Crushed by Yeop's overwhelming pressure, Dong-jun had no choice but to treat his 30-year-old boss as his absolute senior. Establishing the power dynamic, Yeop spoke with casual authority, while the terrified coach respectfully called him Sir. Guiding his new master around, the coach showcased the entire facility, including the dorms housing their 14 precious athletes. 14 was a pitifully small roster, but Yeop smirked at the massive space, pleased that the basic survival necessities were already fully operational. Reaching the final destination, the legendary hero stepped foot into the sacred training arena. Yeop's sharp eyes narrowed. Why were there only 11 synchronization pods for a roster of 14 awakened players? We lack the funds, the coach muttered. Yeop scoffed at this pathetic excuse, knowing his divine healing could print endless wealth. The hero smirked. This coach had potential. The real bottleneck of this guild was clearly the lackluster players themselves. Dong-jun flinched in absolute shock as the tyrant demanded an immediate audience with the entire roster. Yeop was out of patience. He demanded to inspect his personally requested warriors instantly. Gathering in the tension-filled lounge, the protagonist declared his absolute dominion over the failing club. As a tiny, trembling girl introduced herself as Lee Na-yeon-yeop, mentally crowned her as nothing but a jumping flea. But one piercing glance at her calloused hands revealed the brutal, bloody hours she had sacrificed to the bow. Na-yeon gasped in utter disbelief. The legend nonchalantly explained that her battle-scarred bruises told him everything about her desperate struggle. Blindingly fast but pathetically weak, she could never be a true damage dealer. Yeop struck a nerve mentioning her agonizing lack of progress. Reading her pathetic stats, Yeop ruthlessly declared that fate had cursed her to ride the bench for eternity. Yet this desperate little flea sparked his curiosity. Smirking, the legend promised to shatter her dark destiny and reforge her into a supreme ace. Her eyes widened in utter confusion as this madman commanded her to abandon archery and embrace the path of a phantom thief. Yeop's eyes gleamed with mischief. He would mold her into an invisible phantom that aggressively shatters the enemy's concentration. Questioned about her agonizing training, the completely devastated girl could only whisper that she was an utterly hopeless failure. Then pack your bags. That terrifying nightmare of being exiled from the team endlessly looped through the poor girl's terrified mind. But shattering her despair, Yeop reassured her that her spot was absolutely guaranteed. He wasn't spouting empty comfort either. His burning gaze proved he genuinely intended to forge her into an irreplaceable core player. When the master mentioned her single greatest talent, the naive athlete foolishly assumed he was praising her mediocre archery skills. Her jaw dropped as he brutally crushed her pride. He stated that even the most pathetic trash-tier Esper could fire a bow decently. No, according to the master's sharp insight, her true ultimate weapon was her blistering speed. He commanded her to awaken her movement stats further, creating a devastating synergy with her explosive jumping abilities. A hyper-agile leaping sniper whose sole purpose was to completely steal the enemy's kills and vanish without a single trace. Na-yeon gasped. Her divine mission was basically to mercilessly troll the enemy. Yeop flashed a wicked smile, confirming everything. He firmly locked eyes with her. This psychological warfare would be her absolute sole purpose, demanding she flee with explosive, untouchable speed. The enemy would absolutely despise this kill-stealing phantom. In short, Yeop was grooming Na-yeon to become the battlefield's most infuriating, untouchable menace. He promised to make the coach prioritize her agility. Once she mastered that explosive velocity, the battlefield would be hers to conquer. Na-yeon's voice trembled, asking if she could really become a core combatant. He nodded with absolute certainty. Her latent talent was enough to reach the national roster. In an instant, the tiny warrior's expression ignited with newfound hope. Desperate for reassurance, she asked him again. He firmly locked eyes with her, and a radiant smile blossomed on her face. A glorious destiny was finally unfolding. As she bounced around in pure euphoria, Moon-yeop gave one last command. Send Namgung Ji-hoon in as she leaves. Moments later, a hesitant knock echoed through the room. The master swiftly granted him permission to enter. The boy introduced himself as the team's support, Namgung Ji-hoon. Moon-yeop stared in disbelief. This was undeniably the most fragile-looking awakened he had ever witnessed. A wry smirk crossed his face. His newly acquired squad was certainly packed with highly eccentric anomalies. The fragile boy nervously questioned why he was called. But the moment he heard his support role was terminated, Ji-hoon froze in absolute shock. Irritation flared in Moon-yeop's eyes as the stubborn kid desperately clung to his backline duties. The legendary champion pierced through the boy with an analyzing gaze. Ji-hoon felt a chilling unease. Why was this total stranger abruptly ripping away his entire combat identity? Confusion swirled within the frail athlete. He was suddenly ordered to become a brutal frontline executioner. When told he possessed a hidden genius for swordsmanship, Ji-hoon's mind raced. Had this man actually analyzed their previous battles? Moon-yeop, who literally snored through every single fight, lied without missing a beat. He confidently declared he always thoroughly researches his investments. The scrawny boy desperately protested, arguing that his physical attributes were absolutely pathetic. But the veteran instantly crushed his excuse. His weakness stemmed from cowardly hiding and spamming a single skill. A fiery rage ignited within the legend. How dared this weakling reject his divine guidance, just to remain a useless support? Moon-yeop utterly despised the support class. 90% of them were pathetic burdens, sleeping safely away from danger. Only the elite 10% earned the right to be called true assets. Those rare prodigies wielded multiple divine abilities. They could actively dictate the flow of battle while commanding from the shadows. Since this frail boy was cursed with only one weak talent, Moon-yeop decided to forcefully bestow upon him a second lethal specialty. The champion's blood boiled even hotter. The clueless boy actually thought he was just becoming a support who randomly swings a sword. Forcing a chilling smile, he brutally corrected the misunderstanding. He demanded a frontline executioner who just happened to possess utility buffs. A grim realization dawned on Moon-yeop. The trembling boy was desperately clinging to his class, paralyzed by the terror of frontline bloodshed. The Supreme Boss laid down absolute law. To shed his weakness and become a legendary core, his entire cowardly mindset had to die today. Trembling, the boy asked if this brutal path genuinely led to greatness. Moon-yeop gave an undeniable nod. However, this road demanded bone-crushing effort. Ji-hoon had to bleed for his new power. The veteran's tone turned ice-cold. If the boy rejected this awakening, he would ruthlessly cast him into the streets. With the ultimate ultimatum set, he pierced the boy's soul. Would he rot on the bench of a trash-tier squad or seize this fateful gamble to forge a legendary destiny? Pushed to the absolute limit, Ji-hoon's resolve ignited. He accepted the brutal vanguard path. Stepping out of the domain, the team manager questioned if the master's work was done. His eyes widened when Moon-yeop instantly demanded a ruthless blade master for private tutelage. The manager gasped in absolute disbelief. This elite instructor was meant for their weakest link, Namgung Ji-hoon. Desperately arguing the boy's fragile nature, the manager's jaw dropped. He couldn't process the fact that the fragile kid was now a frontline executioner. But the shockwaves didn't stop there. He was strictly ordered to push Nayeon's explosive agility beyond its absolute limits. Moon-yeop barked another cruel command. The main roster's pathetic endurance needed drastic fortification. They were glass compared to the GT Knights. Just as the Supreme Leader turned to depart, a crucial thought anchored him. What glorious new title should he bestow upon this reborn faction? 24 hours later, a dark aura surrounded our hero. Jeho noticed his friend sinking into grim silence, deciding to leave him be. The national strategist couldn't hide his anxiety. His legendary comrade was completely ignoring the high-stakes broadcast. He instinctively knew this dark mood was directly linked to his newly purchased squad. Jeho casually suggested hunting for fresh talent. Suddenly, Moon-yeop shot up like a lightning bolt. Leaving the stunned freeloader behind, he declared his grand recruitment crusade had officially begun. Recognizing the desperate need for absolute firepower, his eyes shifted toward the chaotic swarm outside. Those annoying pests would become his perfect bait. A massive horde of bloodthirsty journalists furiously besieged the gates. Without wasting a second, the champion dialed Dongjun. They needed to draft new warriors immediately. Dongjun gasped in panic. He reminded his boss that their treasury was dry. They couldn't sustain more than 14 awakened souls. Clicking his tongue in pure annoyance, Moon-yeop swore to fund the gaming pods out of his own pocket. When asked for the price, the trembling employee revealed a staggering 200 million won per unit. Hearing that pathetic number, the legendary hero scoffed in disdain. For a titan like him, that amount was absolute pocket change. Without hesitation, Dongjun received his absolute orders. Post the recruitment ad immediately and keep it open for exactly 3 days. The anxious coach desperately protested the tight deadline. After all, who would willingly apply for a lowly second division team? But our protagonist simply smirked. Everything was already perfectly calculated. Meanwhile, a massive swarm of reporters camped outside the estate. Suddenly, the grand iron gates swung wide open. The press froze in absolute shock as the legendary hero politely greeted them. Chaos instantly erupted as journalists bombarded him with desperate questions. Yeop offered to satisfy their burning curiosity, but demanded one crucial favor. It was incredibly simple. Yeop ordered the press to broadcast a global message. His team was holding an open tryout, closing in exactly 3 days. Just like magic, the recruitment department's inbox was completely overwhelmed with a tsunami of applications. Moments later, the breathless coach reported to his boss. An unbelievable wave of hopefuls had answered the call. When pressed for the exact numbers, he nervously estimated thousands of hopeful candidates. However, Dongjun clarified that only 70 were true battlefield players. This harsh reality instantly disappointed our protagonist. Still, the coach insisted this turnout was an absolute miracle, especially since the official transfer season was completely closed. Wasting no time, our hero stormed into the office to personally hunt for hidden gems. Every single application was laid out before him. Yeop declared he would speed read every single file before diving into the live interviews the panicked coach was rushing to set up. Whenever a mere human awakens as an Esper, they must survive a mandatory physical evaluation at their national association. This brutal exam perfectly measures strength, speed, and aura capacity. It was the exact same trial our hero had once conquered. Yet, as he flipped through the files, crushing disappointment washed over his face. The most infuriating part, his legendary scanner eyes were completely useless against these lifeless pieces of paper. Still, the legendary hero trusted his gut to find at least one diamond in the rough. Suddenly, a specific profile seized his complete attention. Cho Sung-ho, 23 years old. 2 awakened abilities, yet his only life experience was working delivery jobs. This anomaly deeply intrigued him. His physical stats were absolutely pathetic, barely surpassing an average human Olympic gold medalist. However, ignoring those garbage physicals, his rare ability to share objects and vision was an undeniable game-changer. At last, the legendary hero had found a spark of true potential. Soon enough, the fateful day of interviews arrived. One hyperactive candidate bowed deeply before the protagonist, shamelessly declaring himself a massive fanboy. According to the young punk's resume, he had casually dabbled in Battlefield during high school. He smugly admitted that after graduating, he never actually intended to become a professional athlete. Yeop figured the kid finally wanted to go pro. But shockingly, this clown only came for a quick autograph. Furious Yeop instantly ordered him out. Yeop coldly commanded the arrogant brat to completely vanish from his sight. The arrogant kid dared to lecture the legendary hero about ruining his public image. In response, a flying stapler smashed directly into his skull. Yeop practically growled, reminding the bleeding fool that the entire world already knew he was an absolute madman. As the panicked coach desperately tried to pacify his terrifying boss, Yeop ruthlessly demanded the next candidate. Watching an unconscious body get dragged into the hallway sent pure terror through the waiting candidates. Finally, it was Cho Sung-ho's turn. The trembling young man nervously bowed. Meanwhile, the coach stared at the boy's completely garbage stats in sheer disbelief. Confused, the coach questioned why his boss would even entertain such trash. But Yeop simply flashed a dangerously wide smile. Activating his legendary scanner eyes, Yeop confirmed the kid was brutally honest. His physical specs were total garbage. However, his unique awakened skills were a hidden strategic goldmine waiting to be exploited. His first two skills were confirmed. He could teleport objects or share his exact vision with any target up to 3 kilometers away. But as Yeop scanned deeper, he froze in absolute shock. This kid secretly possessed a hidden third skill, aura sharing. Aura transfer was an impossibly rare gift. In the hands of a master tactician, it was a world-shaking weapon. Yeop instantly connected the dots. The clueless boy had no idea this divine power existed within his own body. Glancing at the boy's birth year, Yeop noticed he was the exact same age as Na-yeon, a fact the coach quickly confirmed. The coach stood utterly bewildered as our protagonist confidently declared that this meeting was absolute destiny. With the heavy atmosphere set, our hero began interrogating the extremely nervous rookie. Yeop pierced him with a terrifying gaze, questioning if this mere delivery driver had any actual combat experience. The boy meekly shook his head. This ignited the legendary hero's burning curiosity. With stats pathetic enough to crush anyone's dreams, why did this boy dare to apply? The youth knew his stats were absolute trash. Yet the battlefield, that was his soul's deepest calling. Before, his pathetic weakness had always been the perfect excuse to just surrender. People thought this was just a joke to him. But this delivery boy, he was ready to risk everything for a single shot at destiny. Seeing that blazing resolve, our legendary hero pushed forward with the final trial. How far could his spatial skill reach? Cho Sung-ho firmly declared his absolute limit was 2.5 kilometers. Yet the absolute legend already knew the truth. His real limit was 3. Under immense pressure, the boy explained his technique. He would trace the target's aura signature, locking onto their exact coordinates for the transfer. A realization struck the master like lightning. This kid could pinpoint any living soul within his entire domain. Scanning multiple targets required a slight delay, but inside a dungeon's tight corridors, there was absolutely nowhere to hide. The veteran's eyes gleamed with brilliance. This wasn't just a delivery skill. It was the ultimate scouting ability. Confusion washed over the coach as the master tactician declared a simple truth. Every master thief requires a shadow to assist them. Asking for the youth's name one final time, the legendary champion delivered the absolute verdict. He had officially made the team. While the weakling wept with sheer disbelief, the coach remained completely stunned. The master's grand vision, pairing this rookie with the agile Lee Na-yeon, this unpredictable duo would become the core of his entire battle formation. Together, they would become an absolute nightmare for any enemy. As dusk fell, a massive banquet erupted to honor the new supreme commander of Hanjeong Industries. The entire squad gathered together, feasting in a roaring celebration of their new era. Watching his warriors forge bonds of brotherhood, the legendary hero felt a spark of immense pride. Their fighting spirit was blazing. Suddenly, a towering presence approached him. It was none other than No Jung-hwan, the vanguard and captain of the squad. One glance at his impressive status window confirmed it. This was the fierce warrior who had commanded his attention during the GT Knights clash, an exceptional vanguard with mountain-like stability. Honestly, his profound talents were utterly wasted on this bottom-tier guild. Bowing with utmost respect, the loyal captain swore on his honor. He would absolutely shatter every expectation placed upon him. But true strength takes time to forge. Grateful for this patience, the steadfast captain pledged his entire unit's unwavering loyalty to the living legend. Assessing his steadfast aura, the master tactician smirked. This man had the undisputed soul of a true commander. Just then, his gaze shifted. The agile rogue and the spatial messenger were already crossing paths. Lee Na-yeon's vibrant energy was practically overflowing. Gesturing with absolute authority, the Supreme Owner summoned the two rookies forward. Had fate already connected them, the rogue grinned, revealing they shared the same age and were both absolute greenhorns in the squad. Curiosity flashed in their eyes as the master dropped a massive bombshell. From this moment forward, their destinies were intertwined as an inseparable vanguard duo. Gasps escaped their lips as the veteran shared his battlefield wisdom. A legendary phantom thief always requires a silent guardian in the darkness. The agile little flea's jaw dropped. This seemingly weak delivery boy was actually her newly assigned partner in crime. With a knowing smirk, the commander dismissed them to the feast. The true depths of his terrifying strategy would be unveiled later. Watching their retreating backs, a powerful realization washed over the legendary champion. Finally, he had forged a true battalion of his own. Only one final task remained. Glaring at the guild's pathetic old banner, the supreme leader prepared to rewrite their entire legacy. His booming voice shattered the banquet's chatter. Before his loyal soldiers, he declared the dawn of a brand new title, a name that would echo his absolute supremacy. And just like that, 3 grueling months of hellish preparation flashed by. The stadium roared with terrifying anticipation. The world's eyes were locked on the reborn Hanjeong squad, now feared as Team YSM. The casters fueled the rising tension. It had been 3 months since the Legends takeover, yet no miracles had graced the leaderboards. But today was completely different. This was the grand debut where his hidden weapons would finally step onto the brutal battlefield. In the locker room, the master issued his absolute command. Follow the grand strategy to the letter, especially you, Jo Seung-ho. Anxiety clouded the rookie's face, but the master's confident grin silenced him. This divine formation wouldn't just crush their foes. It would be an absolute spectacle. The time for hiding was over. The legendary commander ordered his disciples to march forth, ready to unleash 3 months of absolute hellish mastery. The battle horns shattered the silence. The brutal opening clash between Team YSM and Incheon BC had officially erupted. High in the VIP stands, Han Seung-hee's heart raced with pure excitement. It had been ages since she felt the earth-shattering roar of the arena. She fondly recalled those early days, standing in the chaotic crowds to support her precious daughter's initial steps into greatness. But her own husband's battles, the foolish man had locked her out too ashamed of his squad's pathetic losing streak to let her watch. A surge of blazing fury ignited within Seo Moon-yeop. His idiot friend's pride had robbed this loyal woman of witnessing a true national-level clash for years. Compared to the Korean national team, just watch. A confident smirk crossed his face. They will put on one hell of a show. With that bold promise of a grand spectacle, the stage was set. Round 1's battleground, the legendary Wizard Canyon. A breathtaking fantasy realm demanding absolute mastery over both sky and sea. Survival here required lightning-fast adaptation to secure victory. The commentators roared. All eyes in the arena were completely locked onto Team YM, swapping key players just 3 months prior. Pure madness. Yet the coach watched in utter disbelief as their runner cleared 100 meters in a mere 3 seconds. Lee Na-yeon wasn't just fast. She was an absolute speed demon. Jo Seung-ho's growth was stellar, but a rookie who never battled before, a once-in-a-generation genius. The coach desperately pleaded to the owner, begging to know how this hidden gem was discovered. Hiding the divine truth of his scanner eyes, Yeop brushed it off smoothly. I just analyzed her muscle density and latent potential. Trembling in awe, the coach praised the legendary insight that once unearthed by Jeho. Keep your eyes on the players, Yeop interrupted sharply. They must conquer entirely different dungeon biomes. Perfecting her running form would shatter Lee Na-yeon's limits, forging her into an unstoppable weapon for the coming wars. Time vanished like a fleeting shadow, leaving merely 50 days until the clash. In training, the little flea dominated, snatching enemy prey with ruthless precision. Her movements were an absolute blur. The opposition was left completely in the dust, slipping away like a phantom. The legendary hero smirked at her flawless escape, turning to mock the utterly defeated opponents for their thoughts. Seething with blazing frustration, the rival squad cursed her, their hunting rhythm completely shattered by her interference. Applauding her masterful speed, the protagonist upgraded her arsenal. It was time to teach her the psychological warfare of trash talk. She plastered on a bright smile, yet beneath the surface, a dark storm of anxiety threatened to consume her. The absolute pinnacle of warriors, her club owner had sworn to forge her into a core pillar. Yet the heavy weight of doubt crushed her confidence. A bottom feeder like her, a national-level threat, the terrifying gap between reality and his grand vision felt absolutely impossible to bridge. The vicious venom of self-doubt clouded her mind, slowly rotting the girl's warrior spirit from the very inside out. Lee Na-yeon. The sharp call shattered her dark thoughts. The captain locked eyes with her, instantly reading her trembling nerves and grounding her reality. Flailing in absolute panic, the little flea desperately faked her composure. "Drop the act," he grinned warmly. "Terror before your debut battle is a true warrior's rite of passage, nothing to hide." Around her, veteran comrades chimed in, confessing their own heart, stopping dread during their rookie debuts. "Fear isn't weakness," the captain declared. "You need to trust in your own dormant power. The Supreme Esper chose you. You are destined to become the ultimate phantom thief." Instantly, a spark of fiery resolve returned to Lee Na-yeon's eyes. Turning to the vanguard, the captain roared, "We carry the legacy of a living legend. Do not let him down." His fiery aura ignited their battle spirit. The objective was crystal clear. Execute the master strategy flawlessly. The starting horn blasted instantly. Team YM shattered standard formations, dividing into an unorthodox 4-4-3 split. "A bizarre strategy," the commentator screamed. "One squad is completely abandoning the monster hunt, rushing straight into the abyss of the dungeon." Moving with godlike agility, the strike trio breached deep into enemy territory in a mere heartbeat. Screeching to a sudden halt, the elite trio anchored themselves at the ultimate vantage point. Snatching a simple stone, Jo Seung-ho smirked. "This will do the trick." His aura flared as the object transfer skill activated. The phantom reconnaissance had officially begun. Scanning a massive 3-kilometer radius, this manual tracking technique was the perfect surveillance web for reconnaissance. Expanding his consciousness, he manually hunted for the receiver's exact location. Target locked. 4 hostile signatures detected Jo Seung-ho's piercing gaze, instantly identified every single enemy player by name. Hostiles perched on the high ground, he warned the speedster. Coiling her muscles like a loaded spring, the flea locked onto her trajectory and exploded forward. Launching into a breathtaking aerial arc, Lee Na-yeon suddenly froze. Right below her, rival espers locked in a desperate clash with raging dragons. Prey confirmed, Na-yeon calculated her landing flawlessly, immediately using the momentum to vault straight back into the heavens. A thrilling rush of adrenaline hit her. These sluggish opposing fools couldn't even track her fleeting shadow. Completely blind to the phantom above, the 4 enemies remained fiercely tunnel-visioned on their hunt. "Crush them now. They are on the ropes," the vanguard tank roared. But suddenly, a lethal arrow materialized out of nowhere, claiming their kill. Blazing fury erupted within the enemy ranks. Their hard-earned prey had been stolen right from under their noses. The vanguard roared, ordering absolute focus on the hunt. He instantly dispatched Ji-wook to crush the annoying invader. Ji-wook launched forward like a missile. His deadly blade sliced through the air but violently struck only empty earth. Stunned by her sudden disappearance, a mocking voice echoed behind him. "You are looking the wrong way." The swordsman whipped around, watching her ruthlessly steal another kill with a devastating storm of arrows. Frustration boiled within him. To crush this pathetic kill thief, he needed to predict her exact landing spot. The exact moment her boots neared the earth, he unleashed his killing strike. Na-yeon danced around his furious swings, endlessly mocking the swordsman. Ji-wook's aura flared with absolute rage. "Too slow," she sneered, flashing a deeply arrogant smirk. Commentators went wild as the little flea shattered their mental states. Her godlike speed was unmatched. Suddenly, her quiver ran completely dry. Without missing a beat, she demanded fresh ammunition. Armed with Seung-ho's endless arrow deliveries, the infamous kill thief continued to utterly humiliate the furious enemy forces. A caster praised the support's game-changing ability before suddenly freezing. Something bizarre had caught his eye. Seung-ho materialized a comic book mid-battle. "Call me if you run dry," he yawned. The stadium erupted in pure disbelief. Weeks before the tournament, grueling training sessions pushed their limits. Despite their desperate struggles, Team B was completely overwhelmed by the massive skill gap. Yeop recognized Na-yeon's terrifying talent as a natural-born rage baiter, a perfect weapon to shatter enemy formations. Meanwhile, her support struggled to secure safe blind spots. This severely delayed his crucial supply lines. Yeop bound Namgung Jahoon to the boy's side. His monstrous stats made him the ultimate living shield. Securing the perfect shadows, the boy grabbed a fresh quiver and instantly teleported the ammo to his archer. He repeated this flawless cycle. The coach and team owner watched, completely fascinated by the rhythm. "Will he just act like a vending machine?" Yeop asked. The coach nodded. "He literally has 0 other duties." The legendary hero scoffed at the dull tactic. He decided to inject some ultimate disrespect into their strategy. This sparked the legendary troll move. Reading comic books during a high-stakes bloodbath, chaos and destruction raged around him. Yet the support casually flipped pages through the screaming battlefield. Casters gasped at the bizarre duo. Ji-hoon desperately slaughtered young wyverns while his teammate lounged comfortably in the dirt. The arena erupted in mockery. Fans could not believe the elite Incheon squad was losing to these absolute clowns. The second Nayeon signaled an empty clip, her support instantly warped another deadly quiver into her waiting hands. Watching the chaos unfold, the legendary hero erupted into booming laughter. The lady narrowed her eyes. This maddeningly arrogant strategy was entirely his doing. While the hero shamelessly flexed his tactical genius, she pleaded with him to save her husband's failing career. Yeop scoffed, revealing Bak Jae-ho's fatal mistake. He foolishly protected the vice president's son over drafting the prodigy Choi Hyuk. She sighed deeply. Though her husband practically lived at work, the bitter feud with that boy was no secret. The protagonist's eyes gleamed with deep intrigue. Yeop coldly dismissed the drama. His friend needed to act like a true professional in the coaching realm. Their gaze snapped back to the bloody arena. 2 more elite hunters had joined the frantic chase for the trapped flea. Yet, despite overwhelming numbers, catching the nimble thief proved absolutely impossible. Keep dodging. Take the escape route, her support commanded over the comms, checking if she was holding up. The nervous girl gulped and nodded. With bloodthirsty enemies breathing down her neck, this was her very first real war. But recalling the unshakable faith of her club owner and team, a blazing confidence ignited within the archer's soul. They were fighting to honor Yeop's expectations. Retreat was no longer an option in her mind. Moving like a phantom, she flawlessly evaded every lethal strike. The flea bounded backward. She taunted their pathetic speed, driving the furious hunters into an absolute state of madness. Nayeon sprinted with explosive power, desperately evading 6 elite espers who hungered for her immediate elimination. Yet her terrifying agility and sky-high leaps allowed her to continuously cheat death. Everything flowed perfectly into her trap. Nayeon knew these prideful hunters would never abandon their chase. The enemy squad was out for blood. They needed to eliminate the kill thief immediately, desperately hoping to finally secure their farming zones in peace. But suddenly, her frantic footsteps halted. Cornered with 0 escape routes, the enemy smirked, taunting her to check her 6. Nayeon stood trembling at a terrifying precipice. The dizzying height was absolute suicide, rendering even her legendary jumping stats completely useless for a safe landing. The nimble thief had absolutely no choice but to surrender. Flashing a deadly smile, she loudly confessed that her escape routes were entirely blocked off. The rival squad frowned in utter confusion as she mocked her own demise, only to be completely blindsided by a game-changing twist. Boom. The entire YSM squad erupted from behind a massive boulder, crashing onto the platform. The playful thief smirked, declaring a total massacre upon the hunters. Nayeon proudly announced their impending doom, jaws dropped in absolute horror. Nobody anticipated this brilliant ambush from the YSM athletes hiding behind the stone. Just like that, the brutally underleveled Incheon squad was forced to clash against a fully farmed, terrifyingly geared nightmare team. To put it simply, the Red Squad was facing total annihilation. As their 6 Vanguard members were ruthlessly slaughtered, the desperate backups rushed blindly into the fray, but their sacrifice was utterly meaningless. Against all odds, the absolute bottom-tier underdogs shattered every expectation with an overwhelmingly dominant, devastating victory. The screaming commentators announced that this legendary bloodbath had birthed 2 spectacular new super rookies. The brilliant thief and her lethal partner stole the entire show, leaving the roaring audience begging for more. In a single dazzling debut, Lee Nayeon and Jo Sung-ho transformed into absolute fan favorites. Yet the stunned duo could barely process their own godlike status. Glancing toward the VIP stands, the girl locked eyes with Yeop, suddenly remembering the club owner's prophetic whisper. His sacred promise was fulfilled. The pesky rookie had awakened into a core legend. Receiving a solid nod of approval from the world's absolute #1 esper, the young prodigies felt their hearts explode with pride. Thus, round 1 concluded in an absolute one-sided massacre. Nobody dared to predict Yeop's glorious triumph. This earth-shattering upset completely shattered the enemy team's mental fortitude. YSM perfectly executed their terrifying containment strategy once again. Round 2 left the hopeless victims entirely paralyzed. Just like magic, the forgotten bottom feeders claimed an impossible, flawless 2-0 victory across the board. The entire arena already knew who would snatch the MVP crown. Lee Nayeon humbly accepted the legendary MVP title, heavily praising the mastermind who discovered her dormant talent and forged her into a masterclass thief. Instantly, the ultimate credit for this divine conquest shifted to the legendary hero. The epic match completely shattered the internet. Thousands of blazing comments worshipped the girl's breathtaking, jaw-dropping battlefield execution. Even though the nimble rogue hogged the flashing spotlight, her incredibly lethal partner secured his own well-deserved mountain of glory. Birthing 2 monstrous rookies overnight, this single godly match violently breathed life back into the dying Korean League. The mythical architect behind the master plan, the man who unearthed these 2 gems, became the nation's newest obsession. With a single strike, his terrifying genius and god-tier scouting intuition sent massive shockwaves across the globe. Days after the explosive battle, reporters hounded the main character, questioning his legendary foresight in discovering the rogue duo. Yeop firmly promised Jeho that every word was absolute truth, swearing upon his honor regarding the miraculous discovery. The coach nodded at the flawless logic. Flexing his unmatched scouting prowess, the hero proudly smiled as his friend questioned if Nayeon and Sungho possessed national-level tier potential. Sensing the brewing storm, the protagonist strictly ordered him to secure Choi Hyuk first. The stubborn beast refused the tanker class, but Jeho proudly revealed he had finally broken his stubbornness. The talented youth confessed a heartbreaking truth. His burning dream of entering the nationals was being ruthlessly crushed by his own guild. The protagonist narrowed his eyes at the brutal politics. Jeho exposed that the elite Korean coaches harbored massive jealousy, despising the outsider who crashed the national ranks through pure, terrifying merit. Yeop ruthlessly mocked their pathetic coaching abilities. An intense aura flared as Yeop demanded a face-off with these so-called masters, daring them to question his legendary methods. Jeho sweated profusely, knowing those cowards wouldn't dare squeak against the absolute madman. Suddenly, the coach's jaw completely dropped as his terrifying friend demanded Choi Hyuk's immediate buyout price. The ambitious club owner declared his absolute intent to purchase the powerhouse. Gangnam News exploded with headlines. Under the legendary hero's divine guidance, YSM's monstrous win streak had successfully extended to 5. The Phantom Rogue evolved into a walking nightmare. Together with her lethal shadow, they were universally crowned as supreme deities of KB2. Beaming with pure joy, the coach shoved the glowing article toward the hero. It was an unprecedented, flawless 5-match winning streak with 0 casualties. Overwhelmed by the impossible miracle, hot tears streamed down the man's face. He never dared dream of such god-tier success. Yeop merely smirked at the trivial milestone, coldly demanding to know the fallen guild's previous absolute record. Trembling, the coach confessed the number had not even reached 3. Fury ignited within the legendary hero. He seriously considered firing the man on the spot. Dongjun noted Naeun's explosive rise to stardom after just 1 match. The protagonist's instincts were dead on. Her performance on the battlefield was absolutely breathtaking. Forced into a bitter apology, the coach bowed. Yeop remembered the man's initial doubts about hiring Jo Sunho and accelerating the girl's phenomenal growth, but the legendary hero's gaze remained cold. This is no time for celebration. Our enemies know Jo Sunho is the fatal flaw in our formation, he declared. He pierced the coach with an intense glare, demanding a tactical countermeasure. Dongjun frantically insisted they prioritize his absolute protection. The coach's pride shattered as the arrogant owner smirked, noting that Dongjun was not completely useless after all. Dongjun instantly swallowed his raging pride under the hero's terrifying aura. Keep pushing this squad to their absolute limits, the owner commanded. With Jun and No, Jungwon's brutal training finally blooming, Dongjun firmly vowed to execute the order. A savage grin crossed the protagonist's face. I like that fiery confidence. I expect a mountain of victories. The demand hit like a lightning bolt. A 50% win rate. The coach stood absolutely paralyzed in shock. Even at their absolute peak, this squad had barely scraped a 31% victory rate. Trembling under the crushing pressure, the helpless coach had no choice but to submit. The captain knew a 50% rate was once an impossible dream. Yet looking at the owner's commanding presence, he knew those words were not empty bluffs. The captain realized this monstrous owner, ready to inflict childhood trauma on the coach if they failed, was a terrifyingly brilliant tactician. No Jungwon owed his entire athletic destiny to the life-changing sponsorship provided by Hanjin. Despite the organization's new title, the fiery captain's heart burned with a desperate yearning to finally repay that massive debt. Yeop's voice cut through the restaurant's tension. Since the whole squad is gathered, he smirked, tormenting only the coach seems unfair. The legendary aura flared. He commanded absolute silence from the entire room to deliver a groundbreaking announcement. Hit that legendary 50% win, mark the hero promised, and my financial backing for this promising squad will absolutely skyrocket. Is that crystal clear? He boomed. The players erupted in a deafening wave of applause and fierce agreement. Turning on his heel, Yeop departed strictly, forbidding the coach from following him out. Such trivial formalities disgusted him. Stepping outside, a cold realization struck the owner. He desperately needed more warriors. Jo Sunho's object transfer and scouting reach had a pathetic hard limit of 3 kilometers. If rival guilds assassinated him first, his partner would become dead weight. Yeop knew perfectly well that a single tactical counter would permanently shatter their glorious winning streak. The legendary hero craved a deeply versatile roster. He needed enough elite blood to run brutal 11-on-11 combat simulations. The last candidate merely craved his legendary blessing. Flush with fresh sponsor capital, Yeop desperately racked his brain for an entirely new revolutionary scouting method. Just as his thoughts drifted toward recruiting the mighty Cho Hyuk, his phone suddenly buzzed with a message. The text pointed him toward the youth minor leagues. Despite endless corporate scouting, some hidden unpolished gems might still lurk in the shadows. A smirk danced on the protagonist's lips. Ju was actually proving useful for once. He decided to dive deep into the high school battlegrounds right as the brutal second half of the year kicked off. Yasm hit a ceiling of 6 glorious victories, flawlessly matching the protagonist's prophecy. Rival squads began deploying vicious countermeasures to crush their unstoppable dynamic duo. As crushing despair poisoned their morale, the captain stepped up. He forged brilliant new battle formations entirely independent of Yeop's original master plan. The ultimate underdog squad, once rotting in dead last among 20 factions, clawed their way to 10 epic wins and 8 losses. Yasm violently surged to 9th place, before settling at a highly respectable rank 11 as the grueling season finally closed. Their victory rate shattered the 55% barrier. As blazing summer arrived, the ultimate hunt for fresh, unawakened talent finally commenced. A massive buzzing crowd swarmed the gates of Yongyang High School's legendary battlefield club. Kim Jong-in, the school's battlefield commander, bowed to the legendary hero. Yeop calmly declared his presence as an official club owner. Masking his true intentions, Yeop asked to freely roam the training grounds. Eager to please the coach, immediately volunteered as his personal guide. Stepping inside, Yeop marveled at the incredibly advanced high-tech armory. Suddenly, a bizarre anomaly caught his piercing gaze. His sharp eyes locked onto a wildly talented aura. The coach chuckled at the hero's godly intuition but dropped a bomb. That prodigy has already been snatched by a first-league powerhouse. Annoyance flared within Yeop. To think even such a painfully average Esper had already been poached. The hero hungered for a monstrous recruit, boasting a 90-point stat average and an overpowered reality-breaking ability. Yet he doubted such a god-tier anomaly existed here. But just as he sifted through the absolute trash, in search of hidden gold, the coach's booming voice shattered his deep thoughts instantly. Kicking off the grand facility tour, Kim proudly displayed every single promising athlete sweating inside the building. Intense frustration gnawed at Yeop. This scouting mission was maddeningly difficult. Watching every single elite high school rookie already snatched up fueled his blazing fury. Those massive corporate guilds were sweeping up raw talent, acting exactly like greedy fishermen casting their massive, inescapable nets. Suddenly, a flustered voice echoed through the hallway, bowing in frantic apology. The coach warmly welcomed Baum, casually asking about his university entrance exams. Then time seemed to completely freeze as the stunned boy finally locked eyes with the absolute legendary hero standing before him. Intrigued by this unique aura, Yeop secretly activated his scanner eyes. The glowing system interface suddenly popped up, leaving his jaw completely unhinged. When asked if he was burying his combat blade in dusty textbooks, Baum sheepishly nodded. He bitterly muttered that his pathetic combat skills meant ordinary university was a significantly safer bet than surviving the brutal pro leagues. Yeop marveled that blind rival scouts had completely ignored such a hidden diamond. Trembling with adoration, the hardcore fanboy reached out as his absolute idol graciously offered a warm, unexpected handshake. Knowing this ruthless legend's terrifying reputation for crushing overeager fans, the boy hesitated. However, Yeop flashed a reassuring smirk, granting him an unprecedented free pass. Then the legendary Aura Master dropped an absolute bombshell. He desperately wanted this rookie. Baum stood completely paralyzed. Through his glowing system window, Yeop stared in absolute awe, having miraculously stumbled upon the boy's hidden tier ability, known as shadow walking. This godly technique boosted movement speed exponentially within the darkness. With absolute mastery, the user could literally melt into the shadows, acting as perfect stealth camouflage. Yet, the clueless wielder of this epic power just blinked in sheer bewilderment. Yeop grinned wildly. This hidden skill would absolutely dominate the fierce Korean League. He instantly threw down an invite to Team YSM. Snatching him before rival vultures arrived was critical. Deeply flustered, Baum questioned this insanely hasty recruitment, considering their destinies had just crossed. Desperate to hide his divine system power, Yeop totally bluffed, confidently, claiming he had witnessed the rookie's glorious matches. Baum completely shattered the illusion, heavily confessing he was a permanent benchwarmer. The legendary hero instantly realized his massive, totally embarrassing blunder. Scrambling desperately to save his own face, he smoothly lied, declaring he had thoroughly investigated him. He feigned intense outrage that such raw talent was permanently benched. Yeop insisted this high schooler harbored an explosive dormant potential that ordinary mortals simply could not perceive. Baum nervously shook his head, passionately arguing there was a massive mistake. He cited his trash-tier speed and utterly pathetic combat skills. Yeop confidently countered, declaring his divine eye for dormant talent, proudly listing his own monstrous guildmates as absolute living proof. Struck with awe, the boy openly gasped at this godly intuition. Yeop stepped closer, dramatically declaring that the rookie's ultimate weapon was actually his shadowed skill. Radiating a seasoned veteran aura, Yeop pointed out the boy's fatal misunderstanding of his own true power, even as Bomb insisted it merely granted a basic speed boost in the dark. Bomb believed his innate powers were total trash. Yeop dropped profound martial philosophy: a hunter's aura mirrors their soul. This shadow affinity clearly reflected his crushed self-esteem and desperate, unyielding thirst for true recognition. He just could not shatter his fragile reality. The legendary Aura Master revealed a shocking truth. With bone-breaking training, this pathetic ability could drastically level up. He described it as a legendary one-time awakening. Without hesitation, Yeop slammed a 2-year pact down. He boldly promised a 3-year extension once the boy adapted to the brutal pro-gamer life. To seal the deal, the legend casually threw in a staggering 300 million won compensation. Bomb's soul nearly left his utterly paralyzed body. Yeop casually brushed it off. This astronomical fortune would perfectly compensate for risking his safe university dreams within the treacherous, unforgiving gaming realm. Trembling from shock, the boy stammered that he absolutely needed his mother's permission. Time was money. Yeop dragged the kid outside, forcefully tossing him onto his roaring motorcycle before tearing down the city streets exactly like an absolute speed demon. The deed was done. Yunbom signed a 2-year extendable pact, instantly scoring a massive 55 million won starting bonus. It guaranteed a 35 million won yearly salary, absolutely crowned by that earth-shattering 300 million won golden compensation. A wildly triumphant smirk played on Yeop's lips. Thirsting for even more hidden monsters to bolster his squad, the relentless recruiter eagerly fired up his engine and charged toward the next academy. But brutal fate intervened. Upon arriving, he was utterly stunned to find every promising warrior already plundered. Refusing to ever admit defeat, his eyes blazed with intense resolve. Following his long hit list, he aggressively hunted from one high school battleground to the next. Yet the talent pool was bone dry. Boiling with sheer frustration, the annoyed legendary veteran finally dragged his boots to the absolute last academy. Yeop swore this academy would be his final stand, but his blood quickly reached a boiling point. The absolute prodigy he desperately sought was flat out refusing to enter the pro arena. Enter Choi Jungmin, wielding the broken observation skill, capable of exposing any enemy's fatal flaw. He coldly declared he had zero interest in professional battlefield. The tired instructor sighed deeply. Despite boasting god-tier stats and countless lucrative guild offers, this stubborn youth was blindly throwing his glorious pro-gaming destiny completely away. The absolute core problem: Jungmin was chained by his parents' unyielding opinions. He bitterly revealed their stance. They believed he was squandering his talents, totally missing out on a normal, successful life. Hearing the youth's rebellious desire for absolute freedom, our hero immediately recognized the boy's brilliantly twisted nature. The kid's ultimate dream: to pen his own novels. So he was dealing with a creative soul. A sly smirk crossed the legend's face. Seo Moon-yeop leaned in, reminding the stunned teenager that he was the absolute savior who dragged humanity from the brink of annihilation back in 2005. Those dusty old biographies were ancient history. Who better to pen his new epic saga than this very student? The boy's eyes sparkled with wild ambition. A gritty, brutal, dark fantasy, it was an author's absolute dream. The ultimate bait was cast. Moon-yeop promised to reveal the blood-soaked secrets of the final dungeon hidden from the world until this very moment. But the heavy price for this forbidden knowledge? Sign the contract and join his guild. The greedy boy instantly swallowed the hook. In a flash, he secured a prodigy. 160 million for signing and 55 million annually for 3 years. Such astronomical fees were perfectly justified. The boy's overwhelming talent had every top-tier guild drooling over his potential. Mustering his remaining courage, the rookie locked eyes with the living legend, begging to ask one burning question. Our majestic savior confidently gave him the floor. How did this man possess absolutely zero blind spots? The boy had never faced such an impenetrable godlike aura before. Even the elite French players had glaring fatal flaws hiding within their combat stances. Moon-yeop chuckled, declaring his supreme uniqueness. Stunned, the kid insisted this titan belonged on the battlefield, not behind a desk. The answer was devastatingly simple. Slaying mere humans in charity bouts deeply disgusted the battle-hardened veteran. With the rookie's thirst for truth quenched, he ordered the boy inside to await his grand summons. Now the returning champion turned his terrifying focus toward his next absolute priority. Dialing up Coach Choi, the legend was immediately grilled about his relentless talent scouting mission. Since top rookies vanished by summer, the coach gasped in pure shock. His comrade had actually ensnared 2 prodigies, but Choi's curiosity burned hotter. Moon-yeop's late-night call practically dripped with vicious anticipation to fully unleash the young artist's potential. The mastermind demanded a face-to-face interrogation with his newest target, the grand destination. It was painfully obvious to anyone paying attention. Under the moonlight, he descended upon the Sangsong Spritz stronghold to confront their leader, Guards foolishly blocked his path, sparking nostalgic memories of his violent siege on the Blue House. Remembering how he mercilessly crushed the elite Secret Service, he casually allowed these terrified bouncers to radio their superiors first. The terrified sentinels immediately stepped aside. Striding through the opulent compound, he bathed in the blinding glory of their state-of-the-art training facilities and pristine architecture. Their ridiculous wealth eclipsed his own humble guild. Yet he stubbornly rationalized that his territory boasted superior multi-purpose versatility. A harsh reality check hit him. His barren mountain peak was practically only good for agonizing cardio. Suddenly, an unknown figure intercepted him. Club director Kim Jin-tae materialized sprinting to the front lines after sensing the legendary conqueror's arrival. One slick introduction confirmed it. This corporate snake specialized purely in trafficking awakened combatants. Moon-yeop relegated such petty trades to his subordinates. Yet the director praised his target's terrifying potential. Annoyed, our hero coldly growled that such empty flattery was an absolute joke. Sweat drenched the director's brow. One wrong word could trigger the legendary madman's catastrophic, unstoppable wrath. Surprise flashed through the legend's eyes. How did this suit know his true target was the coach? The rat even deduced his secret scheme to poach Choi Hyuk. Moon-yeop had ordained the kid as a fortress-like tanker. Yet the rebellious coach foolishly defied this absolute decree. Fearing a blood-soaked massacre between the two titans, the desperate director begged to negotiate the trade himself. The legend's freezing aura spiked as he demanded an audience. Terrified, the trembling executive obediently surrendered the path. Breaching the inner sanctum, Moon-yeop locked eyes with Cho Moon-hong, announcing he had arrived for strict official business. Gripping the man's hand for a supposed peaceful greeting, he felt violent tremors shaking the coach's entire body. Lightning struck the legendary hero's mind. That pathetic, shivering face. He had definitely crossed paths with this miserable soul in a past life. Our legendary hero questioned his connection to the coach. This newcomer's sudden presence sparked deep curiosity. The man introduced himself as Yeom Ji-hyuk. He was the team captain summoned abruptly by the coach's urgent orders. While the mustached man made flimsy excuses, the bald captain secretly knew his true mission was purely protecting this coach. Our hero shrugged it off. However, his piercing gaze remained entirely locked onto the trembling coach. Yu-yeop's eyes narrowed with absolute certainty. They had met before. The coach instantly broke into panicked sweats. Sweating profusely, the mustached man desperately argued that our famous protagonist was simply confusing him with some total stranger. Yet, our protagonist ruthlessly pressed on. Panicking, the man desperately pivoted the conversation toward an urgent player contract. Suddenly, the truth clicked in the hero's mind. The coach gasped in absolute terror. Actually, the legendary hero was still digging through his memories. The desperate coach swore they were total strangers. Yu-yeop relentlessly probed his past. The pathetic man practically begged him to stop digging up ancient history, just as the mustached man pleaded for mercy. Boom! The forgotten memory finally struck the protagonist. The coach froze in utter despair. Yu-yeop smiled darkly, vowing he never forgets annoying pests from past dungeon raids. Blazing fury ignited. He remembered this absolute nuisance from the 1993 Temple of Vengeful Spirits raid. Yu-yeop seriously questioned his past mercy. Why did he spare someone he swore to utterly destroy? Hearing of the legend's glorious return, the coward grew a mustache, desperately trying to hide from this absolute madman. Choi Moon-song prayed the 1993 nightmare stayed buried. Flashback. 200 elite espers gathered before the capital station. The unconquered Temple of Vengeful Spirits awaited its challengers. Their supreme commander, a legendary 18-year-old tactical genius. He proposed a flawless defensive strategy to shield the weaker vanguards from devastating dungeon traps. Suddenly, a fool challenged his absolute authority. One warrior arrogantly demanded they abandon complex tactics and blindly crush the dungeon using sheer, overwhelming numbers. 24-year-old Choi Moon-song sneered. He called the genius completely overrated and arrogantly demanded to steal the commander's throne. While the redhead kept spewing garbage, Park Jin-tae desperately restrained the violently furious young maniac Yu-yeop. Park Jin-tae begged the boy for restraint. Their absolute priority was clearing the gate, requiring strict adherence to the strategy. Hearing this, our fierce protagonist swore a bloody oath. He vowed to brutally crush that arrogant swordsman once the dungeon was fully cleared. But the foolish swordsman scoffed. Blinded by arrogance, he ignored orders, genuinely believing his own power could solo the deadly gate. Inside the cursed temple, massive stone golems immediately ambushed the human vanguard forces. Yu-yeop commanded a slow advance. The main unit would strike while rotating heavy tanks held an unbreakable defensive line. Then absolute disaster struck. Choi Moon-song recklessly charged forward, screaming that this cowardly pace would doom them all. The arrogant swordsman mocked their 18-year-old leader before fatally stepping directly onto a pressure plate. Click, the redhead froze in utter horror. The young commander's dire trap warnings suddenly echoed in his empty skull. Boom, colossal boulders plummeted straight from the shadowy ceiling. Anticipating a brutal, crushing death, the foolish swordsman was violently yanked away at the very last second, barely surviving. Crash. The main pathway was completely obliterated. The strike force was forced into a devastatingly long, perilous detour. Choi Moon-sung gasped as a terrifyingly demonic aura loomed right behind him. Arrogance shattered into pure terror. The young maniac promised him a very intimate chat post-dungeon. That day, he suffered a beating so unfathomably savage his very soul still trembles remembering it. Back in the present, he desperately played dumb. However, Yu-yeop ruthlessly demanded a private room for a chat. Watching the man practically wet himself, our hero offered a chillingly sweet reassurance. Yu-yeop smiled, swearing he wouldn't avenge a 90s grudge. But Choi Moon-sung sensed absolutely fatal killing intent. The protagonist suggested the audience leave casually, adding that a public execution of his pride was totally fine too. Completely trapped, the mustached coward frantically begged the captain and the head to abandon him to his terrifying fate. The door clicked shut. Yu-yeop's aura exploded. He cornered the arrogant loudmouth who dared defy his absolute commands. His reckless insubordination had cost them 9 agonizing extra hours in that hellish raid. Utterly defeated, the coach confessed. He whimpered about past immaturity, begging to erase this deeply humiliating history. Yet despite being 6 years older, Choi Moon-sung bitterly recalled taking the most absolute soul-crushing beatdown of his life from our main character. Stepping out of the dungeon's shadows, Yeop simply shrugged, claiming that memory had entirely slipped his mind. Furious, the older man declared that momentary blind rage was the sole reason Yeop had left him breathing. Seeking peace, the coach begged for a fresh start. The protagonist smirked and agreed, deciding not to brutally punish ancient grudges. However, cold dread paralyzed the coach when Yeop smiled, threatening to crush him for an entirely fresh, unforgivable offense instead. While Yeop gracefully buried the ghosts of yesterday, he fully intended to unleash absolute hell for the unforgivable sins committed today. Horror consumed the coach as the cheerful maniac lunged forward, promising a merciful beating that still spelled utter doom. Desperate, he begged for a reason. The legendary hero declared the coach's ultimate sin blocking Choi Hyuk's fateful position. Awakening. Shockingly, Yeop praised his foolish courage. The coach dared to oppose the dramatic role shift, fully knowing whose overwhelming shadow orchestrated it. Trembling, the coach foolishly argued the player was already a flawless close-quarters damage dealer. Confronted about brutally bad-mouthing both him and Jaho, the relieved coach nervously shifted gears, eagerly begging for the alternative survival method. Yeop dropped a bombshell. He would leak the buried 1993 scandal to the ruthless press, eternally ruining the coach's name. Panicking, the coach desperately threatened legal war against the legendary Esper, forgetting the hero stood high above mortal laws. The absolute powerhouse laughed at the pathetic threat, daring Choi to try court while promising a terrifying personal hunting down. Defeated, the coach croaked out his true motive. Yeop's eyes flashed fiercely. He was here to claim Choi Hyuk. Knowing the contract expired soon, the hero struck. But the stubborn coach swore to forcefully extend it, desperately blocking this notorious career destroyer. Yet Yeop coldly spat the absolute truth. Moon-sung was the real career parasite. Blinded by petty vengeance, he viciously chained down the boy's legendary potential to feed his own endless hatred. Cornered without options, the coach reluctantly yielded. Secretly confident he possessed countless melee replacements, the greedy man audaciously demanded a staggering 1.2 billion won transfer ransom. A dark smirk crossed our main character's face. The audacity of this wealthy club coach attempting to ruthlessly scam a supposedly penniless guildmaster like himself. Murderous intent violently flared. He confessed an overwhelming urge to annihilate the coach entirely, offering mere survival for an extremely generous discount. At that chilling declaration, pure panic shattered the coach. Staring into the eyes of an absolute apex predator, he knew the monster would happily execute him. Trembling, he slashed the astronomical fee to 1 billion won. Yeop's murderous aura only grew denser. Sweating bullets, the coach crashed the price to 500 million won, yet the suffocating death pressure remained. Crushed beneath the overwhelming spiritual weight, the broken man practically gave him away, crying out a pitiful 100 million won transfer fee. Choi Moon-sung desperately pleaded that this absolute bargain must eternally wipe away all their remaining bad blood. With a nod from the triumphant clubmaster, the trembling coach breathlessly sealed the fateful life-saving vow. Sighing in absolute relief, the redhead foolishly believed he survived the storm. Little did he know, the real Seo Moon-yeop's boundless pettiness vastly eclipsed any imaginary nightmare. Days later, destiny shifted as the promising rookie finally entered YSM. Our main character warmly embraced his newest absolute wall, Choi Hyuk. The unbreakable tanker secured a majestic 5-year contract worth 600 million won annually. The media exploded with the official announcement. Coach Choi Dong-jun successfully snatched the rising star from his former guild for a ridiculously cheap 50 million won. Later, surrounded by mountains of player contracts, Yeop's brilliant mind began rapidly calculating. Despite his relentless recruitment campaign, he agonizingly lacked 4 members to forge his ultimate 22-athlete army. Suddenly, Haeyeon burst through the doors. Spotting her notoriously elusive uncle, who had practically become a phantom lately, she sprinted over to inspect his chaotic paperwork. Smirking, the uncle fired back that she was the true phantom. After all, her own mother claimed the girl had practically abandoned their home lately. His sharp gaze then caught the mysterious textbook she clutched. Glancing at the cover, our protagonist naturally assumed it contained hopelessly basic beginner-level French lessons. Yeop mercilessly teased his niece, sarcastically marveling at how the wonderful year of 2021 even published study guides for the utterly simple-minded. Overwhelmed by brutally complex French, the desperate girl loudly pleaded for her invincible uncle to accompany her. This unexpected cry for help instantly piqued his sharp interest. Shortly after, elite European agent Jake Rand briefed them on the girl's finalized contract details. The only final trial remaining was her rigorous physical awakening test in Paris. Following a phenomenal mid-season role change, this explosive athlete completely dominated the league, as MVP instantly hailed as the undisputed #1 close-quarters commander. The legendary Moreau brothers, secretly tracking her monstrous growth, wasted 0 time sending a royal invitation to join their elite guild. Ink dried on the fateful Paris Lumiere contract. Haeyeon was officially ready to conquer the fierce battlegrounds of the Grand European League. The heartbreaking truth of her French studies hit him like a truck. Guilt washed over the uncle, realizing his guild-building obsession had completely neglected her, yet knowing her top-tier agent possessed unwavering loyalty eased his heavy heart. With the superstar athlete secured, the sharp-eyed agent finally turned his focus toward our guildmaster. He disclosed the Moreau brothers' exclusive club invitation to our protagonist. Noticing his utter bewilderment, Jae-ho clarified they needed Moon-yeop to translate for the girl whilst plotting to gift him something special. Instantly, our legendary hero recalled those eccentric siblings. Operating an elite weapon forged, those self-proclaimed lifelong fanboys had sworn to craft him a custom masterpiece. While the Korean assumed they were merely delivering the promised blade, the agent admitted this was their ultimate bait to lure him into Paris. Moon-yeop argued his own club kept him too swamped for overseas travel. Thus, Jae-ho extended a strategic lifeline. Realizing a VIP's assistance could spark miracles, the hero confessed his guild YSM desperately bled funds and raw talent. His interest instantly piqued when the agent suggested expanding his talent hunt into Parisian territory. Jae-ho noted Korea's strict 5-foreigner limit per guild roster. Since France poured massive resources into the system, finding a diamond in the rough was completely guaranteed. He emphasized that studying the French League's ecosystem would massively level up our legendary hero's management skills. After a moment of silent contemplation, Moon-yeop recognized the sheer brilliance of this master plan. Without a second of hesitation, the Korean squad eagerly boarded their flight. Hours later, their massive jet finally touched down at Charles de Gaulle Airport in Paris. Moon-yeop Haeyeon and her mother triumphantly stepped onto European ground. The elegant matriarch sighed heavily, missing Paris after years away, lamenting that her beloved husband couldn't join their grand overseas expedition today. Moon-yeop reasoned his comrade was buried in endless guild duties. It was better to leave him fiercely guarding the fortress while they secured the perfect Parisian sanctuary for Haeyeon's stay. However, the moment they cleared the gates, ravenous French journalists instantly ambushed the Korean entourage. Irritation flared within our legendary hero. Press hounds truly acted like relentless parasites no matter the continent. Suddenly, the bald mastermind behind this chaotic media circus revealed himself. Moon-yeop furiously accused him of planting the paparazzi, questioning why a big-shot owner would personally greet a mere recruit. The man confessed his role as the player manager. The bald executive smirked, arguing this blinding spotlight would massively boost their new Korean prodigy. A brutal truth our hero couldn't refute. Our hero instantly sensed this manager was a truly cunning fox, practically forcing him into an on-camera interview just to safeguard his niece's bright future. A bold reporter demanded his thoughts on his historic first visit back in 2021. He proudly declared he was visiting as a relaxed tourist, not a blood-soaked warrior, feeling quite pleased. The press then ruthlessly probed, was this visit born from a deep bond with the Moreau brothers or a secret contract signing? Moon-yeop dropped a bombshell, stating he had outright rejected their guild's offer and was solely escorting his talented niece. But one specific interview question unexpectedly hit the protagonist like a truck. Would he reunite with Eric Thuram, his legendary brother-in-arms? According to Jae-ho's latest intelligence, Moon-yeop knew Eric had settled into quiet matrimony, peacefully hiding away in the scenic French countryside. However, with such a brief European schedule, making a detour to visit his old comrade was impossible. He'd happily share a drink if his old friend was actually in Paris. Meanwhile, watching the broadcast where his former leader jokingly called him a naive fool who probably lost his entire fortune to scammers, the unemployed veteran choked violently, spilling his coffee. Eric, one of the 7 legendary heroes, was utterly stunned by his mighty leader's sudden arrival in France. Wasting absolutely zero time, the shocked warrior launched himself straight into the raging ocean. He hastily shouted to his companion that their peaceful fishing trip was cancelled. He needed to sprint back to French shores immediately. His white-haired companion stared in absolute disbelief. They were literally floating in the dead center of the vast Atlantic Ocean. Back at the lavish Paris Lumiere headquarters, the Morrow brothers practically vibrated with excitement, seeing the legendary savior finally grace their halls. Seizing the moment, the relentless siblings practically begged their VIP guest to sign a guild contract, but Moon-yeop smoothly redirected, insisting the gifted Ha-yeon was the only powerhouse they needed. A fact the Frenchman couldn't possibly deny. Undeterred by the rejection, the eager brothers challenged the protagonist to conquer their state-of-the-art physical evaluation. But as they greedily demanded highly profitable favors, like his autograph exhibition appearances and exclusive broadcasting rights, an intense wave of pure irritation washed over Moon-yeop. He sharply ordered the greedy executives to back off exactly as they had anticipated. Moments later, it was finally time for Ha-yeon's brutal physical evaluation. From the high-tech control room, the French officials radioed the translator to check her condition. Ha-yeon confidently signaled she was ready. With the green light given, they initiated the punishing trial. Her mission: obliterate an incoming horde of spawning monsters. With only 60 seconds on the clock, the young athlete exploded into a blinding blur of motion. Her godlike agility allowed her to weave effortlessly through the beastly swarm. Before the monsters could even react, Ha-yeon fully unleashed her dormant aura. Drawing her deadly whip and blade, she unleashed a gorgeous symphony of absolute destruction. In a flash, the prodigy completely annihilated the trial in just 22 seconds. Looking to her mother and uncle for validation, the young talent received nothing but absolute praise. Her relentless training paid off, leaving the astounded club owner scrambling to offer her a contract immediately. For Moon-yeop, watching his niece shatter, every expectation was simply a matter of course. After all, even at 24 years of age, her limitless potential was only just awakening. Though his legendary guidance forged her current strength, he trusted the Lumiere coaching staff to refine her further. She still needed to polish her technique and aura, but the hero knew she possessed heaven-defying talent. Those brothers had struck absolute gold, securing a future superstar for a mere 5.6 billion. Suddenly, a breathtaking stranger stepped into the room seeking the hero, leaving both women completely starstruck. His identity was undeniable. This man stood proudly at the absolute apex, ranking top 3 in Battlefield. Moon-yeop's interest peaked at this speedster, who rivaled the mighty Prime Jeho. It was Paris Lumiere's elite vanguard, Nathan Bernard. The legendary savior never expected fate to bring them together so soon. Just like that, 2 generational titans stood face to face. Long ago, in 2005, the 7 absolute heroes sealed the final gate. With the brutal apocalyptic war concluded, countless awakened espers finally laid down their blood-stained weapons. However, the meteoric rise of Battlefield thrust their superhuman kind back onto the world stage, sparking one burning debate. The entire world desperately wondered who was worthy enough to inherit the legendary hero's crown as supreme warrior. With the combat sport dominating global attention, countless formidable challengers were nominated to claim the empty throne. Yet, amidst all the fierce arguments, only one transcendent name constantly emerged: France's undisputed champion, and his club's shining ace, securing Player of the Year honors for 3 consecutive seasons. This was the magnificent Nathan Bernard. The club owners gasped, completely stunned to see their ace wandering the facility during his precious rest day. Nathan calmly revealed his desire to meet the living myth, Moon-yeop. Meanwhile, the hero felt deeply intrigued by the challenger's piercing gaze. The superstar also wished to welcome his newest comrade, prompting a flustered Ha-yeon to attempt a clumsy French greeting. Whirling toward her mother for translation help, she found the older woman utterly mesmerized by the Frenchman's dazzling sapphire eyes. Nathan respectfully declared it a tremendous honor to finally meet legendary Seo Moon-yeop. The veteran instantly recognized a humility. Walker severely lacked his curiosity, endlessly burning toward those intense, unwavering eyes. Just as the hero prepared to warmly welcome his niece's new comrade, a sudden, unpredictable movement caught him off guard. Instincts screaming Moon-yeop, prepared for a sudden ambush. Yet his battle-hardened aura faltered as the dazzling youngster lunged into a passionate embrace. The legendary hero internally panicked, Overwhelmed by Nathan's dramatic affection, the battle-tested legend experienced his first genuine moment of vulnerability in years through this shockingly warm reception. Before the French star could officially speak, Moon-yeop effortlessly shattered the ice, highly complimenting the phenomenal gameplay he had previously analyzed. Deeply humbled by his childhood idol's golden praise, Nathan bowed, insisting his martial prowess was nowhere near the legendary realm. Yet Moon-yeop's sharp eyes saw the absolute truth. This prodigy's monstrous stats and divine techniques fully earned such immense glory. The only mild flaw in this golden warrior's terrifying arsenal was his maximum stamina limit. Furthermore, his mesmerizing signature technique, Alter Ego, fascinated the veteran. It split his physical vessel into two synchronized bodies, dividing his surging aura. Reading his unawakened depths, the legendary hero realized this soaring comet possessed the raw potential to eclipse even Prime Jeho. If he perfectly synchronized his highly intricate combat arts with that mind-bending cloning ability, even his so-called weak stamina utterly eclipsed the absolute peak of Korea's premier First Division heavy tanks. A thrilling scenario ignited in Moon-yeop's mind. How would this elegant phantom fare against Walker's devastating trinity of strength, speed, and endurance? Just as he mused about paying a fortune to witness that explosive clash, a chilling realization suddenly struck his mind. The veteran finally grasped the addictive magic of Battlefield. It quenched humanity's primal thirst to crown the undisputed strongest awakened Esper. Bringing up Walker's name, Bernard revealed how the hot-headed bruiser hadn't stopped worshipping the legend since their initial explosive confrontation. Smirking slightly, Moon-yeop casually dismissed their chaotic clash. To him, it wasn't a fierce battle, but merely a painfully strict disciplinary lesson. Leaving Bernard utterly speechless, the hero nonchalantly bragged about violently instilling humility, gifting the brute a $10 million revelation. The French ace trembled in sheer disbelief, horrified to learn how brutally fast that monumental clash had actually concluded. Moon-yeop merely chuckled, pointing out that the global news already covered everything. The club owners urgently clarified that the media never declared a victor. Smirking, the absolute hero revealed his overwhelming triumph despite showing mercy. Bernard questioned the legendary hero. Could he truly crush Walker all by himself? Why were they so utterly stunned that a mortal could match another mortal's strength? The brothers gasped. Walker had returned packing monstrous power because his former bitter enemy had actually trained him. They gaped in awe. The legend had deliberately nurtured a deadly rival's growth. Utter respect washed over them. Who else but this absolute madman would pull off such a dangerously arrogant move? While the dazzling twin treasures completely captivated the hero's absolute attention, Bernard's mind began racing with fierce calculations. He vividly recalled obliterating the elite tanker. He had even perfectly countered that speedster, who lived in absolute terror of fighting Walker one-on-one. Of course, the arena system heavily punished brutal brawls between massive tankers and fierce melee dealers. Even then, the taste of ultimate victory felt uncertain. His piercing gaze shifted. Just how terrifyingly powerful was this legendary figure currently wrestling to escape the club owner's grasp? Years ago, challenging a deceased myth seemed completely impossible. But now, his warrior blood boiled fiercely with an overwhelming craving to clash against this living god. Meanwhile, Yeop silently mused. Those piercing sapphire eyes of Bernard must have absolutely shattered countless innocent maidens' hearts. He quickly warned his precious niece about the heartbreaker. But she scoffed, dismissing him entirely. Suddenly, her mother materialized from the shadows, demanding to know her exact romantic type. Haeon proudly dropped a bombshell. She harbored a dangerous weakness for fiery, reckless thugs. The hero's mind instantly spiraled. Did he actually know any bloodthirsty, barbaric maniacs fitting that terrifying description? He completely missed her intensely admiring gaze. Frantic, the mother furiously argued that such wild men only drag down absolute catastrophe. But Haeon firmly defended their legendary achievements. When pushed to simply date a respectable man like her father, the girl ruthlessly slammed the door shut on her private romantic affairs. Walker's irritating face flashed in Yeop's mind as the ultimate vulgar barbarian. Hell would freeze over before he let that brute near his precious niece. Soon after, Haeon cheerfully dragged her mother out for an extravagant shopping campaign. Smiling brightly, she promised him a magnificent gift. Bernard boldly volunteered to guard the ladies. The absolute fool had zero clue he was the exact predator the hero had just furiously warned them against. Luckily, the Morrow brothers swooped in like saviors. They smoothly rescued Yeop from shopping hell by offering an exclusive, high-class workshop tour. The legend's eyes fiercely sparkled. The long-awaited moment to finally claim his ultimate present had arrived. Stepping into the blazing weapon forge, the brothers guided him through the massive facility. Yeop's hawk-like gaze silently analyzed the sweating blacksmiths. The atmosphere was incredibly solid. Even with the supreme bosses intensely watching, the focused craftsmen didn't flinch a single millimeter. The tycoons proudly displayed their masterfully forged arsenal. Suddenly, a chillingly lethal blade magnetically locked onto Yeop's intense gaze. For a supreme legend who had wielded countless divine artifacts, deeming this mortal sword genuinely magnificent was absolute high praise. They smirked entirely, expecting the master's flawless discernment. The brutal arrival of the apocalyptic battlefield had completely resurrected the dying weapon industry. Crushing every obstacle, the Morrow brothers forged this humble workshop into the absolute undisputed global empire. Initially, they merely sought to shield their loyal blacksmiths from absolute ruin. Yet plunging through utter darkness, they accidentally forged an unimaginably vast mountain of wealth. Yeop smirked, realizing true champions never fall. Grinning proudly, they declared that this massive success perfectly allowed them to craft his absolute ultimate gear. The brothers beamed proudly. The fated hour to unveil the hero's ultimate present had finally struck. A click echoed. The heavy steel vault slid open dramatically, revealing unassuming metal rods engraved with the living legend's glorious name. Yeop's sharp eyes instantly recognized collapsed spears. As the grinning tycoons eagerly demanded a test swing, the confused master completely failed to locate any physical deployment trigger. Chuckling, they revealed its true nature, an aura-driven core. Blazing spiritual energy flooded his grip violently, triggering the weapon's magnificent mechanical awakening. The bosses boldly boasted, forged by supreme grandmasters wielding god-tier materials. These unmatched masterpieces absolutely crushed the hero's outdated primitive arsenal. They casually brushed off the weapon's physical world fragility. Since it was exclusively engineered to completely dominate the virtual realm, real-world durability meant absolutely nothing. Retracting the blade with a surge of energy, Yeop calmly agreed. His bloody days of surviving nightmarish real-world dungeons were forever buried. The proud brothers passionately declared that with perfect maintenance, this divine artifact would loyally serve the master until his dying breath. A wave of guilt hit Yeop. Accepting such an unfathomable technological miracle completely for free felt practically criminal. Smiling, the brothers finally explained their true plan. Yes, this god-tier artifact was exclusively custom forged for his hands. But shockingly, he absolutely wouldn't be its sole wielder. Yeop's jaw practically dropped. These absolute madmen fully intended to mass-produce and fiercely monetize the legendary hero's signature weapon to the entire globe. A vein throbbed on the hero's forehead. He had been played. They were shamelessly using his godly status as a walking, breathing advertisement. But the tycoons quickly flashed greedy grins. If sales exploded globally, a terrifyingly massive avalanche of sponsorship royalties would flood straight into his vault. The ambitious brothers offered a staggering $2 billion yearly, plus a massive $4.1 billion bonus every single time he wielded their masterpiece in battle. With the staggering terms laid out, the Frenchman eagerly awaited the Korean legend's final verdict. The proud warrior within him fiercely wanted to refuse, yet his shrewd club owner instincts violently forced him to seize this astronomically lucrative golden ticket. The moment his pen left the paper, the brothers slyly asked if he had actually read the fine print. Their smiles widened as they pointed out the absolute clause forbidding him from abandoning the weapon. The protagonist shrugged it off, completely unbothered. But then they dropped a massive bombshell. He was not officially registered as an awakened player. Only certified players possessed the right to bear arms. The legend argued his diplomatic immunity only to freeze in utter shock. That absolute privilege completely vanished at the ruthless borders of customs. Yeop gritted his teeth. Smuggling these legendary spears into Korea by sheer force would only invoke the terrifying wrath of airport security. However, the cunning president offered a ridiculously simple escape route. To bypass the strict weapon regulations and wield his gear freely, the legend absolutely had to register his name in the official player database. Later, the mother-daughter duo returned from their massive shopping spree, brandishing a gift only to find the supreme warrior slumped over in total defeat. Startled, Ha-young immediately asked the legendary hero what catastrophic disaster occurred. In the flashback, the brothers revealed their master plan. He needed to awaken his status at the Korean Battlefield Association before conquering the international database to finalize his registration. Thanks to the massive reach of the global association, the protagonist could magically process his Korean awakening right from the heart of France. The sly executives offered to dispatch an elite agent to perfectly execute the complex paperwork. Since our protagonist possessed a completed avatar profile, the tedious process became insanely easy. Realizing he had walked right into their brilliantly crafted trap, the legendary hero exploded with fiery rage, while the owners desperately begged him to calm down. But the furious madman was completely failing to seal away his explosive wrath. Yeop forcefully suppressed his urge to strangle the smug executives. They boasted that their god-tier negotiation skills easily bypassed his absolute impenetrable guard. They confidently stated that awakening as a player carried zero risks, only endless perks. Fate had cornered him, and Yeop was absolutely destined to lose this battle. The passionate brothers swore on their lives to never harm their ultimate idol. They proudly unveiled a secret shrine hoarding his legendary old sports car, alongside his gloriously hard-earned vanity necklace. They had even secured his tragically abandoned Day 5 diary, winning it fiercely from a high-stakes underground auction. Utterly defeated and seething with unimaginable fury, Yeop swallowed his immense pride and bitterly requested their employees' assistance. Yeop was completely, utterly stunned. He was basically forced into a player's life when he only ever intended to crush tournaments for emergency cash. Ha-young gleefully celebrated her uncle's grand debut as an official athlete. Her pure, bright praises instantly melted away his blazing fury. Yeop clarified that no one could force him onto the battlefield. Yet falling for the Moreau brothers' masterfully deceptive scheme and becoming their signed player made his blood boil violently. He fiercely threatened their lives. Ha-young confessed her true dream of him joining Paris Lumiere. She desperately longed to fight alongside him on the glorious battlefield, just like her legendary father. The immortal hero sighed, explaining that her ancient history felt like literally yesterday to him. Suddenly, a voice broke the tension, noticing his magnificent new spears. The voice belonged to the formidable Nathan, eagerly challenging our hero to unleash their true power. Despite his vacation, Nathan demanded twice-a-week training sessions with the new bloody season fast approaching. He boldly declared they had an intense morning practice tomorrow. Nathan practically begged his childhood idol to join the grueling session. Yeop chuckled instantly, realizing the brazen rookie was completely transparent about his burning ambitions. His curiosity ignited by Bernard's unyielding spirit, the legend smirked and accepted the bold challenge. Morning struck the Grand Clubhouse, gathering the elite Paris Lumiere squad. Ha-young practically buzzed with electric motivation for her highly anticipated debut team practice. Her cool uncle told her to dial it back, warning that acting like an overexcited rookie ruined her mysterious aura. He teased that she perfectly mirrored her father, whose crushing debut anxiety tragically caused him to faint within 10 minutes. The memory made the girl burst into laughter. The legend noted their relaxed vibe. But in a heartbeat, the room's entire atmosphere suddenly grew terrifyingly heavy. Every elite gaze locked onto Seo Moon's overwhelming presence. Frantic whispers erupted, praising his absolute immortality and godlike status as the world's absolute strongest. Shocked rumors wildly spread, utterly bewildered, that the crafty Moreau brothers had successfully dragged the untouchable myth right here. Yet one titan remained dead silent. Meanwhile, despite failing to understand the rapid French, Ha-young proudly realized her uncle was the absolute center of attention. Her blood boiled with fierce motivation, carrying the legacy of two magnificent heroes. Suddenly, a massive, towering, dark-skinned juggernaut confidently stepped toward our protagonist. Yeop instantly raised his invisible guard. The absolute behemoth formally introduced himself as the squad's unstoppable main tanker, Chi-Chi Lucas. The legend braced for a brutal clash. Instead, the massive juggernaut awkwardly presented his jersey, desperately begging for a holy autograph. After blessing the trembling giant with his sacred signature, Yeop tasked him with fiercely protecting his beloved niece. Clutching the autographed treasure, the overjoyed tanker proudly accepted the legendary mission. Yeop sensed the gentle aura from this towering tanker. He definitely had to introduce his niece to him. The real reason: his absolutely monstrous stat window. With almost every attribute breaking, 90 Lucas possessed impenetrable defense and a rare recovery skill. Nathan might be the team's #1, but this guy's dormant power was equally terrifying. The guild's marketing severely underestimated Chi-Chi. His boundless potential could make him the strongest, even eclipsing the great Nathan in unadulterated speed. This powerhouse could effortlessly double as a close-quarters damage dealer. Plus, that mysterious green blessing skill caught Yeop's eye. Since the ability offered 0 combat buffs, he figured the towering giant simply had a soft spot for gardening. Just then, Bernach chimed in, asking if he officially met Chi-Chi Lucas, proudly boasting about his giant friend's phenomenal capabilities. Outside the dungeons, he actually ran a massive charity foundation purely dedicated to preserving nature's forests. The botanical mystery finally solved, the legendary hero shifted his gaze. "Why the massive grin on your face today, Bernach?" The young Esper's eyes sparkled with excitement. "My ultimate dream is finally standing right in front of me." Bernach proudly declared his life's greatest ambition to absolutely crush the legendary hero. As a rising star of the new generation, he practically worshipped Yeop. Yet that idol was the ultimate wall he desperately needed to shatter. Growing up, he endlessly stared at the protagonist's memorial statue, truly believing his hero had perished, conquering the final dungeon. He thought fate robbed him of a head-to-head clash. But defying all mortal odds, the legendary hero had clawed his way back from the abyss. Yeop chuckled at the boy's thirst for victory. Unfazed, the young challenger declared that even a rookie had the right to dream big. Bernach vowed to push beyond his limits. "I will hold absolutely nothing back on this battlefield today," he fiercely proclaimed. A confident smirk danced across the spearman's face. Suddenly, a ridiculously flashy entrance shattered the building tension. Head coach Dubois stormed in alongside the club executives. After a swift introduction, he instantly demanded they split into opposing combat factions. He casually explained the usual guild protocol. Normally, our training bouts are strictly divided between Team Chi-Chi and Team Nathan. But today is special. With a living legend gracing our arena, it will be Team Yeop locking horns against Team Nathan. Did they meticulously divide the roster based on class synergy and stats? Dubois laughed boldly, claiming their elite club utilized a highly advanced, flawlessly precise sorting technique. Intrigued, Yeop watched closely. This secret method might perfectly benefit his YSM guild. With dramatic flair, the coach revealed their sacred method. An intense, high-stakes game of rock, paper, scissors. Fate's hand dealt the rosters. The protagonist's vanguard included himself, the towering Lucas trusted comrades, and a few capable extras. Opposing them stood Nathan, flanked by 10 fiercely loyal guildmates. The battle lines were officially drawn. It was time for the blood-pumping match to begin. In a blinding flash, all 22 players were instantly teleported into the dungeon arena. Team Yeop stood united in striking blue gear, while their fierce adversaries donned pristine white uniforms. Scanning the vast terrain, the veteran hero grinned. Complex field tactics were useless here. This was an arena built for pure, unadulterated carnage. The stage blatantly forced a direct one-on-one clash against Nathan. But the legendary spearman, he welcomed the blood-pumping challenge with open arms. The coach's voice boomed. You have exactly 55 seconds to strategize. Then the 5-second countdown of death officially begins. Wasting no time, the hero activated his scanner eyes. Golden data streamed across his vision, mapping out the ultimate formation. He anchored the main tanker dead center. The blonde warrior became the absolute front line, while the secondary tanker was positioned to flawlessly shield the vanguard's blind spots. We anchor everything around our frontliners, Yeop commanded. Stay highly adaptable. If our core vanguard shifts, the entire formation flexes with him. Chi-Chi stood completely baffled. He realized the legend perfectly recreated their elite guild formation, surely born from relentlessly analyzing their combat data. Convinced Yeop stalked their battle records, the protagonist simply played along, wearing a sly smirk as he confirmed Lucas's wild suspicions. Don't sweat the small stuff, Yeop instructed his squad. His razor-sharp focus was locked entirely on crushing Nathan. With burning intent, the legendary hero quickly briefed his comrades on the upcoming slaughter. He just wanted them to witness the ultimate showdown. The team's shining star versus the world's undisputed apex predator Yeop would be locked in. His vanguard fully secured, Yeop's piercing gaze finally locked onto the enemy ranks across the barren battlefield. The opponent's dual-wielding sword style was notoriously lethal, yet perfectly predictable if you meticulously tracked their heavily favored dominant hand during chaotic melee clashes. Despite appearances, Yeop's sharp instincts knew the boy's erratic swordplay would be a dangerously tricky nightmare. The veteran's mind raced eagerly, analyzing the stance to expose which hand Burnock truly favored in combat. The deafening countdown echoed. Team Yeop stood fiercely united, matching Team Burnock's blazing confidence. At last, the highly anticipated dungeon war erupted into pure chaos. The hero's spear extended with a deadly hum. Back in the control room, the coach pressed the owners. Did Yeop even know Nathan was ambidextrous? They grimly confirmed he had absolutely no clue. Dubois warned this fatal blind spot could spell absolute disaster for the hero. The Frenchman was infamous for his chaotic, bloodthirsty attack patterns. He argued that veterans with supreme battle intuition, like Seo Moon-yeop, would actually suffer the most against Nathan's unpredictable alter ego. Tension peaked. As he speculated, could Nathan Bernard be the one to finally dethrone the legendary hero? Inside the dungeon, the battlefield erupted. The French forces clashed violently, while the Korean vanguard carved a direct path toward their prey. Facing Nathan in a lethal showdown, neither warrior dared to yield a single inch of ground. Without hesitation, the dual-bladed Tempest launched himself at the spearman. Bypassing his crucial range advantage, the fearless spearman shockingly forced the fight into lethal close combat. Sparks flew everywhere as the two mighty titans violently collided in an epic ground-shattering clash. As twin blades battered his shield, Yeop's veteran instincts immediately saw through the young rookie's cunning feint. Nathan thought he tasted first blood, but the hero's impenetrable shield crushed his hopes at the very last microsecond. Astonished by the spearman's speed, Nathan unleashed a relentless barrage. Unfazed, Yeop launched a devastating counterattack with his signature 100-centimeter throw. However, the supersonic strike merely pierced through the phantom afterimage of the French prodigy. Instantly repositioning, Nathan lunged like a viper. Yeop narrowed his eyes, knowing a single misstep would seal his utter doom. The hero braced himself, weathering a devastating hurricane of dual-blade slashes raining down upon him. Even as the young prodigy unleashed hell, a thrilling smile crept across the war veteran's face as he effortlessly deflected every strike. Suddenly, the Frenchman spotted a fatal flaw in the Korean's ironclad defense and ruthlessly dove in for the absolute kill. To his absolute horror, the legend swatted the lethal blow aside. Nathan stood paralyzed as Yeop calmly applauded his sharp reflexes. A chilling realization hit the rookie. His unnervingly calm opponent had laid out a deadly trap on purpose. Nathan frantically scrambled backward, desperately plotting a way to overwhelm the legendary hero with blinding speed. But Yeop's brutal taunt instantly shattered his focus. He claimed the kid's moves were far too predictable. Panic gripped Nathan's heart as the legendary aura exploded. The hero was finally on the offensive. He desperately evaded at a hair's breadth. Yeop's battle-hungry smirk only grew wider. Calling the kid absolutely adorable for trying to fight him without proper skills, Yeop happily decided to grant his death wish. Like an unstoppable juggernaut, the vanguard fiercely charged at the sword wielder. Trapped in a nightmare, Nathan could only frantically dodge the devastating onslaught raining down on him. He quickly grasped a terrifying truth: the legendary hero's offensive prowess was absolutely god tier. The terrified rookie realized the opposing spear and shield moved in absolutely flawless harmony. Ignoring even one of them meant instantaneous and unavoidable death. Yeop flawlessly dictated the battlefield's rhythm, maintaining a suffocating distance that allowed endless attacks, while completely neutralizing counterstrikes. Nathan gritted his teeth. Only a mythical legend could display such monstrous, perfect battle choreography. Nathan knew that securing victory absolutely demanded a fierce counteroffensive. Yet breaking through the legendary hero's absolute defense, while he mistakenly thought he was giving up, felt like an utterly impossible pipe dream. Pushed to the absolute brink, the French prodigy realized he desperately needed to summon his ultimate trump card. With his back completely against the wall, he finally unleashed his true unbridled power. Suddenly, his body began to furiously pixelate his very existence, mysteriously deconstructing in midair. Yeop watched with fierce intrigue as the desperate Frenchman finally triggered his signature duplication skill, splitting his body into two identical copies. A savage smile bloomed on our hero's face. He finally got to fight the infamous alter ego. Meanwhile, frantic debates instantly erupted among the breathless spectators inside the control room. They argued that while Nathan was the modern world's absolute #1 weapon master, Seo Moon-yeop remained the unrivaled god of history. The spectacled analyst anxiously pointed out a fatal flaw: the legend was entirely unprepared for this bizarre duel. He frantically stressed that the war hero exclusively slaughtered underground monsters, whereas Nathan had spent his entire life dominating human espers, making this breathtaking clash even more unpredictable and deeply intriguing. Dubois firmly declared Yeop the absolute pinnacle of human combat skills, but the others passionately argued that the infamous alter ego could violently tilt the scales entirely in Nathan's favor. The war veteran was now trapped against two weapon masters wielding completely unpredictable, chaotic techniques. The analyst swallowed hard, predicting the legendary hero was about to face the ultimate struggle of his life. Back in the blood-pumping arena, the two Nathans synchronized their killing intent and violently blitzed their lone opponent. As a frontal assault locked the Korean in place, a chilling shadow loomed. The second copy had already warped behind him. Without warning, he was utterly swallowed by a devastating tempest of cross-slashing blades. Even with his godlike mastery, the legendary hero found himself suffocating under the overwhelming duel pressure. A cold sweat ran down Nathan's face. Any normal esper would have fled in terror, yet this monster was actually blocking every single strike. Intrigue sparked as his endless barrage failed to shatter that absolute defense. Nathan stood utterly stunned, watching someone withstand his unbridled, devastating power. As the first clone crumbled beneath the colossal shield, the legendary warrior spotted the looming second threat. Launching a fierce strike, the clone's godly reflexes allowed a narrow escape, leaving him questioning if Seo Moon-yeop was even human. Stepping back, the legendary hero fought to steady his racing breath. Meanwhile, Nathan desperately searched for a path to absolute victory. Yet the scorched earth revealed a brutal truth. His indomitable opponent was secretly suffocating under the overwhelming weight of god-tier speed and relentless technique. Though cornering this living legend might force a fatal opening, Nathan felt a chilling dread toward that unfaltering, predatory smile. Deep awe washed over the young challenger, watching his lifelong idol maintain that terrifying grin through the raging storm. However, beneath that confident mask, his idol was actually sweating profoundly, deeply rattled by such monstrous, overwhelming strength. Yeop's initial absolute dominance was quickly crumbling, completely overwhelmed by the terrifying awakening of that explosive alter ego. Dragging out a war against an unpredictable foe who had thoroughly analyzed his every move would only spell his absolute doom. The legendary veteran realized he had to gamble his very life. Beyond the flawless, deadly coordination of the two bodies, each Nathan boasted monstrous, mirror-like synchronization between both his deadly hands. Pushed to the brink by this godly adversary, Yeop fully ignited his combat genius to reclaim the battlefield. Knowing Nathan's speed defied logic and predicting his strikes was impossible, the protagonist bet everything on a wildly dangerous, desperate gamble. He openly challenged Nathan to close the distance. Surging forward like a lightning bolt, the young prodigy swung his gleaming blade right at the veteran. To his absolute horror, Yeop gracefully dodged, leaving the French speedster completely baffled. Seizing the moment, the hero thrust his deadly spear forward. Yet Nathan grinned wickedly, sensing the ultimate opening for his waiting clone. In a flash of crimson, Yeop's arm was severed. The legendary Seo Moon-yeop was devastatingly disarmed. Chaos erupted within the control room. The bespectacled analyst declared this massive, bloody sacrifice guaranteed Nathan an overwhelming victory. However, deep within the bleeding, protagonist felt genuinely grateful to the French warrior. He had perfectly calculated that severing his right arm would cause his opponent's absolute guard to completely crumble. The trap snapped shut. Still gripping his unbreakable shield, the fierce protagonist brutally crushed the first phantom under a mountain-like devastating shield smash. With a terrifying grin, Yeop thanked Nathan for walking blindly into his fatal snare. The one-armed legend glared at Nathan's last remaining body. Yet right as the Frenchman prepared his fatal blinding strike, Lucas unexpectedly intervened, halting the execution. The Korean powerhouse firmly declared their blood-soaked duel had ended in a stalemate. He then revealed his squad had seized ultimate victory. Blinded by the intense duel, Nathan forgot the actual battlefield entirely. Following a final earth-shattering strike, Team Yeop forcefully secured their ultimate triumph. Breathing heavily, Yeop admitted the fierce clash pushed his limits. Astounded, Nathan immediately demanded to know if sacrificing that arm was purely intentional. The hero smoothly revealed he gambled his own flesh just to annihilate that elusive deadly phantom. Frustration burned within Nathan for being completely outplayed right as the team coach arrived. Applauding the unbelievable clash, he praised the protagonist's godlike instincts for instantly identifying the true Nathan from his perfect phantom without prior intel. A fiery spark lit Yeop's eyes, thrilled to discover one final brutal round remained to definitively settle the score against this terrifying rival. The veteran legend confidently declared his victory chances would skyrocket if he could analyze the chaotic speedster's blazing performance once more before fighting. Sensing his unyielding determination, the coach immediately arranged the requested access, and Yeop boldly accepted the upcoming high-stakes battle. Stepping forward, Dubois Gaffin respectfully guided the legendary Seo Moon-yeop. Inside the high-tech analytics lab, the bespectacled analyst loudly applauded the legend's jaw-dropping, absolutely dominant performance in the first chaotic round. Yeop admitted his deep curiosity regarding the man he mistook for the head coach. Dubois swiftly introduced Gabriel Sana, their elite strategic combat analyst. Offering profound respect, the Frenchman performed a perfect traditional Asian bow to honor the living legend. The hero's piercing scanner vision instantly activated. Exposing the truth, he deduced. Gabriel wasn't a retired combatant, given his shockingly fragile ordinary stats. Grinning brightly, the analyst praised the hero's terrifyingly sharp perception as Yeop casually accepted the high praise. Shifting focus, Yeop questioned the true limits of this facility, wondering if it merely served to rewind past combat footage. Gabriel proudly reassured him of its terrifying complexity, explaining how post-war bloodshed had forcefully evolved the world's deep combat analytics. Unveiling their ultimate weapon, he introduced the Esper analysis system. This divine machine flawlessly tracked every lethal skill, stat, and legendary weapon. Gabriel declared this godly system infinitely surpassed human vision, becoming the absolute foundation of power for every elite world-class guild. Yeop Gabriel revealed a hidden truth. Espers with divine perception didn't just survive dungeons, they amassed absolute fortunes by awakening their comrades' true potential. Gabriel declared that knowledge reigned supreme. This divine system created an insurmountable chasm separating elite guilds from absolute bottom feeders. Was this legendary artifact forged in Paris? Lumiere Gabriel shook his head, emphasizing the astronomical cost and mind-bending complexity of its creation. Yeop pressed for a number only to be hit with a staggering revelation. 3.44 billion won. And that excluded the blood-sucking fees demanded by elite system coaches. Yet our hero smirked. His omniscient scanner eyes were already the ultimate system. Still, his mortal coaching staff could desperately use this tool. With such god-tier analytics in their hands, he could permanently crush the pathetic barking of Cho Dong-jun. But burning billions just to silence one annoying insect, absolutely absurd. Then a stroke of pure genius flashed through our protagonist's mind. Yeop locked eyes with the Moreau brothers, a devilish proposition brewing. The deal was struck. Procure the legendary system and an elite operator, and he would surrender his most sacred treasure. His personal combat data. The brothers gasped in realization. Such divine battle records would instantly evolve their guild's vanguard and lancers. Despite hoarding a massive shrine dedicated to the legendary hero, actual combat metrics were the one holy grail they lacked. For these hardcore fanboys, this wasn't just a simple trade. It was an absolute blessing from the heavens. They snatched Seo Moon-yeop's offer without a second thought, leaving the veteran smirking in absolute triumph. Our hero declared the second phase. It was time to unleash true chaos. Later, staring into the washroom mirror, he chuckled at the irony. A simple detour in France had miraculously gifted him elite analytics and a legendary new weapon. A strange sensation washed over him. Clashing blades with mortals felt entirely different. But was this truly a battle? Without the stench of death or lives hanging by a thread, it was mere child's play. Yeop always believed he would perish in darkness long before fighting for mere sport. Yet he had to admit crossing swords with Nathan sent lightning through his veins. For the first time in 2021, his warrior's blood was boiling. Nathan was undoubtedly the fiercest Esper he had ever crossed paths with. But the omniscient veteran refused to be eclipsed by some arrogant rookie. Suddenly, a shocking system prompt appeared. Yeop had awakened a brand new absolute power, amplification, a divine buff capable of boosting any skill or skyrocketing a stat by 10 points. Humanity's understanding of Espers was barely scratching the surface. But as these superhuman monsters multiplied across the globe, one undeniable truth emerged from the shadows. Esper awakenings stemmed from bloodlines or shattered minds forged in pure trauma. Just like his nightmarish clash with the Countess 1 year ago. Long before his grand escape from that hellish orphanage, a single suffocating phrase haunted his every waking moment. Much like the jagged scars marring his flesh, those vicious words were branded into his very soul. Back in those dark days, the young survivor memorized the vile director's daily route. Suddenly, headlights pierced the gloom. His heart hammered in his chest as the familiar dreaded vehicle crawled into his line of sight. The demon had arrived. With zero hesitation, young Yeop hurled a jagged stone with absolute killing intent. It shattered the windshield like glass, sending the metal beast crashing into ruin. The day that monster perished was the very night the legendary throw skill awakened. Fools preach that revenge is hollow. But standing over his fallen tormentor, the young boy experienced pure, unadulterated enlightenment. For the first time ever, Seo Moon-yeop smiled. Snapping back to reality, the ultimate battle was about to resume. Analyzing his newly acquired divine power, the veteran pondered a thrilling theory. Did that clash with the French speedster trigger this? Or perhaps his monstrous 110 mentality stat had finally broken past its mortal limits. He realized that life or death intensity was the true catalyst for unlocking god-tier evolution. This new amplification skill was undeniably broken. It could force his peak stats straight past the absolute max, and instantly transform his fatal weaknesses into overwhelming strengths. As his bloodlust flared at the thought of testing it, his grand delusions were shattered by a sudden incoming call. His beloved niece was on the line. Questioning her combat performance, the veteran was utterly dumbfounded. She was mercilessly slaughtered after landing just one pitiful assist. Blinded by pure bloodlust, she confessed her fatal mistake. An enemy struck from the shadows mid-teleportation. The veteran sighed deeply. In the brutal battlefields of his era, offensive teleportation was considered pure suicide. He bluntly stated that these French weaklings were just as pathetic as their local trash. Her space-bending magic should be strictly for evasion. But seeing her crushed spirit, Yeop offered a warrior's comfort. A true close combat striker must possess absolute fearlessness. Trembling, she confessed her fears regarding his upcoming deathmatch with Nathan. The legendary hero simply smirked, promising his niece that his absolute power would never be defeated. She dismissed his words as sheer nonsense. After all, his arm was brutally severed in the first round. Ha-yeon protested, arguing that the clone ability completely outclassed his throwing skills. But her uncle simply demanded her absolute faith. He swore he would crush the French ace this time around. Tension peaked as the second round officially commenced. The countdown echoed. Ha-yeon watched in awe as the polite Nathan transformed into a bloodthirsty beast with a blade. What should he amplify to shatter that clone technique? The legendary answer was already crystal clear in his mind. Without hesitation, the legendary hero unleashed his newly awakened skill. The starting bell rang. Blue and white forces violently collided in a storm of aura. Every awakened player fought desperately, especially the unstoppable Korean rookie. The battlefield of elite espers erupted into pure, unadulterated chaos. Even after activating his power, Yeop felt no physical shift. However, he knew the heat of battle would soon reveal its devastating true nature. In the blink of an eye, the legendary hero stood face to face with the French ace. Two absolute powerhouses locked eyes. Yeop dared Nathan to unleash his full might, and instantly terrifying auras flared as they readied their ultimate techniques. As Nathan manifested his phantom clone, Yeop shifted into his legendary throwing stance. Boom, the spear ripped through the air at supersonic speed, shooting straight for the blonde prodigy. Nathan's eyes widened. The projectile was impossibly fast. Yeop had completely read the arrogant youth. Believing he could dodge, Nathan froze as the spear suddenly accelerated and violently altered its terrifying trajectory. A devastating strike to the chest, Yeop had flawlessly obliterated his intended target. He calculated perfectly the original Nathan might dodge, but the slower clone stood absolutely no chance. Caught completely off guard, Nathan watched in pure shock as the flying spear defied physics and drastically multiplied its deadly velocity. Panic set in. The guild's data never mentioned this legendary hero possessing mid-air acceleration skills. Frustrated and outmaneuvered by this unpredictable hidden power, the French ace gritted his teeth and made a desperate tactical retreat. His aura reserves critically low, Nathan fled for his life. Watching him retreat, our protagonist smirked, praising the kid's sharp survival instincts. Yeop nodded. Only a true high ranker would swallow their pride, accept overwhelming defeat, and regroup with their allies. Nathan never anticipated his clone being instantly erased. Yeop mocked that the genius swordsman should have analyzed the battlefield much faster. With absolute dominance, he declared that the second round's victory belonged entirely to his team. Just like that, the great Nathan Bernard was eliminated. Moments later, Nathan demanded the third practice round. But to everyone's absolute disbelief, the legendary hero simply yawned, claiming he was completely bored and done. Desperate to prove himself, Nathan begged for one rematch. Yeop chuckled at the sheer arrogance of a boy who still believed he could win. Amused, the veteran accepted his final challenge. Round 3 ignited, Nathan instantly summoned his phantom clone. Yeop grinned deeply, respecting the boy's choice to go all out from the start. Burning with resolve, Nathan charged wildly at Seo Moon-yeop. The veteran knew this reckless dash marked their absolute final clash. The prodigy pushed his limits. This was his final desperate shot to dethrone the living legend. Yet, the seasoned war hero simply stood like a mountain, calmly waiting for the strike. Every synchronized lightning-fast strike had already been completely deciphered by Yeop's combat instincts. Smirking, he fully activated his amplify skill. The legendary hero effortlessly twirled his spear, creating a tempest of aura before unleashing devastation. Steel sang against steel as the two fierce warriors violently clashed. Seo Moon-yeop's clash against the twin Nathans violently escalated. Nathan's terrifying godlike speed was no joke, slowly beginning to pressure even the legendary war veteran. Yeop admired the kid's terrifying persistence. One single slip-up, one blind spot slashed to the back, and the hero would face a catastrophic defeat. The master spearman's strategy was flawless. Stay constantly mobile, trap both Nathans in his line of sight, and ruthlessly drain their stamina. Our protagonist accepted his speed disadvantage. Yet his god-tier combat experience effortlessly prevented either Nathan from breaching his absolute blind spot. He cunningly calculated that the young swordsman's stamina would inevitably shatter if he maintained this reckless high-speed assault. So the legendary war hero continued his tactical retreat. But reality was cruel. The lightning-fast Nathan was terrifyingly close to finally catching him. The young assassin's footwork was turning lethally dangerous. The cornered war veteran desperately needed a massive distraction right now. A stroke of absolute genius struck his mind. Yeop smirked suddenly, remembering the core rule of a chaotic team battle. With a devious grin, he spectacularly crash-landed right into Nathan's unsuspecting teammates. Yeop slipped into their blind spots. The white team froze entirely, baffled by his sudden intrusion. Flash. The legend struck his spear, obliterating a white-clad enemy. Both Nathans gasped in absolute disbelief. Knowing fear bred fatal openings, Yeop fiercely gripped his spear, unleashing an absolute storm of utter chaos. Nathan Bernard plunged from the heavens to intercept, but Yeop was already waiting. A vicious thrust, another white player crumbled. The French ace stood totally humiliated, completely ignored in battle. Panic consumed the dual Nathans. The veteran was slaughtering their comrades like mere sheep. Smirking, the legendary hero locked onto the airborne Nathans. Could they possibly survive his incoming strike? Boom! He hurled his spear with earth-shattering force. They had absolutely zero room to land. Facing certain doom, the Nathans synchronized their desperate countermeasure. Using each other as human springboards, they narrowly evaded the supersonic spear of pure destruction, but relief turned to pure horror. Two more allies collapsed, mercilessly skewered by Yeop's master plan. It was a demonic trap. Yeop ruthlessly used Nathan's evasion to systematically slaughter the white vanguard. Their mid-air dodge was pure genius, but it fatally eclipsed their teammates' vision, leaving the vanguard utterly blind. The French ace's blinding speed literally became his team's very own executioner. The grunts couldn't react in time. This was precisely why Yeop permitted Nathan's aggressive approach. A harsh lesson in battlefield awareness. Meanwhile, the control room erupted in sheer absolute disbelief. The coach gasped. What looked like a cowardly retreat was actually a terrifying trap sealing Nathan's movements. The observing brothers openly worshipped the hero's flawless tactics, totally forgetting which side they supposedly supported. Dubois sweated profusely, praying the pride of France harbored a secret, desperate trump card. But Gabriel shook his head. Nathan was drowning, completely overwhelmed by the legendary hero's god-tier spearmanship. Defying all logic, Yeop's dancing blade flawlessly deflected every single one of Nathan's blinding strikes. The control room spectators watched this absolute divine mastery in jaw-dropping, breathless awe. The twin Nathans moved perfectly, a flawless marriage of raw talent and grueling effort, weaving an unbreakable synergy. Yet against this supreme twin assault, the protagonist viciously carved out his own path. Striking precisely at their microsecond of movement, he violently shattered the twins' flawless, unbreakable rhythm. Suddenly the protagonist pivoted, sensing a truly terrifying shift in the atmosphere. In pure raw speed, the French ace completely eclipsed the legend. Yeop's survival relied solely on divine timing. His godly anticipation made it look like telepathic mind-reading. A shadow ambushed from behind. The clone locked in, unleashing a devastating high-velocity spear thrust. The real Nathan fiercely covered his double. Together, the twin speedsters roared, charging the unstoppable juggernaut. Yet Yeop's gaze remained ice-cold. He violently sprang backward as the blonde bullet closed the terrifying distance. Gabriel marveled. The veteran's one-handed shield mastery wasn't flashy, but it was terrifyingly, absolutely flawless. He milked every tiny opening for fatal counters, masterfully dictating the distance to absolutely guarantee survival. The legend even transformed his defensive shield into a brutal, face-smashing weapon against the clone. The clone gritted his teeth in sheer rage, violently shoved completely out of striking range. Slash. Before the original could even blink, Yeop brutally erased the clone. Nathan stood utterly paralyzed by the undeniable truth. The absolute strongest humanity's savior, who defied death back in 2005. This monster was truly Seo Moon-yeop. Stripped of his second half, Nathan truly tasted the suffocating, overwhelming presence of this absolute monster. Still, the prodigy's eyes blazed with fierce resolve. He bet his soul on one final desperate clash. Roaring, the lone speedster charged the mountain, ready to burn out brilliantly without a single regret. The dust finally settled. Round 3's undisputed glorious champion was Seo Moon-yeop. Yeop actually smirked, declaring this kid was vastly superior to Gerald Walker. A true undisputed top 3 powerhouse. The battle-hardened veteran offered a golden crumb of wisdom. Kid, you desperately need more raw physical strength. He saw Nathan's insane potential. With 12 status points left for max strength, the boy's ceiling was terrifying. As Nathan bowed in deep respect, their beaming coach crashed the scene, applauding this truly legendary clash. Dubois confessed his absolute certainty in Nathan's victory. Yet the legendary hero constantly invented devastating new methods to crush the French ace completely. Baffled, the coach demanded to know how the veteran managed to overwhelm both the French prodigy and his phantom clone. Moon-yeop praised his opponent's terrifying strength and flawless clone synchronization born from pure agony. Thus, crushing him required a god-tier mastery level of 110. Flashing a confident smirk, he offered the ultimate irrefutable truth. This miracle was only possible because he was the living legend. Thus, the chaotic training day finally reached its climax. The coach warmly thanked the perfect skies and every warrior who joined the brutal skirmish. Calling the blood-pumping matches a delight, the veteran entrusted his niece's growth to France. In response, Dubois swore they would forge her into a weapon worth every penny. Hyeon trembled with frustration. Scoring absolutely 0 kills, her traumatic first-round execution had completely paralyzed her instincts throughout the remaining brutal clashes. Across 3 grueling battles, she barely managed to scrape together 4 pathetic assist points. Her legendary uncle instantly moved to lift her spirits. Startling him, she firmly declared her rookie debut was a perfectly acceptable stepping stone. Dumbfounded Moon-yeop watched her eyes blaze with burning ambition. Refusing to shed tears over failure, she vowed to ascend to the absolute pinnacle of athletes. Witnessing her raging inner fire, our main character smiled. Worrying was useless now, as he had already granted her the ultimate foundation for greatness. Finally alone in the quiet dusk, the absolute legend prepared to unleash his mysterious, newly awakened power. Under the hotel's dim lights, deep curiosity consumed him regarding this unknown amplification ability. The system's cryptic description fascinated him. It promised to massively boost his already godlike techniques. Boosting physical limits was familiar territory. But supercharging his unique combat skills, that was an uncharted realm of infinite possibilities. Wasting 0 time, he initiated the ultimate experiment by supercharging his divine scanner vision. This newly evolved ocular power revealed incredibly hidden attributes, piercing straight through digital screens like absolute magic. He could now pierce the veil, reading hidden leadership and tactical scores directly from ordinary combat footage. The player's secret status windows lay completely exposed. This god-tier ability was absolutely flawless for unearthing hidden combat talents. Smirking at his own guaranteed maximum leadership points, the arrogant legend shifted focus. Supercharging his throwing technique, magically birthed the godlike power to instantly recall any hurled weapon. Eager to witness this telekinetic recall, he selected a humble toothbrush as his very first test subject. Though draining precious aura annoyed him, granting his lethal spear a legendary boomerang effect, just like Mjolnir would undeniably dominate the future battlefields. A wicked grin spread across his face. This versatile capability would drastically multiply his lethal combat angles. Finally, the ultimate gamble approached, amplifying his literal immortality. Touching his most absolute rule-breaking power filled the battle-hardened veteran with intense, suffocating dread over the utterly terrifying, unpredictable consequences. Swallowing his fear, the hero gambled with fate. Instantly, a mesmerizing anomaly began to violently distort reality. A blinding, ethereal white energy violently erupted entirely, swallowing the unkillable warrior's physical form. Terror gripped his soul, fearing impending doom. But as his eyes slowly opened, the magnificent godlike evolution of his immortal essence was finally revealed to the world. For 2 glorious minutes, he transformed into an untouchable phantom, a spectral god capable of phasing through absolutely anything. The veteran gasped. He was now forged entirely from pure, untouchable spiritual energy. Examining his ghostly hands, a thrilling thought crossed his mind. How could he push this supernatural phenomenon to its absolute breaking point? Suddenly recalling the system's phasing promise, a mischievous spark ignited in his eyes as he prepared the ultimate reality check. The battle-crazed hero launched himself blindly, straight at the solid bathroom glass. Blinking in sheer disbelief, he found himself floating entirely outside the building. Absolute invincibility was guaranteed in this spirit form. But the warrior's blood boiled with a darker question. Could he annihilate his enemies while remaining an untouchable ghost? Preparing to phase back inside for a telekinetic toothbrush test, a spine-chilling sensation halted him. A massively sinister demonic energy violently erupted nearby. Moon-yeop instantly recognized that deeply sinister demonic energy. Exploding forward with sonic speed, the legend darted straight toward the Eiffel Tower. A monstrous Bureer had finally materialized. Spotting the terrifying beast, a bloodthirsty grin stretched across the veteran's face. Gripping his spear tightly, pure ecstasy flooded his veins at the glorious prospect of slaughtering his ancient nemesis. Without hesitation, the fearless predator rocketed forward with truly blinding momentum. Soaring majestically over the glowing Parisian rooftops, he tore through the beautiful skyline, crossing the massive city in a fraction of a heartbeat. Nearing the iconic iron landmark, dark questions swirled in his mind. Just how did these foul creatures survive the apocalyptic planetary war? While normal souls would succumb to absolute terror, our battle-crazed maniac felt nothing but euphoric joy. Riding that adrenaline, he violently hurled his deadly spear. A wicked smirk formed as his lethal weapon flawlessly struck true. A wicked grin crossed his face as his terrifying presence forced the enemy's hand. Without hesitation, he launched himself straight toward the Eiffel Tower again. Arriving at the scene, the legendary hero instantly tracked the burrower's foul aura. The vile beast was incredibly close. Yeop scoffed, realizing that if this subterranean empire crumbled this easily, it would have been an absolute crushing disappointment. But right in the middle of his epic monologue, a system window flashed. A harsh alert declared his 2 minutes were up. In a flash, his astral form was violently dragged back to the exact starting point. Moon-yeop ground his teeth in pure frustration, missing his chance to slaughter the beast by mere seconds. Gasping for air, our main character's consciousness slammed back into his physical body. Bathroom reality. Utterly stunned by the sudden recall, our hero silently rose before smashing his fist into the wall. This frustrating cooldown timer was an absolute nightmare for his grand battle plans. Desperate to unleash his spectral form again, the furious war veteran frantically calculated the amplification's reset timer. But in that exact moment, a chilling realization washed over his mind. To his absolute horror, the burrower's terrifying energy had completely vanished. Meanwhile, a trembling servant begged the third one for mercy over his pathetic failure, desperately crying about a legendary spear striking from nowhere. But the ruthless third one ignored his pathetic pleas, coldly condemning the failure to an eternal slumber while instantly summoning a far superior replacement. In a brutal instant, thick crimson sprayed everywhere. Knowing their grand invasion was premature, the third one still burned with a sinister desire to finally witness the glorious light of the beginning himself. Soon enough, our hero manifested his ghostly aura again. That initial run taught him crucial lessons. As an astral projection, earthly attacks passed right through him. However, this legendary warrior retained the absolute power to crush physical objects completely at his own will. Moon-yeop scowled in pure annoyance. That monstrous signature he tracked earlier had faded into absolute nothingness. Though unsure, the blatant absence of his divine spear at the crater heavily suggested some bold scavenger had already snatched his legendary weapon from the shadows. Yet Moon-yeop swore a blood oath. If that filthy burrower ever dared to show its face again, he would slaughter it. Sometime later, the enigmatic Gabriel Sonnet formally approached our hero. Moon-yeop instantly recognized the sharp-eyed analyst from the replay laboratory. The Morrow brothers remembered the legendary trade, his priceless combat data for a brilliant mastermind capable of flawlessly commanding the EAS battle systems. Before confirming Gabriel's transfer to South Korea, Moon-yeop secretly activated his awakened scanner vision to analyze the bespectacled man's hidden potential right then. Scanning his status window revealed an insane passive skill, God-tier concentration, letting him laser focus on complex tasks for 6 straight hours, unbothered, fused with his monstrous tactical intellect and commanding aura. This genius was undeniably born to rule the battlefield as a master coach. The brothers proudly bragged how this prodigy who dominated their reserve squad 3 years ago just returned to elevate their supreme First Division to glory. Smirking Moon-yeop challenged the tactician's resolve to step down. Why abandon the absolute apex team in the greatest nation to command a pitiful second-league squad in underdog South Korea? Pushing up his glasses, Gabriel coldly stated he knew the risks, though the YSM wasn't his grand plan. But seeing that legendary battle completely rewired his brain. Discarding his obsession with powerhouses like Nathan, he craved the monster who had utterly crushed the young prodigy. Thrilled by the prospect of standing beside a living legend, Gabriel smiled. Moon-yeop, respecting the man's crazy ambition, fully welcomed his arrogant philosophy. Moon-yeop offered a massive fortune, absolute authority as head coach and the manager title. Shockingly, the bespectacled genius flat-out rejected the generous royal offer. The veteran blinked, assuming the tactician simply dreaded the coaching battlefield. But Gabriel smirked boldly, declaring those basic terms were completely beneath him. Oozing absolute confidence, the tactician claimed his god-tier intellect deserved full control over everything. A fact the legendary hero couldn't even slightly deny. Gabriel emphasized the suicidal career risk of abandoning Paris Lumiere's glittering throne to slum it in South Korea, a wasteland ranking an abysmal 127 on the global leaderboards. Yet achieving the impossible, there would forge his name into legend. His insane goal, forging a garbage-tier squad into the undisputed gods of the nation. With his burning ambition revealed, Gabriel dropped his outrageous demands. The Morrow brothers gasped, their jaws hitting the floor at his insane audacity. The battle-hardened veteran paused for a mere second before flashing a grin. He gladly accepted. In that electric moment, an unstoppable alliance between legend and genius was forged. Ecstatic, the brothers rejoiced, knowing this fateful contract bound their club to the legendary warrior's eternal mythos for the rest of human history. Sweating nervously, they confessed to already leaking photos of him in their uniform, unable to resist the massive hype. Pleading for their lives, the brothers begged the hero for mercy since they just unlocked his massive sponsorships. Gritting his teeth, the irritated rival could only back down. Though his scouting mission failed, Yeop secured the ultimate prize, the EAS system. He gained a genius coach to master it, plus an awakened ability in France. The harvest wildly surpassed his wildest dreams. The legend returned to Korea early. Yet, even after the hero touched down at home, Paris Lumiere's official pages remained completely flooded with his glorious battle shots. Whispers of Seo Moon-yeop joining the battlefield sent shockwaves of dread through rival guilds. But one man boiled with absolute fury. Germany's absolute powerhouse and the ultimate nemesis to the Moreau Brothers Guild was the unstoppable squad known as Berlin Blitz. Leading them was Emre Kasa, one of the 7 heroes. Yet even now, he couldn't fathom the deep schemes of our protagonist. Meanwhile, at the YSM headquarters, Gabriel commanded the technicians on installing the revolutionary EAS. His humble aura practically radiated pure genius. Spying on him, the athletes murmured in awe about their mysterious new coach and a system no one in Korea could possibly control. Absolute respect swelled for their master. He secured a legendary training system that even Korea's elite First Division guilds couldn't dream of touching. Suddenly, a roaring motorcycle engine echoed through the yard. The supreme hero had finally arrived. Stepping inside, Seo Moon-yeop demanded everyone's attention. He instantly grilled his disciples, asking if they had shed enough blood and sweat while he was gone. Yeop then shared a bizarre vision from last night. A heavenly ancestor manifested before him, offering 6 mystical digits as divine compensation for his endless world-saving struggles over the years. The rogue and her partner gasped in absolute disbelief. He smirked, claiming the spirit begged him to accept those 6 numbers, searing them into his very mind. Surely the heavens were gifting him a grand lottery jackpot to finally repay him for saving humanity from utter extinction. When asked if he bought a ticket, Yeop casually shook his head no. The legend smiled warmly. He didn't need a cheap slip of paper because the young warriors standing right before him were his true jackpot. This was exactly why they needed to bleed in training to awaken into absolute legends. With that motivational spark, he proudly announced a magnificent gift from France designed to shatter their current limits. Yeop proudly presented Gabriel Sana to the guild. The supreme master coach he fiercely battled to drag all the way back to Korea, reminding everyone of the fortune he was paying this man. Yeop stepped back and allowed the genius to speak. Pushing up his glasses with a sharp gleam, the newcomer officially greeted the squad. He stated that a grumpy Cho Dong-jun would assist him as head coach. But before training commenced, he declared his ultimate ambition. Jaws dropped in shock. Gabriel's grand design was to smash into the first division this very season and conquer the entire league by the next. The bespectacled genius promised absolute victory, but only if every single warrior submitted completely to his commands. The room exploded into stunned gasps. Gabriel revealed his ultimate condition. This legendary hero must personally fight on the battlefield 3 times a year. Those bold words threw the hero's mind straight back to France. During those tense negotiations, Yeop never imagined the coach would demand his return to the battlefield. Gabriel argued it wasn't about dominating the league, since an active legend was completely unfair. Rather, the coach simply needed a transcendent talent to keep his own strategic blades sharp. In exchange for unleashing the godly power that crushed Nathan, Gabriel swore on his life to forge YSM into Korea's absolute peak. And thus, after weighing his destiny, the legendary champion accepted the deal, restricting his godly descent to just 3 battles annually. Thrilled by this massive advantage, Gabriel vowed to showcase his own brilliant mastery by completely dominating the matches where the hero sat out. Sealing their fate, the guildmaster officially accepted the heavy terms laid out by his new tactician. Snapping back to reality, Yeop aggressively ordered his squad to fight like demons so he wouldn't be forced to draw his own blade. Without missing a beat, Gabriel launched their very first trial. The brutal group Hunt. Weapons flashed as the recruits fought desperately to slaughter hordes of monsters. Watching from afar, Yeop realized the EAS was terrifyingly efficient. It rivaled the godly precision of his own scanner eyes. Gabriel calmly noted that Lee Na-yeon, Namgung Ji-hun, and No Jung-hwan were executing their skills flawlessly. Yeop chuckled knowingly. They had tasted his personal guidance after all. But the tactician shifted focus toward Cho Sung-ho's tragically low stats. Defending his disciple Yeop insisted the boy had climbed mountains to reach this point. Yet Gabriel's eyes were cold. This invisible wall might be his absolute limit. Even the legend admitted new techniques wouldn't force an awakening. Gabriel brutally concluded that despite his flawless utility, the boy remained the squad's weakest link. Yeop knew those cruel words were facts. But deep within that struggling boy, he saw a spark of dormant potential. Yeop's divine scanner eyes revealed the truth. Cho Sung-ho possessed overwhelming tactical and leadership potential, an absolute hidden gem. Therefore, Yeop crowned the cold-blooded strategist as vice-captain. His absolute radar for hunting enemies made him the undisputed choice. Gabriel saw the vision. This prodigy could orchestrate the battlefield flawlessly beneath the captain's shadow. Thus, the genius coach claimed him as his personal disciple. The bespectacled genius then shifted his gaze. What about the twin rookie high schoolers the main character had handpicked? Yeop had dragged these 2 rookies from obscurity. Intoxicated by the raw, unpolished power sleeping within their unique skills, Gabriel nodded. Choi Youngmin's divine eye for observation offered infinite stamina management, a monstrous talent waiting to bloom. But Yoon Byum, the genius coach, adjusted his glasses in sheer disbelief. Why did the legendary hero choose this glaringly mediocre kid? He seemed completely worthless. Yeop merely smirked. He knew Gabriel's flawless logic was strictly bound by the rigid numbers of the EAS. However, his legendary scanner eyes pierced through reality, uncovering terrifying hidden truths that the arrogant system could never comprehend. Shadow walking required exactly 70 aura to unleash its devastating absolute power. Yeop declared his instincts were absolute. This bold claim deeply fascinated Gabriel. The legendary owner urged patience. Just one more stat point and that pathetic boy would awaken his world-shaking true potential. Gripping the YSM training logs, Gabriel's eyes widened in horror. Everything he knew about coaching felt completely shattered. It was absolute madness. Surviving with this garbage routine was a sheer miracle. Gabriel bowed to the owner's miraculous carry. The assistant coach froze in stunned silence. Resolving this disaster, Gabriel mercilessly shredded the old routine. Before Season 2, they would master the absolute grueling basics. Hellish speed training began instantly. Thanks to her monstrous agility stats, the nimble assassin blitzed across the finish line first. Meanwhile, pathetic Yoon Byum barely choked out 14th place. While the rookie wailed in pure agony, the captain dropped a bomb. Gabriel was a literal doctor of sports medicine. This hell was perfect salvation. The horrifying truth dropped. Gabriel imported the legendary Paris Lumiere regime. The French gods survived this exact nightmare daily. Smirking at the revelation, the captain exploded forward like a rocket, leaving him in the dust. Yoonbyom's legs completely shattered. He collapsed, hopelessly abandoned by his soaring teammates. Later, inside the dark office, Gabriel replayed the brutal practice matches endlessly, his genius mind spiraling into deep obsession. On paper, their pathetic skills screamed absolute second division trash. Yet this terrifying, explosive growth rate, it utterly defied all common logic. 5 hidden dragons were awakening. By forging iron stamina, the captain's KDA skyrocketed into the absolute heavens. The frail defender shattered his limits. Reborn as a melee striker, he became absolutely deadly. The assassin duo weaponized their godlike speed for flawless assassinations. Meanwhile, Choi Hyuk evolved into an unbreakable fortress as a vanguard tank. These 5 terrifying monsters, all flawlessly scouted and sculpted by the legendary owner himself. With these 5 absolute gems and the legendary hero's yearly cameos, conquering the Premium First League felt like a mere child's game. However, a chilling mystery remained. Even the genius tactician felt utterly blind. Based on pure stats, Choi Hyuk was a supreme frontline warrior, not just a meat shield tank. Doubting his legendary boss's judgment, a terrifying anomaly caught his eye. Gabriel frantically scrambled to verify this glitch. The combat logs defied reality. Choi Hyuk absorbed fatal blows like whispers, exposing a monstrous hidden passive skill. A cold sweat dripped down his spine. Had the omniscient owner foreseen this exact god-tier passive from the very start? "I never make mistakes," the hero's arrogant words echoed. Gabriel trembled, questioning if his boss was even a mortal human. Elsewhere, Yoonbyom wept in the dark shadows of despair. Suddenly, the looming owner discovered the trembling rookie, gently ordering him to drop the formalities. Hearing his actual name from the boy's lips, a rare, proud smirk crossed the seasoned veteran's battle-scarred face. "What clouds your mind?" he probed. The shattered boy immediately unleashed his agony, cursing his pathetic existence as the team's absolute weakest burden. Watching his junior youngmin ascend as a god-tier core player, Byom's soul crumbled. Was he truly meant for this brutal gaming battlefield? Yeop brutally stated the truth. That kid was just a natural-born genius. This merciless reality utterly crushed Byom's spirit. Desperate, he demanded the harsh truth. "Why did you even recruit a failure like me?" His unique skill felt like an absolute joke. Even while using it, he was pathetically slower than their nimble assassin. Yeop's eyes darkened, reminding him that hellish training forces skills to evolve. When questioned, the hero smirked. "I am just betting my chips on your sleeping potential." Those reckless words pierced his soul. Was his entire future just a mere gamble? Watching this, the guildmaster gave a chilling reminder. Quitting meant walking away with a massive 300 million won. Bound by contract, our main character decided extreme measures were absolutely necessary. Without hesitation, he forcefully dragged the whimpering rookie along. Moments later, the bewildered rookie found himself forcefully dragged on an unexpected, grueling mountain hike. Yeop flatly refused to pay the severance. Instead, he vowed to shatter the boy's pathetic mindset, forging him into a true player who completely defies the boundaries of mere reality. Byom scoffed at such terrible guidance from an adult. The irritated orphan bitterly fired back that life had never given him a proper education. Suddenly, the rookie's eyes widened in pure horror. The guildmaster proudly revealed the ultimate hellish training pit prepared deep within these desolate mountains. Yeop dropped a massive revelation. An Esper's aura only truly evolves in resonant environments, just like his own legendary awakening inside the abyss-like dungeons. Our hero revealed how he discovered his true calling within those monstrous depths, leaving the trembling rookie completely mesmerized. A shadow crossed our protagonist's eyes. He vividly recalled the venomous, soul-crushing insults that ruthlessly haunted his childhood. At the orphanage, the facility director was an absolutely cold-blooded tyrant. He found twisted joy in brutally beating children. That devil absolutely despised our hero. Enduring endless beatings, the protagonist also faced ruthless harassment from the director's brainwashed little followers. That tyrant fiercely hated Seo Moon-yeop's unbroken, defiant glare. Hearing this tragic backstory, the young rookie's eyes widened in absolute stunning shock. Noticing his shock, Yeop gently patted the boy's head softly, declaring that everyone carries their own hidden agonizing trauma. Our legendary hero confidently declared Yoonbyom was strong enough to completely shatter his dark trauma. Those profound words sent immense emotion crashing over the young rookie. But suddenly, the hero's arrogant smirk returned. He bluntly stated that a pathetic loser needed complete isolation in suffocating darkness to truly awaken his dormant power. When the frantic boy demanded their destination, Yeop smirked, declaring the rookie's own unique aura would dictate this hellish training ground. Reaching the peak, the rookie foolishly assumed he must shatter a massive boulder. Our protagonist instantly laughed off such absolute nonsense. Without hesitation, he ruthlessly kicked Yoonbyom straight down into the pitch-black abyss below. While the boy choked on sheer panic, Yeop coldly declared this suffocating darkness was the perfect crucible for his hopelessly gloomy soul. Trapped in that abyss for 10 grueling days, the terrified boy desperately screamed about his basic human survival needs. Yeop commanded absolute silence, brutally enforcing his absolute authority. This sacred awakening was 1,000,000 times more critical than pathetic bodily needs like food. Yoon knew he was facing an absolute madman. Stripped of his phone, the trembling boy severely doubted his own survival. Panic settling in, he desperately plotted a swift, daring escape. But the legendary powerhouse radiated a terrifying aura, promising devastating consequences for any desertion attempt. In that chilling instant, the rookie knew his fate was sealed. As the imposing protagonist vanished, blistering frustration overwhelmed the young man. This hellish insanity was simply too much to bear. Collapsing onto the dirt, a drained Yoon felt absolutely certain he would fail this impossible hellish trial. During high school, he was a pathetic benchwarmer. Even during his rare matches, his own teammates treated him like a completely invisible, worthless ghost. Deep down, he desperately craved to become a truly invaluable elite battlefield warrior. But reality was cruel. Every pathetic performance only painfully magnified his soul-crushing lack of talent. On the brink of absolute despair, a fateful memory flashed, the magical day he was finally recruited. Remembering the Master's claim about his dormant evolving aura, a blazing spark of hope ignited his shattered confidence. If the world's strongest Esper believed in his potential, he couldn't surrender. Roaring internally, Yoon shut his eyes and desperately ignited his dormant swirling aura. High above, a shadow smirked. Those 10 days of absolute hell were finally complete. Grinning wildly, the Master rejoiced. His risky investment survived instantly, ordering the battered rookie to climb back up. Activating his divine scanner eyes, he smirked triumphantly. The impossible gamble had brilliantly paid off. Yeop proudly declared his intuition flawless. Yoon gasped in horror, realizing this demonic master had secretly monitored him for 10 straight days. Staring at the hidden camera in sheer disbelief, the rookie received a grim ultimatum. He absolutely must master this volatile aura before Season 2 officially erupts. Yeop swore Yoon would dominate the season opener as their ultimate game-changing secret weapon. Season 2's bloodbath was exactly 1 month away. Shifting focus, our legendary protagonist interrogated the head coach, quickly tracking the elusive director to his private office. Questioned about his trembling companion, the hero smirked, officially presenting this reborn rookie to Gabriel as their newest ultimate trump card. Nearing the office, chaos reigned. Sweating staff frantically rejected endless transfer offers for Lee Na-eun. Sensing immediate trouble, Yeop cornered the stressed director for answers. Gabriel confessed that top-tier domestic and global guilds were ruthlessly bidding to poach their genius archer. A Middle Eastern powerhouse had dropped $5 million on the table for the thief and her partner. The protagonist was completely blindsided. Asked to approve the transfer, Yeop scoffed in pure disbelief. Such a pathetic sum was an absolute insult. He coldly declared Lee Na-yeon was completely expendable, but Jo Seung-ho, he wasn't for sale. That hidden gem was too priceless to lose. Gabriel praised the boy's tactical genius and masterful aura control. He was the absolute perfect weapon for Yeop's chaotic strategies. Our hero smirked. Countless brilliant formations revolving around the rookie already danced in his mind. Gabriel then brought up the ultimate benchmark for growth, Daniel Mance. That German name immediately sparked Yeop's curiosity. This prodigy reigned supreme as the absolute #1 support in global battlefield. The coach revealed a shocking connection. The boy's mentor was Emre Kasa, a legendary hero from Yeop's glorious past. Back then, that strict warrior always tried chaining the protagonist's wild moves, like banning him from chugging literal oceans of vodka just to maintain team honor. Yeop chuckled, completely unsurprised. His uptight comrade now commanded a squad. His old comrade bored him. But this German prodigy, he was incredibly fascinating, reaching the top 3 globally purely through support skills. That demanded an epic face-off, but Yeop brutally shifted focus to immediate survival. YSM absolutely had to conquer the First Division before declaring war on Germany. He firmly declared Yoon would become their ultimate secret weapon. Gabriel froze in absolute bewilderment. The rookie's growth had completely stagnated lately. Yeop flashed a knowing grin. One true battle would completely shatter the Frenchman's doubts. This gamble would yield legendary dividends. 1 grueling month vanished. The fierce second season of the league violently erupted. Season 1 was absolute chaos, but the most breathtaking spectacle was a dark horse dominating the second division. Now, that very underdog faced the opening bloodbath. Their bitter rivals, the GT Knights' enemies, since long before Yeop's legendary arrival. Broadcasters screamed in shock. YSM had completely restructured their core vanguard, dragging Yoon into the deadly fray. The entire arena's blinding spotlight burned onto the rookie personally handpicked by a living legend. 10 agonizing minutes before deployment, Jo Sung-ho and Yoon Byum finally realized this was their true crucible of glory. Gabriel analyzed their jagged edge. 5 core warriors with chaotic synergy. The rogue her shadow, 4 eyes the author, and 1 sturdy shield. Barring a catastrophic event, these 5 would forge the ultimate vanguard of their entire guild. Tasked with commanding this volatile vanguard, Jo Sung-ho bowed his head. The immense honor humbled his very soul. Yeop's intense gaze shifted to Yoon Byum. He promised zero pressure for the rookie's terrifying baptism of fire. The only absolute order plunged the enemy lines into utter despair. Back in the present, the war horn finally roared. The cursed battlefield materialized as the dreaded backwards forest. A treacherous realm, infamous for its inverted glowing canopy and the monstrous aura-devouring Jadrin swarming beneath. The horrifying truth. That colossal tree was born from fused aura-gorged Jadrin. It was the absolute boss of this hellscape. The Knights instantly fractured into 3 elite squadrons, a brilliant counter to dodge enemy ambushes while securing safe farming zones. Meanwhile, YSM deployed a bizarre 2-pronged assault of 5 players, but an eerie detail hung in the air. Battlefield rosters required exactly 11 warriors. Yoon Byum walked entirely alone through the deadly abyss. Spectators gasped, questioning if their master plan had fatally crumbled. Utter suicidal madness. Surviving a solo hunt in this monster-infested nightmare was basically a guaranteed death sentence. However, the rookie unleashed his hidden trump card, Shadow Walking Channeling. Massive aura, he melted flawlessly into the terrifying darkness. Meanwhile, the vanguard of the Knights felt a creeping suspicion. The Jadrin horde was overwhelmingly massive. Suddenly, a deadly volley of arrows ripped through the wind. Nyeon's lethal ambush had begun. The squad captain roared for absolute calm. They scanned the shadows, hunting for the rogue's deadly accomplice. A bloodthirsty smirk twisted the red-haired warrior's face. Being hunted was exactly what he desperately craved. He gripped a specialized relic designed to crush stealth tactics. Instantly, the 4 knights sprinted into lethal battle formation. A scout ignited his ultimate perception aura, violently sweeping the terrain for hidden life forces. Braving the relentless storm of arrows, the heavily suppressed knights advanced with terrifying precision. The sensory net finally triggered. He pinpointed the sniper, 3 vanguard brawlers, and fully locked onto the hidden threat, Jo Sung-ho. Without hesitation, they charged forward to eliminate the rogue's accomplice. Leon smirked, thrilled that their opening move to shatter the enemy's signature formation succeeded flawlessly. She immediately alerted the cloaked figure that hostile forces were closing in. Suddenly, the backpack-wearing warrior stood alone, facing 4 hostile targets his allies busy hunting. The arrogant knights sneered that escape was impossible, but the young man simply smirked. Revealing his true presence, Cho Hyuk agreed that fleeing was futile. The knights gasped, completely paralyzed, believing all tanks were off farming. Just then, the hunting squad finally returned. The knights stood dumbfounded, realizing their real prey disguised himself as a tank. Chuck instantly activated his transfer skill, equipping Cho Hyuk with a mighty blade and shield. Armed and ready, the tank hurled his bag at the enemy forces. Peeking inside, the yellow-clad warriors froze in absolute terror. Pure dread consumed them. The bag overflowed with Jadrin seeds, a lethal plant that violently erupts when exposed to aura. YSM's monster hunting act was a brilliant ruse to stockpile these suppressed seeds using a secret technique. Tossed directly at the foes, nothing could suppress the seeds' explosive growth now. Their true terrifying power erupted instantly. Giant monster vines violently snared the helpless knights. Stripped of their defenses, the knights were mercilessly slaughtered by Jun and Cho Hyuk. Cho Jung-min claimed a ruthless kill too. Nearby, the 3-man third squad trembled, realizing Team 1 had already been annihilated. Panicking, they desperately decided to finish their hunt and regroup with the survivors. Suddenly, the beast launched a devastating strike, hoisting the archer upside down. The buzzcut warrior roared orders, screaming that rescuing their fallen comrade was paramount. He charged the beast head-on. Gripping his sword tight, he unleashed a furious slash, severing the captive vine instantly. With the archer secured, the warrior's eyes flared. It was time to butcher this beast. They needed to act fast, yet he inexplicably caught his second ally slashing at thin air. Fury boiled within him at this foolishness. However, he ignored the distraction solely focused on obliterating the monstrous Jadran. After a grueling, blood-pumping struggle, the knights finally executed the terrifying creature. Gasping for air, the shield-bearer cursed bitterly. Wasting precious time on mere fodder was utterly unacceptable. Spinning around, he furiously berated his ally for losing focus during such a critical battle. He furiously grabbed his ally's shoulder, demanding answers, but instantly watched his teammate's head brutally disintegrate into ash. Yunbom secured his first glorious elimination. Deaf to the roaring crowd, the surviving player froze in absolute terror. Sensing the lethal ambush, his panicked eyes darted around, but the invisible assassin remained untraceable. Suddenly, the shadows writhed, the silent hunter crept forward, and before his clueless prey sensed death, a blade cleanly severed his head. The archer's headless body collapsed, granting the deadly Yunbom his second magnificent kill. The final knight stared in soul-crushing dread, while the shadow boy realized his stealth was finally compromised. Fading back into the creeping darkness, he left the bewildered knight trembling in sheer disbelief. Cold sweat drenched him as he frantically scanned the area. He had never faced such terrifyingly unique shadow arts. Suddenly, a lethal shadow surged forward. Yunbom exploded from the abyss, but the startled shield-bearer miraculously launched a desperate counterstrike. The assassin widened his eyes at the knight's incredible reflexes. A cheap sneak attack simply wouldn't work on this formidable foe. In that split second, Yunbom's mind went blank. He was completely out of tactical options. A flashback triggered. Days ago, Yosob tested him, questioning his exact protocol for a botched assassination. Yunbom admitted a failed strike meant a doomed frontal duel. The veteran club owner smirked, declaring his answer both partially right and tragically flawed. The hardened war veteran stated that battlefield destiny is never fixed. Frustrated, the boy whined about fighting overwhelmingly superior enemies. Irritated by the constant interruptions, Yosob mercilessly kicked the young assassin. He barked at him to shut up and use his brain. Desperate, the youth pleaded for the secret to slaying giants. The veteran's eyes turned sharp. You must violently strip away their strategic choices. Yosob tested him on a target's reaction to shadow diving. Yunbom quickly deduced they would either hold ground or frantically avoid dark zones. Yosob grinned, praising his sharp intuition. Those were indeed a prey's only two survival paths. He sinisterly added that intense battlefield pressure crushes human logic into narrow, predictable fragments. The master explained his brilliant strategy. This obvious ambush was actually their greatest weapon. He handed him a new arsenal, a short sword and a deadly crossbow. But the rookie protested, claiming the longsword was his true calling. The boss quickly silenced him. He lacked Jun's flawless swordsmanship, so he desperately needed a new path to victory. Back in the present, the rookie emerged from pitch-black shadows, his crossbow fully loaded. Despite its limited range, it was fiercely precise, the absolute perfect pairing for the short sword in his steady hands. Deadly bolts pierced the air, yet the knight instantly raised his massive shield, blocking the fierce barrage. As the rookie slipped behind his enemy, the boss watched closely. He knew a brutal struggle awaited. In his very first official battle, Yunbom tightened his grip, drawing his gleaming short sword. Watching his bolts shatter, the boss feared the relentless rookie might lose hope. Would he break under pressure? But he trusted the boy's unbreakable will. By believing in his own strength, this overwhelming assault would inevitably crush the enemy. In a sudden flash, the enemy retaliated with a terrifying heavy strike. Suddenly, the rookie stumbled, tumbling hard into the dirt. The knight stood utterly baffled as Yunbom vanished seamlessly into the abyssal shadows. Yunbom's cheeks burned with sheer humiliation. As the rookie hastily retreated, the arrogant knight ruthlessly mocked his sloppy mistake, taunting his early power reveal. But the rookie's eyes widened. The enemy actually thought his unique skill was merely hiding inside his own shadow. A sly grin formed. The knight had completely misread his true ability. It was time to exploit this fatal illusion. Across the blazing battlefield, the GT Knight's second squad was annihilated. Only Yunbom's fierce opponent remained standing. However, Team YOSM's victory hung by a single thread. Their survivors were trapped by an endless horde of vicious Jadron monsters. The final five had to slaughter the beasts to save their comrade. One wrong move meant absolute annihilation. If the monster horde slaughters the squad and Yunbom falls to the knight, their team would suffer a devastating defeat. Meanwhile, the deadly dance between crossbow and shield grew increasingly explosive by the second. Both warriors remained entirely unscathed. An absolutely flawless, tense stalemate. The rookie seamlessly blended his dark powers into perfect offense and defense. The knight ground his teeth. He could have easily crushed this kid if not for that frustratingly slippery shadow evasion. Spotting the rookie creeping up behind the knight launched a desperate counterattack, roaring at him to fight with real honor. The crowd gasped. Yunbom barely dodged the lethal strike at the last split second, though not entirely unharmed. The arrogant knight smirked in triumph. Buzzcut, analyzing why the elusive rookie failed to vanish, suddenly grasped a thrilling theory. Shadow Walk must have a hidden cooldown. A heavy penalty that chained its overwhelming potential, just like every other divine skill. His brutal logic was incredibly accurate. Ultimate power always demands a heavy toll. A single miscalculation left the rookie bleeding. Sensing blood, the Shield Knight seized this golden window of opportunity. He abandoned all defense for pure destructive offense. Yunbom desperately fought to mask his soaring panic. Even expecting a hit, the agonizing pain exceeded his wildest calculations. He locked eyes with his enemy, sensing imminent death. The fatal finishing strike. The massive blade crashed down to violently cleave his skull, but as the steel struck earth, shock froze the knight's face. Yunbom drifted from the shadows, mocking the heavily lodged blade. Disarmed and utterly defenseless, the Shadow Master lunged forward to eagerly claim his ultimate prize. With a chilling smile, Yunbom thanked the fool for utterly misjudging his true strength and unleashed a devastating final strike. The terrifying truth was finally revealed. His skill wasn't merely hiding. He could traverse the dungeon's boundless darkness freely. A merciless flash of steel violently tore through his foe. The rookie sensation victoriously secured his glorious third elimination. Yunbom stood frozen in absolute disbelief. Against all odds, he had miraculously seized victory. The Master's brilliant prophecy had become reality once again. Overwhelmed hot tears of pure ecstasy streamed down Yunbom's face. Team YOS's glorious triumph spectacularly closed the second division's opening bloodbath. The undisputed MVP was the Shadow Phantom. The chat exploded with roaring praise for the phenomenal rookie and the visionary who discovered him. Witnessing this masterpiece, the boss felt a thrilling revelation. With this shadow assassin striking and Jo Suwon commanding, the first division was effortlessly theirs. A confident smirk crossed our protagonist's face. Conquering the national ranks, it was going to be terrifyingly easy. A raging fire ignited within his soul. Why stop at the nation? It was time to dominate the entire globe and taste true blood-pumping excitement. Days passed at the back estate. A heavy shadow of worry consumed the three leaders. Gabriel's flawless execution left no room for interference, forcing the club owner to make a decisive move. Handing the reins to Dongjun, he finally stepped back. Meanwhile, our protagonist finished binge-watching his shows, facing an utterly empty schedule. He aggressively channel-surfed through the wasteland of television, searching desperately for a single spark of entertainment. Defeated, he killed the screen. The once great hero now faced his ultimate enemy. Absolute boredom. Yeop stared blankly, hungering for even a fraction of his past thrills. But destiny has a funny sense of timing. Suddenly, a sharp ring pierced the silent house. Yeop threw open the door only to freeze in pure shock. Standing there was the French god of the axe. Eric Thuram. One of the legendary 7 heroes had arrived. Eric chuckled, asking why Yeop was narrating his grand entrance. Our hero smirked, claiming he was just riding the dramatic momentum of the moment. Why was this powerhouse in Korea? The axe god crossed his massive arms, profoundly offended that Yeop skipped visiting him in France. Yeop recalled his public broadcast promising a glorious reunion in Paris. Eric proudly confirmed he watched every single second, but the mighty warrior confessed his tragic truth. He was out battling Atlantic fish that day. He boldly attempted to swim across the ocean back to France, and completely lost his way. Yeop deadpanned. Boats exist for a reason. Eric sighed in ultimate defeat. For his monumental stupidity, his furious wife had banished him from fishing entirely. He constantly reassured her, bragging that his god-tier luck would always keep him perfectly safe from harm. And honestly, he wasn't wrong. The god of the axe possessed a terrifying durability that completely defied logic. Despite ignoring exact numbers, Eric knew his passive luck, and stat boosts forged an unbreakable bodily defense. Yeop stared at his formidable comrade, realizing the man was practically a walking fortress of survival. Seung-hee's face lit up at the unexpected reunion. Soon, the warm scent of her home-cooked feast welcomed the espers. Savoring the warm food, Eric admitted he never believed he would share another earthly meal with Yeop. His gaze sharpened. Why hide your immortality? Yeop's miraculous return from the abyss had shaken everyone to their core, especially Jeho. Learning Yeop himself didn't know about his immortality. Eric was paralyzed. This meant Yeop had willingly embraced absolute death. A profound wave of respect washed over Eric. To honor this ultimate sacrifice, he produced a magnificent gift. He offered a glowing dungeon return stone, an ancient relic allowing instant escape from any raid within 12 seconds. Yeop's eyes widened in disbelief. He thought these mythical artifacts were completely extinct. With the dungeons gone, they are just shiny paperweights now, Eric laughed. But instantly, a dangerously brilliant idea ignited in Yeop's mind. Yeop asked its worth. Just 10 million won. Eric shrugged. Back in the Golden Age, every single Esper carried one into battle. Yeop was stunned by the absolute bargain, especially when Eric revealed this particular stone held 7 remaining charges. A predatory grin crossed Yeop's face. This single stone was the golden key to reopening a forbidden sanctuary. Though deeply grateful to his brother-in-arms, the legendary hero still felt agonizingly restless in this peaceful, quiet world. His true home lay in that specific domain. 2 days vanished into the wind. Packing his bags, Eric slyly invited Yeop fishing, but Yeop instantly rejected him, seeing right through his pathetic scheme to bypass his wife's ban. Exposed, the mighty god of the axe shamelessly begged. Yeop laughed, advising him to bribe his wife with a luxurious vacation to lift the curse. Accepting the wise counsel, Eric offered a firm warrior's farewell to his comrade. Come visit me properly next time, he boomed. With the French legend gone, Yeop's own secret mission officially began. Yeop swiftly packed his tactical gear in silence. Jaeho caught him sneaking out. Just a little vacation. Yeop deflected. The sharp-eyed coach instantly guessed a suspicious 4-day disappearance. Jaeho narrowed his eyes, remembering how Yeop used to vanish on identical phantom trips in the past. Yeop confessed he harbored a hidden sanctuary. Jaeho was completely taken aback. How could he not know about this, after all their years? Even legends need their secrets, Yeop smirked. Flashing a confident thumbs up, he vowed to return in precisely 4 days. Straddling his roaring motorcycle, he secured his pitch-black helmet. The legendary hero faded into the anonymity of the streets. The engine howled like a beast unchained. After hours of riding, he finally breached the borders of Gangwon-do. Surrounded by absolute isolation, the GPS finally locked onto the forbidden coordinates. Thanks to Eric's miraculous return stone, Yeop could finally conquer this sleeping dungeon without shattering its core. Yeop's hidden sanctuary overflowed with legendary spoils. Dragon bones, glowing magic stones, and beast pelts filled the vault. These ancient treasures were absolutely perfect for the upcoming winter trade market. Without a second thought, the Esper channeled pure aura into his legs. The ground shattered as he launched himself into the sky. He tore through the wind like a shooting star, touching down at the absolute peak. A wicked grin crossed the main character's face upon seeing the massive ancient boulder before him. Pushing with monstrous strength, he shoved the colossal stone aside. His eyes widened in pure awe. The secret domain remained completely untouched by time. He reached toward the shimmering dimensional gate. As that familiar intoxicating energy washed over him, the legendary hero smiled. It felt like an absolute eternity since his last visit. Seo Moon-yeop had finally returned to his private dungeon. Stepping inside, he inhaled deeply. The heavy magical atmosphere immediately sent a glorious shiver down his spine. Within these dark walls, the legendary hero's mind achieved absolute divine clarity. For the first time since the final raid, the hardened war veteran felt his absolute peak power returning. By slaughtering every monster while sparing the dungeon core, the main character had claimed this abyss as his sanctuary. He craved this devastating thrill. Only the lethal danger of dungeons could make the legendary hero's warrior blood boil. His single burning regret from that ultimate battlefield was failing to completely conquer its devastating depths. Even in this soft era of peace, the bitter taste of that singular defeat still haunted his warrior soul. To Yeop, dying in that final blaze of glory would have been a poetic masterpiece. Burying his battle-crazed persona in that abyss might have actually let him live as a normal human. Memories flooded back of a hidden truth whispered in the shadows. The horrifying reality, humanity was pathetic against the monstrous burrowers. The veteran had warned the young boy. Without facing the sheer terror of a dungeon, he could never comprehend this brutal truth. That was why Senior Awakened passed down their skills, desperate to forge rookies into humanity's shining blades of hope. Park Jin-tae watched in utter shock as the boy yawned. Young Yeop swore he cared nothing for humanity's survival. He only hungered for the absolute thrill of the dungeons. Because of this insatiable bloodlust, the hero believed surviving his glorious peak was a tragic curse. Suffocating peace simply disgusted him. Reminiscing with Eric felt like grasping at fading ghosts. He foolishly believed he had adapted to this modern era. How incredibly wrong he was. A sudden thrilling thought crossed his mind. Could those foul burrowers be lurking here just like the ambush in France? He almost laughed off the absurd idea until a profoundly sinister aura began creeping through the shadows. The crushing pressure instantly paralyzed the hardened war veteran. This was absolutely impossible. He had personally annihilated every single living creature in this abyss. Did an intruder breach his sacred vault? No, the thick ancient moss sealing the entrance boulder absolutely proved otherwise. That left only one terrifying blood-pumping possibility. Clicking his tongue at his lack of proper gear, Yeop instantly summoned his trusted spear. Grinning like a madman, the battle maniac dared the hidden beast to step into the light. A suffocating dead silence swallowed the entire dungeon. Just as the main character dismissed it as a fleeting illusion, a tidal wave of demonic energy exploded from behind. A heavy, earth-shattering thud echoed through the dark. Was a colossal beast awakening inside the hidden chamber. With only a fragile, narrow bridge connecting the path, Yeop knew a mid-air ambush would spell absolute disaster. The sheer danger only fueled his adrenaline. The battle maniac exploded forward like a lightning bolt, ready to transform this deadly abyss into his personal playground. This nightmare realm was once a biological weapon laboratory. Mutated horrors were sealed in isolated cells with the supreme dungeon boss reigning at the very end. Back in 2005, the unstoppable Seo Moon-yeop conquered this very domain. It was the ultimate impenetrable vault for his divine treasures. But now a chilling thought struck him. Did he actually miss a target during his glorious massacre? The suffocating malice intensified with every single step toward the main chamber. Yeop's warrior heart slammed against his ribs. Hearing the sickening dragging against stone, he calculated the threat: a massive, mutated reptile or a demonic plant. But the apex predator of the battlefield couldn't care less. He was starving for the clash of battle. Suddenly, a lethal shadow whipped through the air. Yeop instantly twisted backward, dodging by a mere millimeter. The lethal strike shattered the ground where he just stood. At last, the hidden nightmare revealed itself. The legendary hero locked eyes with a colossal Zadrun, a monstrous entity radiating absolutely terrifying stats. A wicked, uncontrollable smirk stretched across his face. Staring at the towering demonic plant, it was obvious the beast had been gorging itself during his long absence. No wonder its overwhelming aura devoured the entire cavern. These vicious Zadruns were truly the indestructible parasitic weeds of the underworld. These monstrous weeds devoured everything, turning solid rock and minerals into pure aura. They served as the ultimate living batteries and devastating biological weapons. Staring down this colossal monstrosity, our hero seriously questioned if he had missed a single seed 17 years ago. He used to butcher these exact demonic horrors deep within this very dungeon. He was absolutely certain he had purged every single corner. Yeop was profoundly rattled by this anomaly because he never left any loose ends when clearing out a dungeon. You always had to eradicate those parasitic Zadrun seeds. Left unchecked, they would devour all life and mutate into absolute colossal nightmares. Just the mere thought of leaving one alive completely shattered Yeop's normally unbreakable composure. He activated his amplified throw technique, granting him total mastery over the weapon's speed, trajectory, and retrieval. Without warning, the massive beast blindly charged straight at our legendary warrior. The beast lashed out with devastating vines, but he stood completely motionless. In a blinding flash, his spear danced flawlessly, deflecting every deadly strike. Channeling his overwhelming aura, the legendary hero unleashed his enhanced throw, firing his weapon at the Zadrun at earth-shattering supersonic speeds. Yeop landed an absolutely devastating critical strike. Pushing off the ground, the legendary hero launched himself high into the air. Looming above the beast, Yeop commanded his divine spear to return. The loyal weapon tore back into his grip. Our war veteran effortlessly reclaimed his spear, gracefully dodging a flurry of lethal attacks. It was finally time to end this miserable fight. In one fluid motion, Yeop ruthlessly severed every single vine of that underworld monstrosity. Stripped of its defenses, the Zadrun lay utterly defenseless as our protagonist prepared his finishing execution. Channeling tremendous power, he drove his blade straight through the monster's core. In an instant, the colossal Zadrun was completely wiped from existence. Yeop paused for a fleeting second, letting his breathing settle after the brutal clash. Gazing at the carcass, the battle maniac deeply hoped an underworld Bureer had planted this horror. After all, the final dungeon was officially conquered back in 2005. The Bureer Empire completely collapsed. However, absolute extinction was never truly confirmed. Whispers suggested surviving underground elites were secretly plotting a horrific invasion to reclaim the surface world. Seo Moon-yeop felt a burning conviction in his soul. The mastermind lurking in these shadows had to be a surviving Bureer. After 60 grueling minutes of weed control, our hero was busy crushing remains. He purged nearly every single seed, pocketing just one mysterious core for his own future plans. Glaring at the parasitic core, the legendary hero unleashed his killing intent, utterly forbidding it from sprouting in his pocket. The infant monster trembled, completely terrified by the overwhelming aura of its new captor. Still, the mystery gnawed at Yeop. His past dungeon raids were far too flawless to carelessly leave a lethal parasite behind. Shaking off the dark thoughts, he ventured deeper into the forgotten ruins. He discovered nothing but empty, decaying dust scattered across the silent stone corridors. A vein popped on Yeop's forehead. Every single piece of legendary treasure he hoarded here had been greedily devoured by that beast. Then, a spark of hope ignited. He remembered an absolute safe zone, a hidden chamber, completely impenetrable to the monstrous roots. That sacred vault was the very sanctuary housing the beating core of the dungeon. Knowing the sheer catastrophe, if the core shattered, Yeop had cast supreme defensive seals, though he had completely forgotten what exact legendary loot slumbered inside this vault. Despite the ancient seals locking the heavy gates, our hero channeled his aura effortlessly, breaching the grand chamber of the dungeon core. But the chilling sight inside left him completely paralyzed. Standing before the glowing dungeon core, the devastating truth hit him. The room was completely stripped bare. The giant flora couldn't have possibly breached these walls, yet his entire hidden fortune of priceless magic stones had completely vanished into thin air. To the human race, these glowing minerals held unfathomable astronomical value. But for the vile denizens of the underworld, they were just common dirt. Suddenly, his sharp eyes caught a glaring anomaly. Resting right there in his secret vault was one of his very own signature spears. This defied all logic. Yeop had only just recently forged this specific polearm in the outside world. Like absolute lightning, the explosive truth struck him. Yeop clearly remembered sensing a vile Bureer presence back in Paris, launching this exact spear to eradicate the threat. Realizing this was the very same weapon, a sinister, overjoyed grin spread across our hero's face. He had finally tracked down his ancient enemy. Seo Moon-yeop was absolutely certain now. The underworld rats were using his sacred ruins to mass-produce Jadran nightmares. The filthy underworld scum had tampered with his ancient security seals, ensuring their parasitic farm wouldn't accidentally shatter the dungeon core. Suddenly, a suffocating, ominous aura swallowed the room. It was a vile energy he easily recognized. There was no mistaking this killing intent. The oppressive darkness, multiplied by the second, creeping steadily toward our battle-hungry protagonist. The legendary hero stood fully mesmerized, unable to believe the entity emerging before him. Finally, predator and prey stood face to face. Realizing the Bureer Empire wasn't extinct, a terrifying thrill washed over the legendary hero. His ultimate reason to fight was reborn. Our epic chapter pauses here. Drop a like to fuel the journey. Until next time, farewell.